Sussex operates a zero tolerance policy towards abuse of staff members. Anyone using abuse of offensive or threatening towards the staff member will be asked to leave and give those clear exceptions such as this. And we thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, it's not that.
There's no warm towards it.
Yeah.
There's no warm about any of it.
We won't be here today for anyway. Sucks already at 3 PM tomorrow. I actually reckon it's because of good day tomorrow.
Yeah. I think we're a little bit away from I can see why you're thinking that. We're a little bit away from
Sussex Phantom tea today. Hove. Which I'm saying is a slight point of annoyance, so I get paid per day, so it doesn't go to day 4. So I wanted to go to day 4. I really hope to cap for a day and a half. That would just rack up 700, but I don't see it happening.
Well, actually, and then how would it be done by tomorrow?
What I need actually is somehow to go to day 4, but Sussex to be.
Are they going to hold that?
Sussex end up needing 35 runs to win on Monday. Home by half 11. Yeah, that Kyle Abbott bloke is decent. I thought actually I hadn't seen their overseas bowls before.
She might be really sauce for the popular. You heard it? Yeah. Based on the conversations last week, I don't want to speak, David. That okay, if you want to speak. He just got well. He was not. Then it wasn't just that, but it was the direction. It's not a property here in Tunbridge Wells.
Little
Auto factor or something.
A little bit of a head hospital.
No.
Yeah. He's always so
nice.
He's always so calm and cool.
Yeah.
Just out of character.
Chill.
That's good. And then ask me what the scores of the scoreboard is last year. That was it.
Maybe you can fit that.
Yeah. To be fair,
That's not happening.
for some reason, I think it's more so in the T20s, when obviously it's been much more over. It's like. So will England, obviously I need to lose either way. But
You're just curious about how they're going to do it.
yes, are they going to go for the draw, or do they still think they're basketball in principle and still trying to win it? Or are they treating how they go about it?
What happened in the series? So draw to do that much.
Also, yeah. And also, to be fair, we're going to have so much time to bat only in the chasing. If you bat all the time, you can get that.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to a very overcast and slightly foggy Hove here on the second day of this county championship match between Sussex and Hampshire. And it is in fact so gloomy, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see the floodlights come on in a moment. I'm Adrian Harms, Kevin James sitting next to me. Before I introduce Kevin, just to say make sure we are going out loud and clear on the live stream. Yes, we are. There's someone waving at the back of the Spen Harbour. Thank you so much. So we are. The commentary is going out around the ground. We're going out on the BBC website and also on the Sussex YouTube channel. Good morning to you, Kevin. These look like good bowling conditions to me. Oh, helps if I switch the mic.
There we go.
My fault.
We've only had about 2 hours to prepare. Well, they are, aren't they? And I do hope that Hampshire make the most of them. Interesting talking to Nick Gubbins last night. That interview's on the Hampshire Cricket website. He talks about not Hampshire's best day, but he thinks the odds at the moment are about 60-40, maybe a little bit more in Sussex's favour. So this is a big morning. And when you walk out on the field, knowing it's a big morning, and you look up to the sky and you think, well, we've got a chance of making the most of this.
Yes, I agree. And not what I expected. I thought the forecast today was a sort of blazing sun. But it's a lot cooler today. And these are good bowling conditions. So how things can turn on a little bit of cloud cover, etc.
One other interesting thing that Nick Gubbins said last night, he said after the first 2 or 3 overs, he said he thought the game would get called off.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, it was, wasn't it? I mean, there was some wicked bounce early on, wasn't there? I mean, it was just, wow.
Yeah, certainly Sean Hunt got some steeping bounce, didn't he, from that far end. So the interview is on the BBC website, as is the interview I did with Jaydev and Wicket, the Indian seam. Always lovely to speak to Jaydev. But getting us underway is Delano Podgater, who I think eventually I pronounced his name in some way correctly, and also plays the first ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Just for the benefit of our listeners, because I make a Horlicks of it the whole time, how do you pronounce this gentleman's name, Ken?
It's not 100% correct, because the way he says it, there's a in it, but it's Podgater.
Podgater.
Yeah, but there's a sort of a Podgater. But I think if you said that all day, your mouth would go so dry.
So if I thought about alligator, Podgater.
Podgater.
Podgater. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and also defends onto the onside, and there is no run. So, the interesting points from the Jaydev and Wicket interview.
He's going home for 2 months?
He is. Yeah, he is. So he finishes this game and then he goes back to India. He said he's played pretty much non-stop cricket since the last time he left here. So he's going to have a month off. And then he'll be getting himself ready for when he returns in for the finale of the season, which is, of course, from mid-August onwards, as Podgita is in and bowls to Alsop, who defends onto the onside, fielded by Ali Orr. And there is no run. The floodlights are not on, but I don't think it's that far away from floodlight sort of area, really, which is extraordinary when you consider the weather yesterday. And the forecast for much of the country, really. I think away from the coast, the forecast is, but then getting really hot, I think, the next few days. 2 slips in place, keeping Ben Brown company. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg, and there's a fine leg as well as Podgita is in bowls and also drives firmly down the ground. I thought for a minute that was going to go for 4 runs, but it's drilled straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's always, I could just about hear undercut his interview whilst I was doing Nick Gubbins. Interesting, Nick Gubbins was also sort of saying he didn't think Sussex bowled on the whole that well the first hour, which is quite interesting.
Yes, which is what you said.
Yeah, and he also thought they were about 50 runs short where they should be in that first innings.
Podgita in bowls, also defends to mid-on, and again there is no run.
Yeah, he pretty much sort of said it how we were calling it, which is always a nice endorsement. I always think when you're doing the interview at the end of the day and a player's basically saying what you've said, you think, oh, thank goodness for that. I haven't got it totally wrong. But, yeah, he felt they were about 50 or 60 runs short of what they should have been, especially having been given that opening hours window where Sussex weren't at their best.
Podgita again. Wheels round, excellent figures, 2 for 19 in his 11th over, comes in and bowls and also drives straight down the ground, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run by Abbott. So a maiden over to get things underway. He's been very good. Podgita, very reminiscent, I think, of the way that Tom Price bowled yesterday, just putting the ball on a length, hitting the top of off stump, making the batsman play. 121 for 3, maiden over to get things underway today, but these are not easy batting conditions this morning, and Hampshire will be hoping to exploit them.
Yeah, I think that was a strong start from both sides, actually, in that opening over. Nice tight straight over from Podgita and a nice straight bat, confident defensive shots from Tom Alsop. Maybe already showing the intent from both sides and how they're looking to play.
Yep.
Yeah, just to sort of finish off, really, the Gubbins' comments, I'm sure on the cuts, you've got a few more comments to make about that, but Gubbins did say that he felt that the wicket has been prepared for a result, which obviously from a Sussex point of view, you won 3 and 3 in home. You were top of the league for a little while before Essex won their game in the last round, and obviously Hampshire is second from bottom, only a point in the live table, only a point above Leicestershire currently. So that's very tight down there.
And they're in quite a good position, actually.
They are, actually, unfortunately, and I was reading about that. Here's Abbott down the hill, outside the off stump. That nips back to Coles. Good take, moving to his left by Ben Brown. Yes, I was looking at that last night thinking, oh dear, that's all we need, really.
But it is tight, isn't it? I mean, we're still, including this game, we're sort of halfway through the season now.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at Hampshire, the problem as much as anything seems to be the lack of batting bonus points.
Oh, it's been horrendous. Well, it's not great this year. It wasn't great last year. Equal least with Worcestershire last year. Comfortably the least in Division 1 this year. It's down the leg side, as Coles was trying to flick that away. Again, it's gone through to Brown. It is a bit of a problem, but you've got, you're relying on runs from Nick Gubbins, Brown, and Jake Lehman, which is fine. But you've got 3 guys in the top 5 who are still, looking to forge a career, in red ball cricket.
Yeah.
And it's a lot to rely on in Division 1. I've said that many times, and I'll keep saying that, really. As Abbott bowls, and Coles gets one that just nips back a fraction. It come off the inside half of the bat, goes out square on the leg side. He picks up 2, 123. 4-3. Division 2 is probably fine, but in Division 1, the bowling is a lot harder, and it finds you out. And they're all good. The 3 I'm talking about in this game, Albert, Orr, and Prest. They're batting in the top 5. They are all good players. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But they are young, relatively. There's Abbott. There's a nice drive, which Abbott half stops on his follow through, takes the pace off the ball as it makes its way up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And, Toby Albert, career-wise, averaging 23. He's 24 years old. Ali Orr for Hampshire is averaging mid-20s. I know he had a much better average here, but it was only a few games. And you've got Tom Prest, who this season is averaged 24, but he does average 30 career. If those guys want to be playing until their mid-30s, that's outside the off stump and there's left alone. If you want to play to your 35, 36 as a batter and have a good career, you've got to be averaging mid-30s, maybe 34, maybe 33 at a push, but averaging 20 odd is putting you under pressure each time your contract's up, and it's putting people that makes those decisions under pressure. So, time is probably still on their side, but it also puts pressure on the rest of the batting order. So, this is where Hampshire find themselves at the moment, as that's a length ball. Coles plays that back up the pitch, and there's no run, 123 for 3, and 2 runs have been added this morning in 2 overs. And it's tough, but you look at Sussex in this game, you've got Daniel Hughes. Now, he's 37. Yes. Career-wise, averages 38. That's why he's still playing professional sport. He's at the back end of his 30s, but because he averages late 30s, he's still playing.
And just to give some more sort of credence to that discussion, really, when Paul Farbrace arrived here, Sussex had had 3 or 4 years beforehand where they'd got young players into the side who, when there was one season in Division 2, we finished 8th. We won 1 game in 14 with younger players. Potgieter is in bowls, and Alsop is forward, placed mid wicket fielded by Orr, and there is no run. And when Paul Farbrace came, he had a look at that for the first season, and then that's when the likes of the John Simpsons arrived, and some experienced heads. And actually, when you talk to the Sussex lads, they say the big difference they noticed in Division 1 last season was, the fact that once and it's no disrespect to Division 2 at all, but once the opening bowlers are off, the second string just aren't quite as threatening.
No, that's right.
Which is fairly obvious. Potgieter in bowls, Alsop is forward, and uncertainly played into the offside. There is no run.
Tom Haynes, 27 years old, late 20s, but he averages 37 career. So this is where those guys are going to be batting and playing and be relied upon for a number of years, and it's ideal. But you're right. Sussex spent a number of years in Division 2, developing a lot of youngsters. When you're in Division 1, you haven't got that time. Otherwise, you're down.
Potgieter again bowls, also back in his stumps and defends down the onside. There is no run. And it's tough, and it becomes a confidence thing as well, doesn't it? When you're facing good quality bowling week in, week out.
It is, and of course. But everybody. Well, I know I'm a big one on it. Division 1's where it's at. Okay, being in Division 2, but it's not where it's at. The main focus, unless you are a particularly big supporter of your own county, the main focus is Division 1.
Potgieter again bowls to Alsop, who clips firmly to square leg. There is no run.
See, Alsop's another good example. We mentioned his stats yesterday. When he was at Hampshire, 60 matches, averaged 26. That was all in Division 1. Now, his career at Sussex, when he moved in, 2022 was his first year here, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, he's had a number of years in Division 2. Now he's in Division 1. He averages 37 for Sussex.
Big difference, isn't it?
And
and he's got himself into franchise cricket. He's gone and played in the Big Bash, the 100. Potgieter again bowls, and he said to the pad, "That's a good shout." It's turned down by umpire Burns, but it was a good shout coming around the wicket to the left-handed Alsop. Hands on head, back into the left-handed Alsop.
I might have a look at that one again. But again, it's just perseverance as a bowler, and it's that sort of pace, isn't it? Just watching this again, I think he might just have got outside off stump. He is forward. Potgieter is around the wicket. Gets the benefit of the doubt. It's come back. I tell you what, it has come back in him. Maybe a fraction high. Looking at that again.
Interesting. It's quite a few
but a bit of movement.
Yeah. Potgieter is in again around the wicket bowls. Also lets that go through, taken low down by Brown. Another very good over, maiden over. This has been a really good spell of bowling. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 19 for Delano Potgieter. 123 for 3, Allsop 33, Coles on 13. There's a little cluster of Hampshire fans just over by the Sussex Cricket Museum. Sitting over there, probably a dozen of them right down on the boundary edge. They were looking at the skies and thinking, oh, this is good news. There was a few of the Sussex members I spoke to this morning going, well, so do you think it's meant to be like this?
Hasn't cleared, not like yesterday.
No, it hasn't cleared at all. I mean, yesterday the sun just burnt it back, didn't it? Within 10 minutes, the whole lot had gone. That's not the feeling today. There's a lot more cloud around. And not what was forecast at all, or not the forecast that I saw anyway.
Abbott down the hill to Coles. Again, he's sort of walking into the shot, flicks that away. That'll be 4 runs. Nicely timed. He sort of walks down the wicket and sort of slightly across. So even if you're bowling straight there, it's on the pads.
I mean, that sometimes that's James's downfall, where he gets a long way across and he gets trapped RBW, or that shot that he plays sometimes slightly in the air through mid-wicket, which is why they've got that. I think is that Organ in there at mid-wicket with the sun hat on. It's just that little flick through mid-wicket that he loves to play.
Yeah, it's fine as long as you get a bat on it, because that's off about middle stump. Coles gets one slightly shorter, so his defence playing defensively to that one. He's on 13. Allsop's 33. 127 for 3. Sussex currently trail on the first innings by 64. A big morning here. Sussex can not lose too many wickets, hardly any, or even none at all. Then they really are in the driving seat for the rest of this game. If Hampshire can get amongst it, could end up being a 1 innings game. 39th over here, so the ball's reasonably hard. As Abbott comes in again, Coles flicks that away. That's gone fine down to fine leg. Abbott's got his hands on his head again. Coles is flicking that away from very straight, and it actually is, from a bowling point of view, quite annoying if the batter is continually flicking you away on the leg side from straight. But the pressure for Coles is to make sure he gets a bat on it. Just watching this again, I mean, that is literally middle, maybe even middle and off, that he's flicking that away. Very difficult to bowl to, because you don't then want to move too far outside the off stump because you're wasting deliveries. Switching to round the wicket for the left-hander Allsop. Pushes forward defensively. Good comeback from Abbott last night. His first 5 overs, I think from memory, went for about 25. And then had a much better spell, second spell. Here he also picked up a wicket, and the runs started to dry up. Picked up Tom Haynes, caught in the slips by Jake Lehman. Floodlight's still not on. It's a surprise, isn't it?
It is. I think it's just a little lighter, but not much.
Abbott bowls. Allsop again is defending.
Very, very different conditions to the game here against Glamorgan last week, where it was a similar scenario where Glamorgan were right up for 155. I mean, clearly Hampshire got a few more. Then Sussex were overnight 136 for 2 and pressed on to 521. But the conditions were excellent. It was a beautiful sunny day. This is a lot different today, and Sussex were able to go, pretty hard from the beginning last week. But this is going to take some good controlled batting.
Here's the lights if you're watching the picture feed. He's playing a missing. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to Ben Brown. First wicket of the morning. Allsop pushing forward. The ball straightens on him. And Allsop goes for 33, having not added at all to his overnight total. And Sussex are now 128 for 4.
Well, it was always going to be tricky this morning. Tom Allsop drags himself off against his former county. And this is not easy in these conditions. Last week I made the cardinal mistake of saying Sussex have got a long tail, which is in no particular order. Dom Goodman, Sean Hunt and J. Devon Nucat, and those words were sort of firmly rammed back down my throat, because they had put on a 100 partnership for the last wicket with J. Devon Nucat, who looked like a perfectly capable batter, together with James Coles. But I would say, in terms of recognised batters, Kevin, that really it goes as far as 8, which is when Jack Carson comes in. So there's quite a big responsibility here now, on John Simpson and James Coles to sort of weather this storm, really, and see if they can get Sussex, some sort of a lead here. But it's not going to be easy because it's high-class bowling here this morning.
Well, this is a classy batter coming out as well. And John Simpson, left-hander, averages 36 in his career. Over 236 matches.
Yeah, extraordinary.
I mean, terrific having a bat. Well, Ben Brown the same in this game. It makes such a difference. Averaging 34 this year, John Simpson, so he's pretty much on target.
And since he's been here, Kevin, 11 centuries in 2 and a bit seasons.
Good player. As one former prominent Middlesex player who I came across last week said to me, how on earth have we let this bloke leave? He also said that about Eskenazi,
right,
who went to Leicester, I think last year, was it?
Yes.
And he also mentioned somebody else. I can't remember the name off the top of my...
Higgins?
No, he wasn't mentioned.
Right, okay.
The other one will come to me in a minute.
Oh, I tell you, the lad who's gone to Derbyshire has done very well, Martin Anderson. To the stumps, which is interesting. A lot of talk yesterday I noticed about the test match, about the difference between the 2 wicket keepers.
Right.
And some, not criticism of James Rowe, but he put down a couple of chances yesterday. Didn't have a great time behind the stumps at all, and a feeling that maybe he's not quite ready as a test match wicket keeper. I have to say, actually, in comes Potgieter and bowls, and Coles defends down the onside, no run. We were down at Taunton a few weeks ago for a championship game, and he's clearly he's very young. Crumsy's a young, but I thought his wicket keeping was not desperately tidy. Does that, when you watch a Folkes, there's that real sort of crisp wicket keeping.
Yeah.
Or who else? Ben Cox, who keeps for Leicestershire. I just felt he wasn't quite at that level. That's not to say he won't be in time. Potgieter in again, bowls, and well taken by Ben Brown, standing up to the stumps. He's beaten Coles there outside the off stump, and good take by Brown, actually standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I've not really studied his keeping when we've been down at Taunton, or whether they've come to the Utilita. That's a great delivery. That's just bounced and straightened.
Well, it's easy for me to say, having read that article, but it's just no.
Oh no, because I mean, obviously from game to game, people put in varying performances, but that's the difference at test level. You are pulled apart with your technique.
Potgieter in bowls, and Coles plays onto the onside. They think about a single, but it's not there. Alior very quickly round from mid-wicket to field, no run. At the
county level, it's not quite the same, is it? The scrutiny. I mean, you've still got to be a good player to play in the first team, of course you have, but the scrutiny perhaps is not quite as intense. Once you get up to test level, absolutely every ball is picked apart in minute detail, and that's the difference.
Yeah. And I think they were drawing up, and I think sort of Alex Carey set the standard in the Ashes, really, with how well he kept and the pressure that he puts on the batsman as Coles drives, or attempts to drive, completely mistimes it, and the ball just dribbles in front of him, and there is no run. Ball of good length. And I think they were making that correlation with New Zealand yesterday, how well, I can't remember who keeps for New Zealand now, not Tom Latham.
Nichols, not Nichols.
No. But just the difference that it made. And a couple of chances went down yesterday. But yeah, you're right. But you are absolutely right. The light is improving, actually, a little. Not a lot, but it is improving.
Edge through to the keeper, second wicket of the morning.
Poor shot.
Was driving at that one a little wide, wasn't quite a half volley. And Hampshire are on it this morning, not because they've taken 2 early wickets, because they haven't hardly bowled a bad ball. They've made the Sussex batters play. We've got overcast conditions, no lights on yet, which you could argue maybe they should be on, but they're not. And Coles goes for 19, and Sussex this morning have added just 8 for the loss of Alsop. And now the inform James Coles, and all Hampshire are doing is just putting the ball in the right areas, something you can arguably say they didn't quite do, certainly not early on yesterday, and it's reaping rewards.
You could tell James Coles was disappointed, wasn't he, with the shot that he played. He didn't need to play at that delivery, but maybe that's just the pressure that Hampshire are exerting this morning. As you say, they're putting the ball in good areas, runs are hard to come by, and when you do see a ball that looks like a nice half volley, you think, well, I'm going to put that away. But you've got to give credit to the bowler, James Coles. You could tell his reaction when he was out. He was just really cross with himself that he'd played at that delivery. So out comes Tom Price, who had been in good form with the bat before he picked up an ankle injury up at Headingley in just the third match of the season. And as I say, with this slightly longer Sussex tail, I mean, Robinson has been batting at 9 and made 100 up at the Oval. In fact, he batted at 10 at the Oval. There's a big onus here now on these two, plus Jack Carlson, who's the next man in, to get Sussex to some sort of a score, because they're still heavily in arrears here. But this is tough against high-quality bowling.
So here's Abbott again then. Bowls and Price pushes forward. They're going to take a quick single. That's a good run. He's in the gap between Orr and Gubbins, who are patrolling that offside. Just trying to watch that dismissal again of Coles. Keep missing the bit I need to find. So, good morning so far for Hampshire. Where are we? 25, almost 25 minutes into the morning. Not too many runs added. But Sussex now 5 down. I can't find it. It doesn't matter. I'll look at it another way in a minute. 3 for 39. 340 make that. Kyle Abbott in the wickets. Once more. 33 wickets this season. I think Ethan Bamber has 36. He's top.
Yes, he's a good bowler,
Division
Bamber,
1,
isn't he?
Well, that's the other one I was thinking of.
Bamber.
The former prominent Middlesex player said to me last week, Bamber, Simpson, Eskenazi, Anderson, just questioning why they've been allowed to leave Middlesex.
Yes.
So, John Simpson, we've effectively got 2 new batters at the crease because Price has faced 1 ball. This is Simpson's first. Abbott's around the wicket. Simpson's forward. Oh, there's some hesitation there in the middle. Price has to make sure that he runs through, but Simpson went and then stopped. But in the end, it was a fairly safe single, but it looked like a little bit of confusion in the early part of that running.
There definitely was. Yeah, they have let some very good players go, Middlesex.
Yeah, and they're not exactly,
flying.
Well, no, that's not the word I was thinking of, actually. Abbott to Price, that hits high up in the bat as he pushes forward. Flush with good players, let's put it that way.
No.
And that's not being unkind because it is a former county of mine and I do love to see them do okay, but it's been a bit of a struggle. And then when you just name, that's half a side that's been allowed to leave, that actually collectively you could build a side around. So clearly that certain person was clearly frustrated and I only had a brief conversation with him. Wasn't like, how are you, Kev? I haven't seen you for a while. It was like, no, we let these blokes go. 130 for 5. Here's Abbott. Bowls and Price. Oh my word, he's getting a flick away on the leg side, but that was from fairly straight. Just watching that replay again of the run through. Simpson clearly stopped for a while. Just watching the replay of that. He's playing from outside off stump there, Price, and working that away behind square. Well, Price is a good player as well with the bat. He's a useful all-rounder. That's been a good signing from Sussex. He's averaging 52 in the 4 matches that he's played so far in the Championship.
And he's a very good partnership here with Jack Leaning in the game that Sussex beat Warwickshire here. And then he made runs in the first game at Leicester as well. So he had been in good form with the bat. As I say, he was injured at Headingley, just innocuously chasing around the boundary just to field a ball on I think it was the 3rd morning. He just went down in a heap and had damaged some ankle ligaments and then was out. The game last week was his first Championship game back since then. So, Potgieter is running over the wicket. Bowl to Price, who sit on the pad. I think that was probably going down the leg side. Stifled appeal. There is no run. Jofra Archer has picked up a wicket this morning. Henry Nichols, the man out. So England
How many did he make? Because he was 119 not out overnight.
Yeah, he
He obviously didn't add many.
No, let's just have a quick look. He was caught by Harry Brook for 121. So he added a couple. 269 for 4 New Zealand. Big lead though, 369. Looks like it's sunny at the Oval. As Potgieter is in bowls to Price. They're going to go through for a quick signal again. There was a slight hesitation. Is that a bye? No, it is a bye. That moved a long way down the leg side. Ben Brown was scurrying across. I've just taken his glove off his hand. I think Ben's okay. Maybe just wrapped him a bit on the fingers. But one more to the total, and all runs gratefully received by Sussex this morning. 133 for 5. So they've only added 5 runs. Is that right this morning?
121 overnight.
What am I doing? Oh yes, I'm looking at when the wicket went down. I'm sorry. Yeah, 12 runs.
12, sorry, yeah.
Which means John Simpson on to strike. Potgieter is on his way. Bowls. Simpson defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. This cloud showing absolutely no signs of budging. The Hampshire flag is up today, so I don't know if someone forgot to bring it yesterday, but it's there. It's barely moving. The Sussex flag is limped to the flagpole, and the trees around the ground are just not moving at all. So it's a low blanket of cloud that there's one or two lighter patches, but it's a very overcast morning. Now Ben Brown's going to stand up to the stumps again. The Hampshire skipper and wicket keeper. 2 slips in place. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. A straightish mid-wicket, a square leg and a fine leg. Absorbing cricket as Potgieter is in again around the wicket. Bowls to Simpson, who defends to that fielder at shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Simpson on 1, Price on 2. If you're just joining us this morning, Sussex have already lost 2 wickets this morning, both overnight batters out. Tom Alsop without adding to his overnight score of 33, and James Coles for 19. Here's Potgieter again. He's in and bowls, and Simpson drives firmly to a wideish mid-on. Abbott fields with a sliding stop. But Simpson picks up his second run. Sussex to 134 for 5. Emails, I'd love to get them today. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co. No, it's not. Get it right, Adrian. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. And your Hampshire Cricket, is that right, at bbc.co.uk. Already we've got a couple of them. I'm just having one saying the commentary has gone. I'm not sure if that's on the feed, David, or whether it's on the radio. In comes Potgieter and bowls, and Price drives. That's the best shot of the morning. That's a nice shot, slightly over pitch from Potgieter, and Price played a very stylish drive through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 138 for 5. I'll just leave you with Kevin for a bit while I just investigate whether the BBC stream is up and running.
So that is the second boundary of the morning. And what, half an hour's worth of play? Good tight stuff here from Hampshire, putting the home side under real pressure. They currently trail by 53 to Sussex. Lost half their wickets. Looking very much like it could be a 1 innings game here, which I think Hampshire would have taken at various points yesterday. Here's Abbott round the wicket to the left-hander Simpson. Simpson push drive up to wide mid-off. And there is no run. So we're into the 43rd over of this Sussex reply. Abbott 3 for 42. So 0 for 25 at one stage in his first spell, so it's a really good comeback from the man who turned 39 on Thursday. I wonder if he'll get another year at Hampshire. I'm sure he'd love to. Seems stride when he's 40 years old next year. It's pushed out into the covers. He's bowling as well as ever, which his stats suggest. We mentioned that yesterday, where over his career of 190 matches, including this one, averages 20 a wicket. He's just over 740 wickets now. This year, he's averaging 19. So he's not getting any worse. And arguably, you keep taking wickets at 19 apiece. That certainly deserves another contract. Here he is. Around the wicket once more, past the umpire, and Simpson again can do no more than just defend. Umpire's having a look at where Abbott's landing. I think it's more how wide of the crease he is rather than over the front line. You okay, Adrian? All sorted?
Well, I think we're going to get on the BBC website, so I'll just do this update to the listeners in Sussex and Kent. Kev, is that all right if I take over from you just for a minute, and then? But we are going out on the BBC website, so I think it's on the club feed that's not going out at the minute. There's Abbott wheels around at the far end of the ground, comes into bowl to John Simpson, who will be 38 next month as a 39-year-old bowling to a nearly 38-year-old.
Old man's game.
So there's hope for us yet, Kev. Bit of a discussion going on in the slip cordon there. Ben Brown, hands on hips. Chatting away to his colleagues there in the cordon. Toby Albert, Tom Prest. There's Abbott.
Thank you very much. Cricket update.
In comes Abbott. Around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, plays into the offside.
Let's now go to Hove. The latest was Adrian Harms watching day 2 of Sussex against Hampshire.
Well, we were hoping for a sunny day here at Hove today, but it's very cloudy and very overcast, and that means very good bowling conditions. And Hampshire have certainly exploited those bowling conditions this morning because they picked up both Sussex players who were not out overnight. Tom Alsop out without adding to his overnight score of 33, and James Coles out for 19. So Sussex now 136 for 5 in reply to the Hampshire total yesterday of 191. They are playing in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 284 for 7 against Surrey. And meanwhile, down that game at Canterbury, Kent still going on very nicely. They're 391 for 9 against Middlesex.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Adrian, who is watching.
End of the over. 138 for 5. I'm just going to pop next door and just make sure everything is okay with the stream.
Sure. So Delano Pokita will continue from the C end up the hill. 14 overs, 2 for 25. So he's bowled 4 overs this morning for 6 runs. Just exactly what Hampshire would wanted from him. Those 2 wickets came last night. Here he is bowling to Tom Price. Price off the back foot, clips that nicely through the covers. He's found the gap, racing towards the pavilion. It's a fairly short boundary away to our left. And that is 4 runs. Much to the delight of the members there in their front row seats. Nicely played by Price. Just a little bit of width there from Popkeeter. Takes Price on to 10. 142 for 5 now. Our Sussex. Got nicely on top of the bounce there, Price. Gubbins chasing after that forlornly. His Popkeeter again past the umpire. Price drives, doesn't really time it as it goes out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Kyle Abbott. The 2 wickets have eight to his overnight total. So 35 minutes of play this morning. Sussex trail by 49. Here's Popkeeter once more. 2 slips wait. Bowls to Price. Price drives again, finds Abbott. Ball gets to him a little quicker this time, but can't pierce the field. Well, I don't know whether it's slowly but surely this cloud is clearing. I'm not sure it is really. Maybe a fraction lighter than what we started at 11 o'clock, but it really is minimal. Complete contrast to yesterday's blue sky. Popkeeter just taking his time here as Price is remarking his guard. That's because Ben Brown is up to the stumps. Potgieter starts his run once more. Comes in and bowls. Full delivery. Driven, not timed. This time it goes out to mid-wicket, fielded by Ali Orr. Score remains on 142 for 5. David Boyle has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Morning to you, David. First Hampshire email of the morning. Normally it's Stephen Clark, but he must be off on his holidays somewhere. David says, morning. As Potgieter comes in, bowls to Price. Very full delivery, goes under the bat. Well taken by Ben Brown. He says, may I just add a name to your discussion? Lewis McManus? Question mark. I'm not convinced that Hampshire have had a better wicketkeeper than Lewis in recent years. Unfortunately, his batting figures led to him being replaced by Brown for red ball cricket and McDermott and now Abbott for white ball cricket. He was a very natural wicketkeeper, wasn't he, Lewis McManus? Now at Northamptonshire, doing a good job there. But yeah, probably just endorses what Adrian, who first brought up the subject earlier this morning, who's now gone off to make some tea. So length ball, Price pushes that out quietly in the covers, end of the over, 142 for 5, and 21 runs have been added for the loss of 2 wickets so far this morning. But it does reinforce the argument that you really do need your wicket keepers these days to be very good with a bat. And I suppose you could blame Adam Gilchrist for that. I think many people blame Adam Gilchrist, the Australian wicket keeper, for upping the ante. And every team expects their wicketkeeper to be a top class, almost a top 5 batter these days. So yeah, they're under pressure for different reasons. Not just because they need to do good glove work behind the stumps, but they also need to be a batter that can score plenty of runs as well. The umpires, I think, are looking at the ball. Would you change it if you were Hampshire? It's been going well for them so far this morning. Looks like the umpires are happy, or are they? No, hang on. They're walking towards the pavilion, both of them together. And the lady whose name escapes me, who's the guardian of the balls here, looks like she's going to make a second entrance.
Brenda Lower, who's got her... She's a bit chilly over there today, Brenda. She's got a cardigan on or a mac on, I'm not too sure. I'm not quite sure why the young ones have to walk quite so sedately over to the far side, but anyway. So Chantry and Burns walking in tandem. Well, it's been Hampshire's morning so far. What have Sussex added? They've added 21 runs in very difficult conditions. I thought the light was improving 10 minutes or so ago. I'm not so sure now. It seems to be closing in a little, but this is not straightforward. And Sussex still in arrears by, what, 49 runs?
Well, I don't know. I'm still sitting on the fence here as to whether it's a good idea for a ball change.
Yeah.
It's gone pretty well. Pretty about as well as Hampshire could have hoped for in the first 40 minutes. Nevertheless, we are going to get a different ball. Somewhere in that box is a ball that's something like 44 overs old. We had that one, didn't we, after about, what, 2 overs?
Yes. Yeah.
Last night?
Yeah, Tom Haynes cracked one away through backward point. I think it hit the advertising board and presumably damaged the ball in some way.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been an easy decision. Just pick another new ball. Whether or not it was, I don't know. I didn't ask that last night. I should have done. I always think the next morning, I think, why didn't I ask that? Why didn't I ask that? Why didn't I ask that? Should have asked. And I spoke to Kyle Abbott last night as well. Not on camera, just away from that.
And sometimes when you're doing an interview after the game, if there's journalists there as well, and you ask your question, you think, oh, that's done. Then a journalist asks a really good question, don't you? And you think, oh, yeah, that's the one I should have asked, really.
Fortunately, that's not happened to me too often. I'm not saying I ask brilliant questions, I don't. But I usually, when I finish mine, I just disappear.
Yeah,
I don't hang around.
So they might ask a really good one.
They might.
But you haven't heard, yeah. But they've got the benefit, you see, of waiting and waiting, haven't they? And
they're not stupid.
No.
Well.
Yeah, not all of them.
Here's Abbott. Simpson's driving up to mid-on. There is no run.
So the feed is back on. There was a very brief problem, but Jack and Isaac, as ever, are beavering away and have sorted it all out, which is great news. Jack, who's on the Sussex media team, he ended up being the cameraman yesterday because the cameraman didn't feel too well. So
I think I saw him out in the car park.
Right, yes, he didn't feel great.
No,
so
he was by the car and he looked a bit worse for wear.
Yes, so Jack, who doesn't normally operate the camera, so I mean we are Sussex, pretty light on staff, so it's all hands to the pump really.
Played out on the onside by Simpson.
So that was. I think the cameraman is back today, and he's fully restored. So that's good news.
He's one that I normally see at the Oval.
Right.
I can't remember his name.
Okay, yes. So I think they sort of do a little sort of tour around. So he's not a Sussex employee, I don't think. I think the ECB have got these various cameramen to come. That's why the stream quality is just improving year on year around the county championship circuit.
But again, staying round the wickets, Simpson pushes forward. That ball's just come into infraction as it goes out square on the leg side, fielded by Orr.
I think it is a tad brighter over the downs, but not an awful lot. And it's in fact the Hampshire flag is now starting to flutter proudly on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right. Generally speaking, I know with Sussex, it's generally the scorer, Graham Irwin, who brings the flag.
All right.
And is responsible. So I don't know who's responsible for Hampshire. Someone's responsible for putting the flag in. And
it's almost like the flag knows that it's been a good morning for Hampshire. So
yes.
It's beginning to flutter a lot more proudly, saying, look at me. How good are we? Edge, third slip, caught. Driving there, Simpson.
Good catch,
and that's
actually.
A catch. I think Toby Albert or Jake Lehman. We'd be one of the two anyway. But that went quickly, about chest height. And it was held. I think that's Lehman.
Yes, I think it was.
That's Lehman. A really good catch. It was straight at him, but nevertheless had to react, had to get the hands in a good position early. And it never looked like being dropped. And Abbott has picked up his third wicket of the morning. Sussex's third wicket of the morning has fallen. And John Simpson goes for 2. And perseverance again. It's just nagging away both Abbott and Potgieter, and they're getting the rewards. 142 for 6 now.
So Sussex this morning have lost 3 for 21. Well, let's not take anything away from some very good bowling from Hampshire this morning. They've barely wasted a delivery. They are favourable conditions, we have to say that, but that's the way the county championship goes, isn't it? It's played over a season and sometimes you get good weather, and Sussex got lucky last week against Glamorgan when they won the toss and were able to put Glamorgan in really tricky conditions with the lights on. And it's a slight reverse in fortunes today with everyone thinking it was going to be a lovely sunny day, but it's far from that. And when you've got someone like Abbott, who's before this week had taken 30 wickets at 19, coming in favourable conditions, he's a handful.
Yeah, and listen, it's not rocket science today. It really is a day just to bowl line. I mean, most days are line and length days. Of course they are. Sometimes you have to work a little harder to make things happen. But, really today, it's just about bowling straight, short of a length, and just waiting for something to happen in terms of the ball doing something. You could argue, actually, that ball change was a good move as well now, because it's picked up a wicket without an addition to the total. But, when you've got somebody who's experienced as Kyle Abbott, he knows, he doesn't need telling. He knows that it's a day where you just bowl. You don't even think about it, really. Just run in, put it on line and length. Obviously, the challenge is to keep doing that. But what Abbott and Potgieter, even though he hasn't taken a wicket this morning, have done really well is they've actually put Sussex under pressure because the score's going nowhere.
Yes.
But actually, Sussex are losing wickets. And that plays on their mind as well. Jack Carson is the new batter.
So, been good form with the bat this season, Jack. But this is a really stern test. He'll lack nothing for courage and determination because he's that sort of a cricketer. But I would say these two are the last of the recognised batters for Sussex.
In comes Abbott. Forward is Carson. Pushes that up to mid-off, fielded by Organ. He's got his sun hat on, which, let's be honest, is that really needed today? But he wears it anyway. He's one of those that wears it rain, shine, whatever, hailstones, whatever you get. He's got his sun hat on.
He's a sun hat man.
Yeah. but it looks a little out of place on a day like today. But he won't mind that. He certainly won't mind that when he looks up at the scoreboard.
Absolutely.
There's Abbott. Carson. Oh, Carson's beaten outside the off stump. The Hampshire players got excited there for a moment. Great stuff, Kyle Abbott. How many times have I said that over the years? 4 for 42 from 16 overs. And if I very quickly do the maths, this morning he's bowled 5 overs, 3 for 10.
Well, there we are. But
just watching that again. Yeah, the ball hasn't done a lot, actually. He's played inside the line, Carson. Expecting it probably to nip back a bit. It's just really gone on with the arm.
Actually, Sussex have lost 5 for 52 since Tom Haynes was out. Well, we have got a change of bowling. I think Sussex will be slightly relieved to see the back of Delano Potgater, who's bowled very well throughout, just that nagging line and length. But now Eddie Jack is into the attack.
Yeah, now this is an important spell from this bottom end as well, because Eddie Jack was going for nearly 5.5 and over last night. So they really can't afford to have that situation, not after the wonderful 50 minutes they've just had.
Jack in bowls to Price, who's defending a ball of good length out into the offside. There is no run. Plenty of encouragement from the slip cordon headed by the wicketkeeper Ben Brown. Just the 2 slips in place. And not only are Hampshire taking wickets this morning, they've got a squeeze on the runs as well.
Yeah, I mean, everything so far has gone their way. You know, whatever they will have talked about in the dressing room, and they will have done, believe me, that this literally is going to plan.
Jack in again. Bowls always forward is Price. Played onto the onside. He was just denoting something there, Tom Price. I don't know what he was saying to Jack Carson, but it moved a bit off the pitch, or Carson comes down, has a little word to his partner. So the arrears are, what are they, Kev?
49.
49 still.
70 at the start of the morning.
Yeah.
Potgieter's figures this morning, 5 overs, none for 10 with 2 maidens.
Wow.
You add that to Abbott's spell.
Jack in bowls, forward comes Price, pays to middle, fielded by Abbott. You know Carl Abbott far better than we do. Is he just going to keep coming here, or would he have to be given a breather? Or
that's a difficult one, isn't he? 39 years of age, and what is he? He's bowled. He's already bowled 5 overs this morning. I think he'll certainly have another one with a new batter in.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Because you'd feel if he could get all through this partnership, near into the tail. Jack in again, bowls to Price down the leg side, taken by a tumbling Ben Brown, and there is no run.
I think you have to look at what sort of comes next as much as anything. You know, you could argue that Potgieter, could carry on and just switch ends and hope that Eddie Jack settles into a nice rhythm for 5 or 6 overs. I think that might be a plan. Will they risk a spin at this stage? I'm not sure. Don't think they will.
No.
So I think if it was me, I'd give Abbott another over, and I would put Potgieter down the hill.
Jack and again bowls to Price. They get a little low, play to mid wicket forward by All, and there is no run.
John Stevens has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says about Nick Gubbins' comments on whether the game would have been called off. It literally was after just the first 2 overs, and I think we can all agree that there was some extravagant bounce in those first 2 or 3 overs.
Jack in bowls. Price is forward, plays that down the ground. They've got a real stranglehold on here at Hampshire at the moment. That's a maiden over from Eddie Jack, 142 for 6. Sussex desperately, I say they desperately want this cloud cover to lift. Yes and no. I mean, clearly Sussex would like the cloud cover to lift, and perhaps Carson and Price could get the scoreboard ticking along. On the other hand, if it hangs around like this, it might not be too easy if Hampshire comes
Well, this
down.
is it, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, ideally, you want to polish off the Sussex innings, and as you do so, you see the clouds lift. I mean, that would be the absolute.
Yes.
That would be a win-win. Yeah, so John is questioning, does the pitch meet the required standard? I think it's too early to say that, really. I mean, to be honest, it's nothing like the first 2 or 3 overs we saw. But I think that was a lot down. You said it was damp.
It was really damp.
Just before the
yes, I went out
start.
to put the microphone on.
Yeah,
Abbott is
so
continuing.
that's nothing to do with pitch preparation. Length ball to Carson, who defends back down the pitch. I think what it is producing is producing very watchable cricket. You could argue that we're into a day and 50 minutes of this game, and we've already had 16 wickets fall. But I think, as you've said quite often here, that the pitch does get a little easier as we go through, and then towards the end it deteriorates a bit. Well, that's not a bad pitch at all. Carson works it away on the leg side.
No, I mean, I think there are good pitches at Hove here. They leave a little bit of grass on because they like to bring the slip cordon into play. You get good bounce for the bowlers. I think generally at Hove, if you bowl well, you get rewarded. If you bat well, you get rewarded. There's a bit of turn later on. I think we might be having a different conversation this morning. If we'd woken up this morning, it was a beautiful sunny day. I think the overhead conditions are helpful to the bowlers, but let's take nothing away from Hampshire, who've bowled to the conditions here this morning. I don't think there's too much wrong with the pitch.
Agreed. Not today. But bowls, Carson defends out square on the offside. Going back to the wicket-keeper and runs debate we were talking about earlier, Ross English has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who signs off saying enjoying the commentary from the apparently family stand. So where's the family stand here? Well, is that the group in the corner?
I would imagine what we call the shark stand away to the left-hand side. I don't know if they call it the family stand, but I might be slightly out of date.
Well, anyway, it's somewhere. For any Hampshire supporter over a certain age, says Ross. Just break off as Abbott starts. Comes in for another delivery. That's bounced a little bit at Carson. Hits him high on the pad. For any Hampshire supporter over a certain age, the wicket-keeper stroke runs debate will always bring to mind Michael Bates. Not a huge average, but great value behind the stumps. It was natural, absolute natural. And the CB final, that was back in 2012, remember that, Lords? Without his skill standing up to Kabir Ali, the game may have been Warwickshire's. That's right. Great last ball. I took stumping off the last ball, standing up to Kabir Ali. Yes, that was a wonderful moment, a wonderful game. Here's Abbott. In again to Carson. Carson defends. Sussex going nowhere here.
Actually, the piece that was in the Times yesterday, I forget if it was Michael Atherton or Steve James had written, and they were talking about great stumpings. And a stumping in, I think it was a Sydney Test match that Jack Russell took down the leg side off a Gladstone Small.
Right.
And they were just saying, that was just a class bit of wicket keeping.
I saw Gladstone Small. He was at the Robin Smith Memorial.
Was he?
Yeah, last Thursday. Yeah, he was there. Stoney. Here's Abbott again, and Carson's going to take a quick single out onto the offside. He's finally off the mark. His 8th ball is received, and a run added.
Excuse my ignorance slightly, Kevin. Actually, I was associated Gladstone Small with Warwickshire.
Yeah.
How long did he play for Hampshire for? Did he?
He never played for Hampshire.
Right. Okay.
No, I mean it wasn't just Hampshire people.
Right. Okay.
There was people like Alex Stewart there.
Right. Okay.
Alan Lamb.
Crumbs. So it was a who's who of that era.
Graham Gooch.
Right.
But Mike Gatting.
Wow.
There's probably one or two others that I can't remember off the top of my head. But no, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't just Hampshire people there. So, Jack Carson on 143 for 6. If you're just joining us this morning, Adrian Harms, Kevin James on commentary. We also mentioned Isabel Duncan. She isn't here today, so we wish Isabel well. So he goes back with me and Kevin, certainly through until lunch. Sorry.
John Malone's been in touch. Hello, John. Who's momentarily lost the commentary on the stream, but he said it's back now, and David Sharp says similarly. And it's going to be Eddie Jack. Little pile of sawdust in front of him, runs away from us, coming into bowl to Jack Carson. Just the 2 slips, he's in and bowls. And Carson cuts his way through the covers for 4 runs. Well, that's a good shot by Jack Carson. Bit too much width from Jack, a little too short as well. And Carson eager to seize on an opportunity to get the scoreboard moving. He goes to 5 and Sussex to 147 for 6.
Yeah, well, it doesn't need me to tell Eddie Jack that that's a little too short on this pitch in these conditions, because pitching the ball up has been what it's been all about this morning. In fact, it's what it's been all about the game, to be fair.
Yeah. Jack in the bowls, and Carson's going to get 4 more. Well, that's a rather fortunate boundary for Jack Carson. He's edged that. Had there been probably a 4th slip, that would have been a comfortable catch. But there isn't. There's just the 2 slips, and Jack Carson gets another boundary. And these are all welcome runs for Sussex. 151 for 6. It means the arrears are now 40. Other messages from David Sharp and Terence Sadler about the feed, which is now back with us on the YouTube channel.
The drive's been a risky shot this morning.
Yes.
Unless it's a half volley, you are leaving yourself a little bit wide open, as James Coles found out, John Simpson found out. That's not quite a half volley.
Jack in again, bowls, and Carson is going to get just a single on this occasion. A little too short. The fielder down though on the cover boundary. Jack Carson goes to 10. Crumbs, the scoreboard was quick there. 152 for 6. If you're just joining us, 3 wickets have gone down already this morning. Tom Alsop without adding to his overnight score of 33. James Coles for 19. And John Simpson well caught in the slips by Jake Lehman. Kyle Abbott, the destroyer-in-chief. Jack in, bowls to Price, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown. There is no run.
You just got to be repetitious as a bowler here. Just bowl the same ball, every single ball. Don't need to do anything, don't need to think about anything. That ball did shape away a little bit, although it was a little wide to start off with, but that was the length. Just got to keep it there.
I've had a note through about the family stand, actually. Thank you, Chris, who's exposing my knowledge. Jack comes in bowls to Price, who has what can only be described as a yahoo at that. Didn't move his feet and was looking to club the ball away through the offside, and a little fortunate not to get a nick on that. It goes through into the gloves of Brown, no one. Thank you, Chris, who's up in the Spen-Carbon Pavilion. He says, for cricket matches at the Sussex County Ground on Eaton Road, the T20 Vitality Blast family stand is located in the northwest corner of the ground, situated next to the indoor school and directly in front of the nets. So thank you, Chris. I didn't know that. Jack in, bowls, Price defends solidly down the track. Jack fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. By far the most expensive over of the morning. 9 runs coming off of it. Sussex 152 for 6. Carson on 10. Price is also on 10. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC with Adrian Harms and Kevin James at a cloudy, overcast Hove, and a debate going on between Ben Brown and Kyle Abbott, which I would imagine would be something along the lines of, how many more do you want to bowl, Kyle?
Yeah, that was the most wayward over the morning, that one. Just shows, even on this pitch, you've got to get it in the right areas. When you do, it causes problems, especially in these overcast conditions. And when you don't quite get it right, it's easy to get away. It's been a feature even yesterday under the blue skies, cloudless skies that we had.
Yes.
So you've learnt something about the ground today then, Adrian?
I have, yeah. Things I should probably know, really. So, but thank you, Chris, for digging me out of a hole. Just looking, Nick Gubbins involved there. Is he sort of one of the lieutenants to Ben Brown? Would he be one of those that Ben would turn to for a little natter?
Yeah, I mean, you're always your experienced players. You're always going to... Ben is a bit like that. I don't know if he was like that when he was here, but he is very much like that at Hampshire. And of course, he is our 50-over captain, Nick Gubbins. Here's Abbott. He's bowled him. Well, it was just as well he did have another over. Whatever the discussions were, it's worked. And Carson goes off stump, completely knocked out of the ground. And that is a 5-wicket haul for Kyle Abbott. Yet another 5-wicket haul. Carson departs for 10. And Sussex find themselves 7 down now for 152. Kyle Abbott, that is his second 5-wicket haul of the season, behind his 6 for 21 against Yorkshire at Headingley in the second innings.
Wow. So from 90 for 1, Sussex are 152 for 7, so they've lost 6 for 62. against high-quality bowling from Kyle Abbott in, it has to be said, bowler-friendly conditions. I'm kind of thinking here now that from a Sussex point, I mean, I don't know whether this is meant to lift during the day. If it doesn't, it's not going to be easy for anybody to bat here today. The new man coming in, I'm not sure he's going to come in at 9. I mean, I don't know whether it's going to be... I mean, J. Devon Nudcat batted really well last week with Tom Haynes. It is going to be Dom Goodman, who I've seen very little of. Dom, well, he's principally in the side to bowl, but he's coming in to join his former Gloucestershire teammate, Tom Price. Goodman last week against Glamorgan in his first innings for the club made a single. Sean Hunt made 3. J. Devon Nudcat shared that century stand with James Coles. He contributed 12 of those, did J. Dev. I thought he looked a pretty decent number 11. But it's, with due respect to the Glamorgan bowlers last week, it was a lovely sunny day. And Abbott is clearly a high-class performer. And this takes him, to 35 wickets for the season. I think that's just one behind Ethan Bamber as the leading wicket taker. Is that in the country or in Division 1, Kevin?
Division 1, I think it is.
I'll have to have a double check.
Here's Abbott then to Dominic Goodman. Oh, that's bounced.
Yeah.
What a length that's hit.
Wow.
And what a ball to receive first up. Probably the first one we've seen bounce off a length this morning. There was something in the back of my mind that when Dominic Goodman played a few years ago for Gloucestershire against Hampshire down at the Utilita, that he put in a rearguard action. I'm not sure if it was with Josh Shaw.
Right.
And they just batted and batted and batted, and Hampshire were pushing to win the game, and they salvaged a draw. I'll have to look that one up, but it's in the back of my mind that is actually what happened. I'll look at that. It'll take me a little while, but I'll find it. 152 for 7. They've lost 4 for 31 this morning of Sussex. Goodman drive back past Kyle Abbott. That's a lovely shot. Probably the second best shot of the morning. There haven't been too many of them. And that was a confident shot off the front foot.
I always wonder in this situation whether attack is the best form of defence in many ways, and whether a quick 20 or 30 here for Sussex is perhaps more value than prodding and poking around.
Well, maybe Goodman has decided that. Actually, that was in the air. You could argue that was a half chance for Kyle Abbott. I'm not sure he had a chance to react, but it actually was a bit uppish. Probably about knee high when it passed Abbott. Here he is again, bows to Goodman. Goodman pulls that away on the leg side. Hasn't really got hold of it, and it sort of loops away to it mid-wicket, where there is nobody, unfortunately, from a Hampshire point of view. Now, is this a sign that Goodman is going to have a little dart?
I just wonder whether that might be... in fact, the highest wicket taker in the country, Kevin, is Ben Rain of Durham. He's taken 39.
Oh, right.
So Kyle Abbott is closing in on that.
Rain's got a few in this game, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. The game against Northamptonshire. Yeah. Oh, and Matt Potts has taken 37. Jimmy Anderson 36.
Oh, there we go. Goodman hits it in the air, caught back with a point. And that is Felix Organ. And that is 6 wickets now for Kyle Abbott. Just had a push at that one, Goodman. Maybe just got carried away with the shots that he'd played previously. And it is now 158 for 8. Sussex are behind by 33. And this morning, this game is moving rapidly forward. I might be checking out the hotel tonight, the way we're going.
Yeah, I think he'd made up his mind, Don Goodman, wasn't he, the way that he was going to play, and he used to say that was a wrong tactic. Interesting, as he walked off, I thought Kyle Abbott definitely had a word with him, which was, you can only imagine what that was.
Certainly looked at him, didn't
he? He did, yes, I suspect.
I think it's one of those, don't take any liberties with me, youngster.
It probably was something along those lines, I would imagine. Sean Hunt is coming out at number 10. As I say, no disrespect. Sean's got a first-class half-century to his name. But I thought J-Dev was rather good last week at number 11 for Sussex. Maybe there'll be a rearguard action here. Well, someone needs to bat here with Tom Price, don't they? And I wonder whether Tom Price might be looking and thinking, do you know what? Let's get a quick 20 or 30 and get a Hampshire into bat here, because this is not easy. The skies are still fairly, it's a little brighter over to the southwest, but there's no great breeze or anything.
I might get out there myself and blow the clouds along a bit.
Yeah.
It's getting to that point now, isn't it?
Yeah, I might be holding them back. Yeah, so Rain 39, Potts 37, Anderson 36 in Division 2, but Abbott is right amongst them now.
Here he is bowling again, and that's pushed back to the bowler. So Kyle Abbott with 6 for 49. And I think that'll be his best figures of the season, because the 6 wickets that he took up in Yorkshire in the second innings. Oh, actually 6 for 21. It's his second best figures of the season. Can you believe that? 6 for 49. It's not even your best figures of the season.
What is extraordinary is, and I thought this when I was just doing my little bit of research before the game, I think I said to you yesterday, you've got Jake Lehman in the side, 654 runs, averaging 65. I think he's 4th in the run takers in Division 1. Pretty much the leading wicket taker, or certainly the joint leading wicket taker in Division 1 of the County Championship, and Hampshire have only won 1 game. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, it just shows you how much they
rely on
a couple of players.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, without being a disservice to Ben Brown and Nick Gubbins and what have you, but you're relying on half your side really to dig you out of holes.
Jack comes into bowl to Price. He's in and bowls, and Price plays firmly into the covers fielded by Orr, and there is no run.
37 for 5 this morning.
Yeah. Well, as we walked in, as I say, all the few Sussex supporters I saw, everyone was sort of looking and saying, didn't think it was going to be like this today. And as I say, we must take nothing away from Abbott. It's been a tremendous spell of bowling, but they are, helpful overhead conditions. I think that's fair to say. Jack, back to his mark. And is in again, bowls to Price, who's forward and runs that one down to third man, which puts Sean Hunt on strike. I would imagine Ben Brown was skipper of Sussex when Sean Hunt made his debut. That was a game, I'm pretty certain, up at Old Trafford during just after COVID, I think. So I remember I had to stay in the hotel on the ground at Old Trafford. And Sean made his debut. I think he took 3 wickets. And the game ended in a draw because it snowed. It was the first game of the season, and on the last day it snowed. And I remember some of the Sussex lads who were playing sort of snowballs out on the outfield. So Ben will know Sean, but it's all about, can he get some runs as Jack is in bowls to Hunt, who digs that out. He's given out LBW. Sean Hunt picks up a second baller. He's on his way, is big Sean Hunt. A better first baller. 159 for 9 as the ninth wicket goes down. And what an extraordinary morning we've had. And in fact, Sussex have lost 8 for 69 since Tom Haynes was out late yesterday. And that does indeed bring J. Devon Ducat out to the crease. I just wonder whether Tom Price is slightly regretting taking that single, but I guess you've got to take every run that is available to you. And maybe you better give the hotel a ring here. Well, we don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? Oh yeah, in fact, it was his second ball from Sean Hunt. I do apologise.
Well, he's played all round that one. I mean, it is angled in a fraction from Eddie Jack, but he has literally played down the Bakerloo, that one. Full delivery, good bowling from Eddie Jack, good thinking delivery, that one. Get a full delivery into the tail enders and you've got a chance. Well, yeah, so 38 for 6 this morning. What a morning.
Yeah.
What a morning. It's breathless.
It is breathless.
It's unbelievable. Well, I'm smiling because there hasn't been a lot to smile about in the Championship for Hampshire this season, and there's still an awful long way to go in this game for both sides, but I'm quite enjoying just seeing a wonderful period for Hampshire.
I think you're allowed to enjoy
well, that's very kind of you to say that. Hopefully a few of the watchers and listeners will agree with you.
Jack in bowls to J. Devon Ducat. Perhaps J. Dev likes batting at number 11, I don't know, but certainly last week he kept James Cole's company. It was interesting because James was sort of honing in on his double 100 and J. Dev kept getting the strike and holding on, and he certainly gets into line. I just wonder if Tom Price gets back on strike, whether he might just decide, you know what, I'm going to have a bit of a bash here. And see if he can get 10 or 15 runs. Jack in bowls, and J. Devon Ducat is going to get caught. He's going to get caught in the covers by Ali or
Gubbins.
Nick Gubbins. So J. Dev goes second ball. And Sussex are all out. They're all out for 159. J. Devon Nucat, for all my saying it looks a good number 11, is caught in the covers. What an incredible hour and 10 minutes. We've seen 7 wickets go down, and Sussex are bowled out for just 159. That is remarkable.
7 wickets for 38
Wow.
in an hour and 10, as you say. Absolutely unbelievable. A bit of meat on the bone as well for Carl Abbott. His 6 wickets, second best figures of the season for him, as I mentioned. His 34th 5-wicket haul and more for Hampshire in his... how many games has he played for Hampshire? I'll just quickly look that up, actually. Playing for Hampshire, this is his 124th first-class match.
Well, sort of my take on it, and you've played the game at a high level, Kevin, so I'd sort of bow to what you say, but I think that the people might be looking at that thinking, 191, 159, there's a problem with the pitch. I don't think it's so much the pitch. There's a bit in it for the seamers, clearly, but I think the overhead conditions are playing a huge part here, and Hampshire are putting the ball in the right areas. They're bringing the heavy roller on, unsurprisingly. And we'll have to see now what Nudcat and Hunt and Goodman and Price can do. But Hampshire Fairs will be going up those dressing room steps, perhaps not scarcely believing they've won a first innings lead.
Abbott's figures this morning: 7 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 17.
Wow.
Wow. Well, it's listen, let's be honest. It is like yesterday, a pitch to bowl line and length on and put the batters under pressure. If you do that, then the batters, it's a combination, isn't it, really? It's the ball is still doing a bit, but also, it's batters sometimes thinking, well, hang on a minute, well, more than sometimes, thinking, how am I going to score some runs here? I need to be positive, and it's causing the downfall. Simpson driving, caught in the slips. Coles driving, caught in the slips. It's got to be a half volley. In these conditions, it's got to be a half volley. If you're driving at a ball that isn't, you are taking a chance.
I think what Kevin and I will do, because it's been an exciting morning, we haven't had much of a breather, I think we'll just have a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with cool commentary, but we'll leave the effects mic bubbling away. Well, welcome back to Hove, where Kevin James and myself are just sort of taking stock, because that was a pretty breathless morning, and Kevin has just given us the great stat of Sussex. Well, not a great stat if you're a Sussex fan. Sussex losing 7 for 38 this morning in 14.5 overs, did you say, Kevin?
Yeah.
And overall, Sussex losing 9 for 69. To be bowled out for 159. Now, if you're just wondering what on earth has happened here this morning, well, I guess two things really. And the first thing to do is to pay tribute to a terrific bowling performance from Kyle Abbott. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 49, which makes him the joint leading wicket taker in Division 1 of the County Championship alongside Ethan Bamber. Terrific bowling performance, aided by some overhead conditions that we weren't expecting at Hove this morning. There's cloud cover, it's thick cloud cover. We wondered if the lights might be on at some stage. They haven't come on. But nonetheless, one or two shots in different shots, I think it's fair to say, but some very good bowling by Hampshire. And it means that Hampshire have got a lead here, Kevin, of what, 32?
32 run lead.
32.
Yeah.
So what can Sussex do? J. Devon Nudcat is going to get things underway, bowling from the Cromwell Road end. He's coming into bowl to Toby Albert. Around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Albert shoulders arms. It's that one passed by shoulder high to John Simpson. And I'm sure the Hampshire players on the balcony at the far end are cock a hoop, I should say.
God, unbelievable. Yeah, a few more stats for Kyle Abbott. 5 for 17 this morning off 7 overs. With 2 maidens. In his 124th match for Hampshire, his 34th 5-wicket plus haul. Eddie Jack finished with 2 for 58 overall. His figures this morning: 2.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10.
With Nudcat in bowls and fielded in, very well fielded actually, by Tom Price, scrambling up backward point when there is no run.
And Sussex, you mentioned a good stat actually, from the fall of the first wicket, lost their last 9 wickets for 69, which eclipses Hampshire's effort of losing that 10 wickets for 137 after putting 54 on for the first wicket. Yeah. So there's been some collapses in this game already.
There has. Actually, when you take out that 54, you're quite right. A lot of wickets have fallen for not many runs. And Nudcat around the wicket, bowls and let go by Albert through to Simpson, and there is no run. And as I was saying earlier on, Sussex had the benefit last week of winning the toss and bowling first in really horrid batting conditions with lights on and poor light and all the rest of it. And this morning the tables have been turned. But now what can Hampshire do?
Well, this is a big third innings of the game, isn't it?
It is.
A big third innings.
And Nudcat around the wicket, bowls let go by Albert, taken by Simpson. There is no run. These are sort of conditions actually, and I'm sure if there was a combination here of a Nudcat and Robinson, that's not to take anything away from Hunt or Goodman, but let's face it, Robinson is a test match bowler. These are ideal Ollie Robinson conditions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, and let's be honest, Hunt and Goodman weren't really on it yesterday. I tell you what, they're going to have to be on it today.
Yes, they are. I mean, certainly if it's going to stay like this all day, who knows where this game might go. The Nudcat around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Albert, plays it down the track to mid-on, fielded by Sean Hunt, and there is no run.
It just feels like there could be a wicket every ball.
It really does, doesn't it? And the light is actually getting no better. I thought it was improving slightly. I think it's always closed in again. We haven't had the floodlights on so far today, but it's chilly here. And we were saying yesterday it's free admittance tomorrow for Father's Day, but you're sort of wondering if this carries on much longer, how much cricket there's going to be. There's a Nudcat round the wicket, bowls, and Albert drives fairly confidently into the covers, fielded there by Daniel Hughes. There is no run. End of the over. Hampshire 0 for 0 at the end of the opening over. It'll be interesting to see who takes the new ball for Sussex. I was wondering, after the way he bowled in the first innings, whether they might have gone for Price, because certainly he bowled that nagging line and length.
That wouldn't have been a bad shout.
It's not going to be. It's going to be Sean Hunt. But I don't think Tom Haynes will let things go too long here, because certainly it's been proven that, pitching the ball up line and length is bringing wickets in this game.
Interesting also, the opening combination for Sussex was switched ends from the first innings.
Yes, that is interesting.
I think, right, for the first 2 or 3 overs, I think it would be the best time to face Wicket until the ball gets, the lacquer off, and then we'll start to see something happening. Here's Hunt then, left arm over to Gubbins with a half century in the first innings. It's played out into the covers. That's well fielded by Carson. And Nick Gubbins, just going on, we were talking about his interview last night and saying various things. One other thing he said, he feels in good nick. And he's got a lot of 40s, and I think it was his 4th half century of the season yesterday with a top score of 80. He just feels that his game's in a good shape, but he just can't get the big one at the moment, which often happens. But he is being consistent. Half century now would be handy. That's outside the off stump, swinging away. Gubbins leaves alone.
Ian Scales is not happy about the Sussex batting performance. He says it's absolutely dire. He says, "No, you can't read this out." But
well, I think you've got to hand it to the Hampshire bowlers this morning. Didn't make it easy at all.
No.
Not at all. There's Hunt. I'll tell you what. Hunt reminds me of. That's cut away. Good stop at point.
A very good stop.
I was thinking about this. I don't know why I was thinking about this morning or last night or whenever I was. Sean Hunt reminds me of Paul Walter bowling at Essex.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Sort of quite
similar sort of approach.
Lumbers in and tall and sort of not smooth. And those of you that watch Paul Walter bowl, you'll probably say, Kev, that's an absolute load of rubbish. But he does remind me of him.
Similar length run up as well.
Yeah, comes in again and bowls. Gubbins playing a miss in outside the off stump, and 1 or 2 are getting excited as the ball goes past the outside edge. Joe Summerton's been in touch, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Says, how happy are we to have the evergreen Cal Abbott taking wickets for fun today? Proven age is definitely just a number. As with James Anderson, no reason why he can't keep going into next season and beyond if he wants to. I think he does want to. His sun is just starting to appear where she is in Hampshire, and maybe will reach you in time for Hampshire to enjoy their second innings. It hasn't reached us yet. As Hunt is in, and Gubbins leaves alone. Late decision. Good one.
Yeah, in fact, on that theme, actually, Kevin Ian, who was not happy with the Sussex batting performance over in Findon. I won't read out the rest of your email.
Oh, sorry, I've cut across your email. Apologies.
No, not at all. No. Ian says he's in Findon, which is west of here, and he says the weather is brightening from the west, so that bears out what your emailer is saying from Hampshire. So it looks like the weather is drifting in. We don't want it to drift too quick.
No. Get to lunch, and that buys you 40 minutes extra.
That's true.
Who knows, by this afternoon session, it will all be nice and clear again. Outside the off stump, but it was clear, nice and clear yesterday, and it was still hard work. That's a good accurate over from Hunt, as that's a maiden.
I think the light's getting worse. Seriously, I don't think we're far off floodlights here, you know. It's certainly not improved. The umpires seem quite happy. I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are behind sort of tinted glasses, so sometimes the light is slightly straight. But looking out, I don't think it's great, if I'm being perfectly honest.
No, if I'm honest, all morning I'm surprised the lights haven't been on, but clearly the light meters are showing different to what we're seeing.
4 slips go down, and Woodcat races in, bowls to Abbott, let through, goes to Simpson. There is no run. And the flags, both flags now, are absolutely, pretty much limp to the flagpoles. There's barely a breath of wind. And as I say, when a photographer came into the commentary box and made a cup of coffee and said, it's cold out there. So but people who, if you're thinking of coming down today and you think I'll just put the shorts and a t-shirt on, might be advisable to put on a jumper because it's not the warmest. The weather forecast did say it was going to be a little cooler today, but I didn't think this cool. And Nudcat motors in, bowls, let go again by Abbott outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. We'll have a quick look at what's going on around the country, actually. It's been so exciting here this morning that we've not really had our eyes on the ball on other games. So in the Test match, England fighting back, actually. New Zealand 317 for 6. They lead by 417. Jofra Archer in amongst the wickets this morning, 3 for 58.
It's 3 fallen this morning then, yeah.
Yeah. England have getting themselves back into the game. Well, I say back into the game. They've still got a lot of work to do. So that'd be all sorts of records, I'd imagine, if they knock loads of runs off. Nudcat around the wicket bowls. Abbott is forward, plays to mid on, no run. At Chelmsford, Nottinghamshire 156 for 4, trailing Essex by just 28. Two sides very much towards the top of the table. Glamorgan 314 for 7 against Surrey in Cardiff, and after they were 74 for 6 at one stage. Mason Crane is 92 not out.
He got in the 90s early in the season, didn't he?
Yeah, I think
Is it 99?
I think he did. Yeah.
He's done an awful lot of work on his batting.
Nudcat in bowls, let go by Abbott outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Which, as I said, I thought the light was bad. I think he sort of brightened up again suddenly. Leicestershire 217 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 32. Leicestershire the bottom side. Rian Ahmed 92 not out. I'm not so sure he shouldn't be playing in the Test match, if I'm being honest. But there we go, batting at number 3 for Leicestershire. The leg spinner. Warwickshire making good progress at Taunton, 122 for 2. It's raining in Taunton. Somerset 208 all out. Nudcat bowls forward into the offside is Albert. I forgot we've got an update coming. Good job that they played the music. Else I'd have forgotten.
There's too much to admire out there in the middle at the moment, isn't it? We've nearly had 3 overs here and there's not been a run scored.
No. It's certainly not easy. How are Kent doing? Let's have a look. Middlesex 10 without loss. Kent making 416 in their first innings. Need to get my head around that score. Chris Benjamin making 70 for Kent. In comes Nudcat around the wicket. Bowls. He's beaten Albert. All ends up outside the off stump. The ball thumps into John Simpson's glove. So 3 overs, 3 maidens to get things underway at the start of this Hampshire second innings. And the two batters having a little natter in the middle of the pitch.
Cricket update. Half an hour ago, we heard about Kent's game against Middlesex from Ben Watts at Canterbury. Let's now get the latest from Sussex against Hampshire at Hove with Adrian Harms.
Well, to be honest, we're trying to catch our breath here at Hove this morning. It's very overcast. It's actually quite chilly and ideal bowling conditions, and to an extent that Sussex have collapsed this morning. They've been bowled out for 159. They lost 7 wickets for just 38 with Carl Abbott, the chief destroyer for Hampshire. He took 6 wickets in the innings. So Sussex with just trailing by 32 runs. Hampshire's second innings now underway. They are 0 for 0 after 3 overs, but it's not easy batting conditions here. Down in Cardiff, Glamorgan continued to go well against Surrey. Glamorgan 315 for 7. Mason Crane 93 not out for Glamorgan, who at one stage yesterday was 74 for 6. And Kent have made 416 all out down at Canterbury. Chris Benjamin scoring 70 in reply. Middlesex are 10 for 1 in their second innings. The wicket taken there by Milnes.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Adrian Harms.
And here we've had 20 balls and still not a run on the board. So Hampshire still lead by those 32 runs from the first innings. And that last ball from Nudcat, I just watched that again, and that really did go off the seam. And that's the first one that's really gone big of this second innings. Here's Hunt bowls. It's outside the off stump. It's nice shape on the ball, but Gubbins is looking to leave as much as he can. Hunt's bowled 9 balls now.
This is really key, isn't it? This little spell of the match. In fact, look, you just see the flags are starting to billow a little bit. The breeze is picking up.
Left to right as we look.
Yep, so it looks like it's coming from the west, which sort of backs up what Ian was saying in Finland and your emailer from Hampshire was saying as well.
Yeah. Hunt again up the hill, bowls. Again, he's wide off stump and Gubbins doesn't have to play.
I don't think Tom Haynes will leave this too long, you know. In fact, he's coming down just having a look at where Sean Hunt is putting landing his foot. Jacques Chantry now at this end.
Oh, it's very wide, that last one.
Just with you look at the way Price bowled. You just got to pitch it up here. You've got to make the better play here.
Haynes, Price, and Undercut are your main threats here, aren't they? If Hunt gets basically straight, he could be, but that's wide of off stump. And I mean, it's great. You know, it's keeping it quiet. But when you know, and when we've seen what's happened in the first hour and 10 minutes this morning, where Hampshire just absolutely run amok.
Yeah,
it's not enough to just bowl dots. You're actually looking to put the batters under pressure by actually creating chances, and it might look pretty, the ball going through to the keeper and swinging, but it is too wide. It's Hunt again, straighter this time. Gubbins in behind that one, and that's the end of the over. So 4 overs bowled of the Hampshire second innings. I think it's all allowing us to take a bit of a breather after the first hour and 10, where Sussex lost 7 for 38 this morning to be bowled out for 159, and Kyle Abbott with his second best figures of the season, 6 for 49, with a spell this morning of 5 for 17.
Well, J. Devon Nugcat is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's nattering away there to, who's that up at mid-off? Tom Price. He's now coming into his position at point. So 4 slips in place. Allsop, Leaning, Haynes and Carson. Price is at point. Daniel Hughes mid-off, or extra cover really. Mid-on looks like Goodman. Coles at mid-wicket, as in comes a Nugcat bowls and let go by Albert through to Simpson. There is no run. In fact, Goodman is down at fine leg. So where's Sean Hunt is at mid-on, I apologise. So this game very much in the melting pot. A lead of 32 for Hampshire. Neither side have picked up any batting bonus points in this game so far. So the maximum either side is going to take out of this will be 19 points. The thing is, who's going to take those 19 as Nugcat is in bowls. Ace it on the pad. I think there was an inside edge onto that. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Michael Burns at the far end. Yes, J. Devon Nugcat didn't appeal. The ball went out on the offside, so I reckon that was inside edge onto pad. So Hampshire are on their way in their second innings. Toby Albert on 1.
Yeah, just coming into Albert there. It didn't really swing too much. It was more the angle.
Keeping the 4 slips for the left-handed Gubbins. This is the first time he's faced a Nugcat in this innings. A Nugcat changes his angle of attack. He's coming over the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins clips this one nicely away through square leg. They're going to pick up at least a couple of runs here. Goodman races around the boundary, gets the throw away, and 2 to Nick Gubbins. So both Hampshire openers have opened their accounts. Hampshire 3 without loss.
Well, that didn't really swing either. In fact, if anything, it was a straightish delivery, which probably just angled a little bit further in as it got closer to Gubbins, which meant it was a little bit too leg side. Hasn't really got the ball to go in the air yet. Undercut, we know he can.
He's on his way again, gliding in from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Gubbins, who turns that to shortish mid-wicket. In fact, there's a fielding change there that I should have noticed. Jack Carson has come out from 4th slip, and he's now at a short mid-wicket, would you call that, Kevin?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
He's only 1, 2 and a bit cut strips away from Nick Gubbins. Maybe if that's a lofted shot into the leg side. Tom Price is just in front of square at square leg. There's also a mid-on as a Nugcat in again, bowls and driven firmly by Gubbins back down the offside of the track, and Nugcat gets across and gets a hand to it. Doesn't field the ball cleanly, but deflects the ball in the direction of Daniel Hughes at mid-off, and there is no run.
I wonder what Paul Farbrace thought of the batting this morning.
I thought there were 1 or 2 shots. I think James Coles will be very disappointed in his shot. Perhaps John Simpson as well. I think he would. I think he'd recognise it was good bowling from Kyle Abbott. Yeah, I don't think he'd be overly critical.
No.
And Nugcat in bowls. Forward comes Gubbins played to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. 3 without loss. 1 to Abbott, 2 to Gubbins. He's always very realistic, is Paul Farbrace, and actually he was saying actually that a lot of people are saying, well, if Sussex hadn't lost those 12 points, they would be top of the table and, they would be clear. But Paul made the point, he said, but my counter-argument to that is, had it not rained at Taunton, we wouldn't have picked up the 8 points for a draw, because Sussex were under the pump for the whole time in Taunton. Yeah. And there's no question that was a game that Somerset deserved to win, and they got thwarted by the weather. So this is the great thing, isn't it? I mean, through a season, you get games you escape with draws. You have games when you get good light, and Sussex were on the wrong end of that this morning. So it's just those little variances throughout the season. I'm not surprised at this. Tom Price is coming on to bowl.
Has to come on.
Yeah, I think that's a good move by Tom Haynes.
Yeah. Interesting, you saying it's a bit cold out there. There's still 1 or 2 in the crowd that are wearing T-shirts.
Yeah.
So they must be hardy souls. So Price, with his medium pace, immediately bowls down the leg side. Good stop. Good take from John Simpson.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, 2 maidens from Sean Hunt, but you've just got to make these openers play. You cannot afford to waste deliveries here while the conditions are like they are.
Well, the standard's been set. In that first hour and 10 minutes, it's not good enough now to bowl some maidens with hardly the batter playing. 3 for 27 from 12 overs, Tom Price in the first innings. Bowling from this end uphill. Albert pushes that out to point. Well, we've seen what's happened this morning. Pop Gita bowled a nice steady spell.
Yeah.
5 overs, none for 10, which, with Abbott firing on all cylinders coming down the hill, it was just a perfect combination. And we said in the first innings that the Price, Unadkat, stroke Haynes combinations was the right combination for Sussex. So you can't then, in the second innings, delay that combination. No, immediately he's got Albert playing a missing now outside the off stump. It's just medium pace, but it's just all that's required. So what that ball did there, I'm going to watch this again. As I say, we're not in line, just to emphasise. So yes, I mean, that's just pitched and moved away from Albert. To Albert's credit, he didn't follow it. But it's just that length. Bring the batter forward, move off the seam, and you're in the game.
Yeah.
Price in again. Bowls. A little shorter this time. Albert cracks that away. Lovely shot. Through point. And again, an emphasis there that the ball, from a bowler's point of view, has to be in the right areas. Otherwise, the batters have a chance of cashing in, which Albert did there. Just watching this again, it's all about width there.
It is definitely brighter away to the southwest. Still cloud cover, but you can see it's brighter. So Sussex may not have too long with these conditions.
Here comes Price again, bowls to Albert, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, cool. And if the weather does brighten up for the rest of this game, then what it means is Hampshire will need to get a big second innings total, bigger than he would be if these conditions stayed the way they are.
Yeah.
So either way, Hampshire need to bat well, and they'll probably need a little bit of luck at the same time. Again, it's good shape there, that last delivery from Price, but it was just a little too wide. 7 without loss. Hampshire's lead is 39. Coming towards the end of the 6th over of Hampshire's second innings. Just the one scoring shot off this over, and that's wide again outside of the off stump. As I say, the standard's been set this morning. It's all about making the batters play here while you've got these overcast conditions.
It certainly is. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Welcome, if you're just joining us for the first time today, to the county ground at Hove. Adrian Harms, Kevin James, your commentary team, where we have seen an extraordinary morning's cricket with Hampshire battling their way back into the game. Kyle Abbott with a wonderful display of medium quick bowling down the hill here from the Cromwell Road end. 30 wickets in the season before today. He picked up 6 for 49. Sussex was 7 for 38. And now trying to repair some of that damage that was caused. It is going to be a Nudcat, who has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3. He's making his way into bowl to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. Gubbins is caught behind, is he? Yes, he is. Gubbins goes. And a Nudcat gets the breakthrough for Sussex. A little feather through to John Simpson. Umpire Burns did just wait a couple of moments just before putting his finger up. And Nick Gubbins stayed quite within his rights to wait. But Burns' finger went up, and Sussex have got the breakthrough in the shape of J. Dev and Nugcat. And Sussex really did need that to pick up a wicket during this pre-lunch spell. And Gubbins is on his way for 2.
Well, we do need this cloud to lift, otherwise we're in danger of this finishing tonight. Kept a little low as well.
Yes,
Gubbins is playing from the crease.
Yes, I thought it kept a little low.
Maybe just straightened on him a fraction, just enough. Just watching this again, and pitches, yeah, it does. In fact, I'll tell you what, it's not far away from the off stump. Either way, it's just done enough, but it's done it from a very good line. And that's really what Sussex need.
Yep. So 7 for 1 when Nick Gubbins is out. So to that 7, you need to add 32 to get the lead for Hampshire. And you might say, well, that's not a very significant lead, 39. But in the terms of what's happened here today, it's kind of every run is going to count here. So the new man in is Ali Orr, returning to his the club where he made his debut. Comes from Eastbourne. Missed out in the first innings, making just 3. The innings I remember of Ali Orr when he was playing for Somerset was a one-day game down at Taunton in the 50-over Cup when he made 200 and something or another. And it was an extraordinary innings where he kept belting the ball out the ground. But that's not quite... Well, maybe it is what's required here today. Who knows? Someone decides to go on the attack.
I think what a lot of people will tell you, a lot of coaches will say that the worst thing you do is walk out here without a plan. Whether it's a defensive plan like he played against the Oval or it's an attacking plan, you should go out there with a plan.
And Nugcat glides in, bowls to Orr, who works that one away onto the onside. They've taken 1, but Price is in hot pursuit. Sussex are throwing themselves around in the field as if every run matters, which it does. Orr is on his way. I'm not so sure they didn't come off the glove, actually. Or do you think he came off a bit of bat?
Bounced a bit.
Yeah?
Yeah. Bounced. We've had 7 for 47 today.
Yeah.
In what, an hour and 3/4?
So Jack Carson has moved out the slip cord and he's gone into... Well, in fact, they've moved Tom Price to mid-wicket.
Sorry, 8 for 47. So.
Wow. Can't keep up with it all. And in fact, they've got Jack Carson at square leg. Now, the umpire is just asking Carson just to move a little bit, Jack Shantry, so he can see the crease clearly. So you've got Carson at just about backward square leg and Price at mid-wicket. In comes a Nugcat, bowls to Orr, who sits on the pad. There's a loud appeal. The ball bounces out into the gully, fielded by Coles, and there is no run. It's kind of about survival here for the batters of both sides this morning.
It's nipped back going down. Nipped back quickly as well.
Nugcat turns. The flags are fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard as Nugcat glides in again. Bowls to Orr. Orr is forward defensively, plays into the offside. And there is no run. And he always had he's had a tough time down at Hampshire, hasn't he, since he joined him? And he's picked up injuries. He's got a couple of injuries here in his last season for Sussex, actually. And did he break his arm?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he had a decent start to the first class season back in 24, which was his first season. And then in the very first T20 game, he broke his arm literally in the first over or two. And he carried on batting. Nobody realised that he'd broken his arm. And that massively set him back. I mean, I don't think he played hardly at all the rest of the season.
Nugcat in again, bowls, or up on his toes, steers that to extra cover. There is no run.
And he's sort of working his way really back into sort of getting himself back into being, one of the main batters at the club. His stats, which I think I might have mentioned yesterday, but this is only his 12th game for Hampshire, but he averages 25, and that will include the half-century unbeaten a couple of weeks ago against Surrey, whereas when he was here in his 27 matches, he averaged 39.
Yeah.
So he's kind of sort of, trying to build back a decent reputation.
Yeah. And Nugcat And again, bowls to Orr, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run, end of the over. A wicket taking over from J. Devon Wicket. Hampshire on 9 for 1 with Albert on 5 or on 2. Yes, I think but he did score a ton, didn't he? Did that come
It's
at the
Durham.
Oval as well?
No, he got 100. He's 100 for Hampshire's against Durham.
Against Durham, okay. So he's, and I guess you could say that the runs he made here for Sussex were in Division 2, where he made a couple of big scores. A century against Glamorgan, one against Derbyshire as well, a game that Sussex won. I think it was the only game that Sussex won that season. It is definitely getting lighter from the west. I'm just peering around the corner. There's a patch of lightish blue sky.
Price starts a new over with his right-arm medium pacers outside the off stump to Albert, who leaves alone. Jeremy Patterson has emailed. It's quite a long one, this one, actually. I'll try and paraphrase. Longish, anyway. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, I've got a couple of questions. Apologies if you have already covered the second at length yesterday. I haven't read that one bit. I'll come to that in a moment. Firstly, is Pot Gita only signed for this county championship match? No, this is his last game. This is his third and last championship match. I think he's playing inside the line there, Albert. I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Has his contract been extended? Not that I know of. It's obviously the next championship game is 2 months' time, so it's not something that I've asked the club. I should imagine. Well, 2 months is an awful long time. Whether maybe Hampshire haven't made a decision yet. The thing is with Hampshire and overseas players over the years is that, you know, you get to a point where they think somebody's coming and then something happens. They might get selected for a training camp or something. Here comes Price. Oh, there's a leading edge there from Albert. He was trying to work that away on the onside, and the ball, fortunately for him, goes along the ground quite quickly, actually, to mid-off. As well, he's played one match in the T20 Blast, but I think that was because of injury. In the short time that he's been with Hampshire, I think he's shown how important he is. As for Hampshire's third or fourth best batter, agreed. Played really well at the Oval. And third best bowler, agreed. And secondly, which probably refers for you, Adrian, this one, is Price into Albert, leaves alone. Do you feel that Sussex's punishment by the ECB was appropriate or not? To me, the 12-point county championship deduction, says Jeremy, in brackets equivalent to the points for a draw and 2 batting points and 2 bowling points, was ridiculously light as punishment, especially compared to an 8-point deduction for a substandard pitch, which can happen by accident, stroke a groundsman having, or groundsperson, having a bad day, whereas Sussex's overspend was not accidental. Ooh, well, over to you, Adrian.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to defend the club. All I would say, I didn't catch your correspondent's name, I'm sorry.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. All I would say, Jeremy, I think there was a feeling around the club that people were completely unaware of the situation that Sussex had got themselves into. Now, whether that's, and you know, there's been a lot of talk about the due diligence of the board that were in place, and some of those members of the board have now gone, but you know, certainly the playing side of the club should have been aware that what was going on.
Price into Albert. Albert gets a length ball, plays that out on the offside end of the over, 9 for 1.
Well, I guess if you're the head coach and you say, we'd like to sign Tom Price for next season, and you get the green light from whoever's in control of the purse strings, then you say, oh, great, that's good news. But then when it comes to light several months later that, in fact, the club aren't in the position to have done that, I think it's pretty difficult to blame the people who are recruiting the players. So I think that would be my feeling, that people were genuinely unaware that this was going on behind the scenes. And it came as a huge shock to everybody, because Sussex have always been financially a very stable club, very well-run club. And I think that's why it was such a massive shock, and why members were so angry in the winter. And comes into cat and bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it was 12 points enough. Was it too much? I mean, they've lost points also in the One-Day Cup and the T20. I think probably the bigger penalty for them is the fact now that the ECB are pretty much in control of what Sussex do, and certainly in terms of bringing players in, that's something, even loan players, something that needs to be run past them. It's, that's out of Sussex's hands. And Woodcat in and bowls or plays firmly to mid on. There is no run. So it's not, I'm not trying to defend the club there. What I would say is I think that the people who are in charge of the purse strings, the people on the board, if they didn't know, really should have known that the club was in a perilous position, and they should have taken action last season before it got to a stage where all of a sudden the losses were running out of control. Is that sitting on the fence? And Woodcat down the hill, bowls, or is forward again. That catch a little low. And all plays that to mid off, and there is no run. And of course, the other thing that's come out of this is what I think that thing was apparent to everybody was that because some of the counties have used, and some of the test match counties have used 100 money to pay off historic debt. And if people say, hang on a minute, why can't we use that? But you cannot use 100 money to pay off trading losses. So, losses that are accruing during the year, you can't use 100 money to do that. And effectively, Sussex run out of cash is the bottom line. And Woodcat in, bowls to Orr, who's forward. Plays it to mid on. He's getting a good stride forward here, is Orr, to a Nedcat. And Hampshire, if they can get through to lunch here without losing another wicket, it won't be a big lead. But what they will be hoping is that the weather's going to improve and batting will get easier as the day goes on. Orr is on 9. No, he's not. He's on 2. What we're talking about, Hampshire, a 9 for 1. Toby Out has faced 26 balls for his 5, but that matters not a jot, really. And Woodcat in, bowls, and Orr is solidly forward, and Woodcat feels of his own bowling, and again there is no run. I think he's key here, J. Devon Woodcat. He's going to bowl. This will be his last over before lunch, and I guess at least then he'll get to put his feet up for 40 minutes. He did say last night in the interview that's on the BBC website that he hasn't had a break for a long time, J. Dev. He looks pretty sprightly, looks very fit. But he will be having a break after this game when he goes back to India just to rest up for a while before he returns. And Woodcat in, bowls, or again is solidly and steadfastly forward, plays to mid on. And there is no run. Maiden over from J. Devon Woodcat. He has bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 5. Hampshire 9 for 1, Abbott on 5, Orr on 2. And Orr has got some previous from your previous game at the Oval, Kev, where Ali Orr batted a long time to help save the game for Hampshire.
Yes, he certainly did. Yes, him and Potgieter did a sterling job, along with Jake Lehman. Actually, it was Jake Lehman and Ali Orr that batted together at the end there to stave off the potential threat. Potgieter got 84 not out in the first innings. That's his price. Forward is Abbott, goes out into the covers, and there's no run, where the score remains at 9 for 1. Yeah, Ali Orr, 53 not out in the second innings there, combining with Jake Lehman to avert a possible crisis. I'm just going to finish off that email.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's fine, because it was a long one and it was a couple of things in it from Jeremy. Price bowls, it's full delivery, it's off the bottom of the bat from Abbott, and as the ball was making its way to mid-on, Abbott immediately looked at the bottom. He finishes off by saying, if I recall correctly, Durham were relegated for financial reasons. That was back in 2016, where Hampshire benefited, actually. In rugby, Saracens were relegated for financial breaches, and in football, teams like Sheffield Wednesday last season were given a 12-point deduction. Abbott leaves that one alone. That's kept wickedly low. Almost 2 bounces through to Simpson. Equivalent to 4 wins for financial breaches. It seems to me that the ECB are no better at decision making on financial disciplinary matters than they are on personnel decisions, says Jeremy. That's his words in his email. I was just looking up that article about Durham being relegated at the end of the season. Ironically, the last game of that season was Durham. He's edged through to second slip, second wicket has fallen. And it's Tom Price with a ball that, again, has just left Toby Abbott. He goes for 5. Hampshire 9 for 2. Lead by 41. Just watching this delivery again, and yeah, it's just straightened, and that's a good catch. That second slip. Is that Jack Leaney?
Yes, it was. Well done, Kevin. Yeah, I was trying to see who it was. And Sussex will be relieved to have picked up that second wicket because it is unquestionably getting brighter from the west. And if Hampshire could have got through to lunch, 40 minutes, this weather could clear, you know. So what have we had this morning, Kev? We've had 10 wickets. No, we've had 9 wickets this morning.
9 wickets. What's the score?
The score is 9 for 2.
Right. So we have across the 2 innings so far this morning.
But 9 for...
We've had 9 for 47.
Wow. And in fact, we've had an email in from Abbott, who says, tuning in from India, I'm not sure what's happened in the first hour and a half of the game today, but I was not expecting Sussex to be bowling again so soon. Is there something wrong with the pitch, or is the batting poor in general? Well, I think the pitch is helpful. We have to say that. But it's very cloudy and overcast here, Abbott, and it's been very tricky batting and some very good bowling, particularly from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, and I go back to the remarks that Nick Gubbins made to me last night. He said it's a pitch that's been produced with result in mind, and if you combine that with the fact that we've got overcast conditions, the two combining are just making batting very, very difficult indeed.
Was there anything else in that email you wanted to mention, Kev?
No, that's fine. No, I was just looking up. I didn't see. I was just very quickly looking through the BBC article at the time. It doesn't actually say if Durham were actually deducted points that season, which meant they went down. It basically inferring that the decision was made because of financial irregularities, that they were just relegated, and they actually started Division 2 the following season with a 48-point deduction. Well, that's all it mentions.
Yeah. But it's a great question to ask, and whether it was a sufficient penalty, whether it was too much. If you talk to Sussex members, they'll probably say it was too much. So I guess you pay your money and you take your choice. I can see that Hampshire flag is draped over over at the far end there, in front of the Singer beer tent. There's a flag.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah, a flag of St George with Hampshire across the flag, which was here yesterday. Anyway, that's slightly irrelevant. We're going to have some lunch. It's still cloudy here. It's still overcast, but it is definitely starting to brighten up here at Hove. So, Hampshire 9 for 2. It means they lead by 41. So effectively 41 for 2 in their second innings. We're going to have some lunch, and Kevin and I will be back with you in 40 minutes' time. But thank you for listening.
I think good chance of you might take kick off, which was up for just leave the ball stands. Centre, we're just going to be up, sit in the back five. That 300 now could be about 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. Are you doing us for this one?
Yes. Sorry. Did you send me a message?
No, all good. I just wanted to double check before I
Yeah.
put it
No,
through.
that's absolutely fine. Who's the presenter today? Is it
Stephen.
Stephen? Molly, thanks for all your help today.
No.
Are you in tomorrow, or is it Clara?
Clara tomorrow.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you so much. We got on air, so job done. Have a lovely afternoon.
Amazing. I'll pop you through.
Take care.
And with a look at the latest on our roads and rails, over to you.
Mason Crane made 106. 32 for 2, Middlesex. Both wickets taken by Matt Milnes. So 9 wickets for 37, this one, 47. Actually, that cloud is hanging around, isn't it?
Yeah, 99 was his previous highest.
Well, so he deserved a ton, really. Go.
Cricket update.
Well, let's get the latest from the cricket then. Adrian Harms is watching day 2 of Sussex's game against Hampshire at Hove.
Well, it's been a breathless morning here at Hove. It's a good job we've reached lunch, because in the morning session, 9 wickets fell for the addition of just 47 runs. Sussex bundled out this morning for 159. They lost 7 for 38 in the face of some excellent bowling from Sean Abbott, who took 6 for 49. So Hampshire lead on first innings by 32, but already they've lost 2 wickets in their second innings. They are 9 for 2. Surrey struggling to bowl Glamorgan out down in Cardiff. Glamorgan now 350 for 8. Bear in mind, at one stage they were 74 for 6. And a good morning for Kent down at Canterbury. Bowled out for 416. Middlesex in reply are 32 for 2. Both wickets there taken by Matt Milnes.
Lovely stuff. Before you go, Harms, what have you got on the lunch menu?
Very nice. We've had fish pie for lunch today, and then we've got a very nice remains of a cake. Margaret from the Cricket Museum here bakes a cake for every single game, and she baked us a lovely carrot cake yesterday, and I'm glad to say there's some left over, so that'll do for tea.
Lovely jubbly. That sounds good. Enjoy, my friends.
Will do.
Thank you very much. Of course, you can follow all the action for yourself.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove as the umpires Jack Shantry and Michael Burns make their way out to the middle. Now, if you missed this morning's session, well, it was pretty breathless stuff because 9 wickets went down this morning for just 47 runs. The Sussex bowled out for 159. In fact, this morning they lost 7 for 38. And then in reply, Hampshire have lost 2 wickets for just 9 runs. So the lead for Hampshire is currently 41. And the man out on the stroke of lunch was Toby Abbott, who was caught by Jack leading off the bowling of Tom Price for 5. Alior is not out on 2. And the new man coming out with him is Jake Lehman. Now, what I did say before lunch was that it was definitely brightening up here at Hove. Well, it isn't, is the bottom line. It seemed to be brightening up from the west. There were some clearer skies. But actually, as I'm looking out now, it's pretty much as gloomy and as overcast as it has been all day. So that will undoubtedly please Sussex because the cloud cover has most certainly caused a lot of the problems today. So actually there is no sign of really a break in the weather. I kept thinking there's brighter skies, but there isn't. I'm sure that will please Sussex. It probably won't please Hampshire. But Tom Price has got 2 more balls to bowl in his over. He took the wicket of Toby Abbott just before lunch, and he's now going to come in to bowl to Jake Lehman, who's been in terrific form with the bat for Hampshire. Left-hander, 3 slips in place as Price runs away from us. Uphill comes in and bowls to Lehman, who's immediately on the front foot, driving away through the covers. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary edge. James Coles is in hot pursuit, and Lehman straight away onto the front foot, picking up a couple of runs. Kevin James and I have enjoyed our fish pie for lunch. I wonder whether we're going to get lunch tomorrow, Kevin.
That's exactly my thoughts when you said that. Well, I mean, if this cloud cover stays, then there's no guarantee we will get another lunch here. But you know, it's the combination, isn't it, of a trickiest pitch and the overheads.
Price, and again, bowls to Lehman, who's wandering around all sorts of things at the crease as he was waiting. I just wonder, and plays ball on the onside. There is no run. 11 for 2, 2 to Lehman, 2 for. I just wonder here if conditions are going to stay like this, whether somebody might come in and just take a chance.
Well, it was interesting the way Sussex started last night, wasn't it? I mean, you know, both Hughes and Haynes were very positive and got underway to a very fast start, you know, and that's one way of playing. You know, the other way of playing, of course, is to be very, very particular about what balls you look to go after. And I'm not sure that there's a few batters in this game that can say they've actually been particularly choosy.
Yeah.
You know, that's easy to say from the distance because, you know, once players feel like there are balls out there that are likely to get them out, then they do play differently. So I get that as well. But you know, there's a very big examination of your technique going on in this game. Here's undercut, left arm over, wrapped on the pad. I think Alior might be just an inside edge onto the pad, but it's you know it's nowhere near unplayable. I mean, you know, Gubbins 52, Prest 49. There was 52 from Tom Haynes, 33 from Allsop. All hard working. It's just that there's some skillful bowling going on, and it's not necessarily from the bowlers that bowl a little quicker, although Undercut has bowled well on it. So has Abbott, of course. We've got 6 for in the end. But it's still an examination of the bowlers because they still have to get the ball in the right areas, and when they don't, we've seen how easy it can be out there. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Full delivery there from Unad.
You hear about games, Kev, where players talk about a ball's got your name on it. Is it that sort of pitch or?
Well, not really. It's not the pitch, is it? I mean, that ball there has sort of nipped away. I mean, it's a great delivery, but it's drawn Orr into the shot. So you've got to be skillful and confident enough as a bowler to pitch the ball up here. And those that do have been rewarded. Undercut bowls. There's a push drive through mid-off. Actually, good shot there from Ali Orr. I mean, you have to be prepared to be driven at times. Orr's played a nice shot there. But, the ball has swung, it's seamed, and it's just proved difficult. Batting these days, I mean, listen, let's be honest. If you are hell-bent on staying out there in the middle, you'd look to get forward, as far forward as you can, every single opportunity, and try and take the LBW out of the game as much as you can. So that's one mode of dismissal that you're trying to shut down. Undercut bowls, or gets a thick outside edge, it's running away. Won't go all the way down to the third man boundary. They'll pick up 16 for 2, Hampshire in their second innings, lead by 48. So you try and take that out, and we've seen Ben Brown this morning try and negate that by coming up to the stumps against the medium pacers. So like James Coles was trying to walk down the wicket a bit and come across and flicking it away, and it was proving successful for a little while. Ben Brown came up and he couldn't do that. So there's lots of little things going on within the game, and the next thing you do as a batter, and you think, well, okay, really, unless there is an actual half volley, don't look to drive. Don't look to try and drive on the up. So you try and take that out. Now, what might end up doing is you don't score a run for ages. But it depends on your mindset, whether you want to be a defensive type of batter out there, as undercut bowls. Oh, he's leaving that alone, but it's come off the face. Fortunately for Lehman, it bounces away to second slip. And then there are other players that will say, no, do you know what? If it's wide of the stumps, I'm going after it. And if it's anywhere near a half volley, I'm going after it. So, it just depends on what you want to do out there. And the best way of playing is the ones where have got runs. I don't think there's a right or wrong out there, really.
Yeah.
If I'm honest.
I just wondered the way that Jake Lehman started his innings, whether he's thinking to himself, perhaps I'm better off going on the attack here.
Well, I think we're going to find out. Undercut bowls. Lehman just plods away. I think Lehman's better than that. I think I think he's the sort of player that bats with longevity in mind. And if it means patting the ball back sometimes where other players would go after it, I think he's prepared to do that. He'll try and pick the bowling off more than attack, I think.
Listening to live cricket on the BBC, Adrian Harms and Kevin James, your commentators here today on a grey afternoon on the south coast. Not too much wind, we can tell from the flags on the cloud scoreboard, which are barely moving. A couple of centuries to tell you about. Rehan Ahmed, a lot of people felt that he should be playing for England this week, and he's batting number 3 for Leicestershire. He scored a century against Yorkshire at Grace Road. He's 114 not out. Leicestershire, the bottom side, batting themselves into a good position in that match. 253 for 3, already leading Yorkshire by 68. Welcome to our listeners on Sports Extra 3 as in comes Price and Bowles and all places onto the onside. Needs to be quick here. In the end, it was a well-judged single. It was played to Sean Hunt's right hand, and being a left-hander, he had to move smartly to collect the ball. And it's just one run to Ali Orr. He goes to 8. Hampshire 17 for 2 in their second innings, so that you need to add 32 to get the lead, which is 49, which is not an insignificant sum considering this morning 9 wickets fell for 47 in a crazy morning here at Hove. Now, interesting, Kevin was talking about wicketkeepers standing up to the stumps, and that's what John Simpson is doing as Tom Price comes around the wicket to the left-handed Jake Lehman. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Lehman is bowled! Price picks up his second wicket of the innings, Lehman stands there as if to say, I'm not entirely sure how that got through, but he's gone for 2. And Hampshire are 17 for 3. And that means that today, just 5 minutes after lunch, 10 wickets, Kevin, have fallen in this game.
Well, looking at that again, because we're not in line, but it looks like it's just found a gap between bat and pad. It was the minutest of gaps, and Price has somehow found it. Just watching this again on the replays, around the wicket it has. It's gone between the bat and the front pad. Just slightly come around that, Lehman. It was angled in. And again, there's the beauty of line and length, and that's really what's taken wickets in this game. Just old-fashioned line and length with a little bit of movement. It's examined all the batters' techniques. And some of them are just haven't quite been up to it, but that's a good ball. That's a really good. It's the length on this pitch that's caused the problems. That length.
Well, that's Tom Price's 5th wicket in the match. For those just joining us, particularly on Sports Extra 3, Sussex resumed this morning on 121 for 3, with really no sign of the carnage that was to follow. The anticipated lovely sunny skies here on the south coast haven't materialised all day. It's grey and overcast. At one stage we thought the floodlights would need to come on, and that has undoubtedly helped. But some of the stats, Sussex losing 7 for 38 this morning. Overall in their innings, they lost 9 for 69. And Kyle Abbott this morning was bowling beautifully. Figures of 5 for 17 this morning. Overall 6 for 49. It makes him the joint highest wicket taker in Division 1 of the Championship with 36 wickets. And a lead eventually of 32, which is expected by 17, as in comes Price to bowl to the new man, who's Tom Prest. 3 slips go down. Price in and bowls, and Prest lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run.
Well, Prest made a very well compiled 49 in the first innings, proving that you can bat on this.
Yep.
But he was undone by a very clever ball from James Coles with his left arm spinners, just fired one in. It was an arm ball. Prest, who was batting with the tail end at the time, looking to give himself some room, and was playing across the ball, and it was beautifully bowled. But I think if he was playing normally, he would have been able to carry on a little while longer.
Price, right arm in, bowls to Prest, who works this into the gully, fielded by a tumbling Carson, and there is no run.
Well, if my maths is right, and we've had a full day's play up to this point, we've lost 10 wickets for the addition of 55 runs on day 2.
Yeah, you're right, because Sussex added just 38 this morning. Yeah, so 38 and 7. Yeah, you're right. 10 for 55. Wow. It's been breathless stuff. You can't take your eyes off this for a moment. Price in again and bowls, and driven firmly by Prest to mid-on, fielded by Sean Hunt, and there is no run. So we're talking about centuries for Rehan Ahmed and for Mason Crane. So 2 leg spinners scoring centuries in their respective matches. And actually, we were talking about Mason Crane, and you were saying how you'd heard that he's been working very hard on his batting.
Yeah, well, he got 99, didn't he, early in the season for Glamorgan, and that's his first 100 today, and good on him. I mean, the word was from Glamorgan that he worked incredibly hard on that part of his game.
In comes Price again, drilled down the ground, and half stopped by Price. Is that a run out? No, it's not. Sussex are convinced they've got their man, but umpire Burns at the far end zone says no, that is not out. Well, the last thing Hampshire needed there was a run out. The ball was played down the ground. Price got a hand to it. The throw came in to the striker's end. Backing up was Alior, and he just about got there. Sussex thought they'd got their man. However, that wasn't the case. End of the over, you see, you take your eyes off this for a split second and you miss some of the action. End of the over is what we can tell you. And Hampshire are 18 for 3, Prest on 1, Orr is on 8. Tom Price, the impressive figures of 4 overs, 1 made and 2 for 8. I would imagine that J. Devon Dudcat is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end where he bowled before lunch, and he's so far bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm watching this on the replay. I know it's not square on.
Sussex thought they got him.
Well, I have to say, you'd need... We're watching it in slow motion here.
Oof, it's tight, isn't it?
He's on a cat around the wicket. Always playing a missing outside the off stump there, Prest. I think I'd need to see a still square on to be absolutely certain. But I mean, that's such a close call. I mean, 18 for 3, and then there's possible run out.
Yeah, that would be bonkers.
Here we're
wouldn't
going
it?
to sit again here. Oh no, we're not. We're seeing the
Oh, we're seeing the
replay. Yeah, I mean that's angled in, pitching, straightening. That's difficult to play. Wow. Well, it's nice to know that the action hasn't ceased since lunch.
no.
I'm not sure I can go all the way through to the end of play at this break. It's outside the off stump and left alone this time.
Well, tomorrow here at Hove, as it's Father's Day, and we were talking yesterday about free.
It's Father's Day everywhere, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Not just at Hove. Free admittance to the ground here at Hove tomorrow. You have to go online to get your tickets. But if we carry on like this, we've still got another 66 overs to be bowled today. If we get to continue at that pace. Well, it's showing us that we're still going out. A message that perhaps we're not going out. In comes 100 cat and bowls, and he beats pressed outside the off stump. I'll do some investigations into that.
Press just withdrawing the bat at the last minute, but again, it's a searching length and a searching line here from Unadkat, who had to wait quite a long time for his first wicket in the first innings. He's taken one here. I mean, again, that's just a beauty. It's pitching. He's got to play at it. And he's straightening and bouncing. And Prest, I think, has done actually quite well to negotiate that one. What's more, a thorough examination of the batter's techniques. As down the hill comes Unadkat, left arm round. Prest pushes that out into the covers. And there is no run. So 18 for 3, Hampshire in their second innings. They lead by just 50. And from what we've seen today, that's worth an awful lot more. But it's this game has rapidly moved forward today. Absolutely incredible pace. We had absolutely perfect blue skies yesterday. But even then, through a mixture of some indifferent shots, it has to be said, and some very good bowling, we lost 13 wickets in the day. That's played back to the bowler and there's no run. And here we are with 10 wickets falling so far, but rather more understandably with overcast skies to add into the mix. And bowlers like Unadkat, Tom Price, and I'm sure a little bit later Tom Haynes will revel once more bowling at Hampshire, just as Kyle Abbott did against Sussex. Unadkat down the hill, bowls. Prest defends, gets turned around a fraction. Goes out towards mid-off. As a maiden for Unadkat. 1 for 10 from his 7 overs. Hampshire 18 for 3 from 13 overs of their second innings. They lead by 50 with Tom Prest on 1. Addy Orr is on a 5. And Jake Lehman, the 1 wicket that has fallen since the lunch break, he went for 2. Tom Price will continue, and just to repeat, really, it's the medium pacers and the sort of medium quicks like Abbott that are getting the most out of this wicket, because they are the ones that are pitching the ball up. Right, Tom Price is getting ready to bowl around the wicket to Ali Orr. He's going to have 3 slips up the hill, runs away from us, and bowls, and Orr pushes forward, thinks about the single as it goes up to mid-on. That would have been ambitious. Apologies for the dialing tone you can hear. That's trying to reconnect one part of our output. Price into his 5th over here, 2 for 8 to go with his 3 wickets in the first innings. Price bowls. It's flicked away down to fine leg by Orr. That will take 1 to the total, moves Hampshire on to 19 for 3. Well, what's a good lead? I think it's anybody's guess, really. I think the way we've got the overheads here, it feels like it's not going away anytime soon. I'm sure Hampshire would love it to disappear as quickly as possible. Sussex certainly will do when they start their second innings, whenever that is. At the current rate, that might be just after tea. Here comes Price over the wicket to Prest. Prest was just forward. Goes out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Well, I spoke to one or two people in the crowd. There's a couple of Hampshire supporters here. They were probably like me, really, just stunned at what they were seeing. Price turns. Prest, who's on 1 currently, leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. I'll just have a quick look at some other scores just to try and calm things down here a little bit. The test match. New Zealand are 351 for 7 in their second innings. Henry Nichols, the top scorer there, 121. Only added a couple to his overnight total, actually, but New Zealand's lead over England at the Oval is now 451. Prest drives handsomely, but finds mid-off. And there's no run. I think that looked like a painful stop there. I think he might have got that on his knee. Did Daniel Hughes. He's just limping a little bit as he walks towards Tom Price to hand the ball back. England's women are in World Cup action a little later at 6:30. They're taking on Scotland at Headingley. Other women's World Cup games are taking place. One that's already been completed today. Australia women beat the Netherlands by 98 runs. Scored over 200, did Australia. We're back on the BBC Sport website, and that's good news. Edge first slip, another wicket down. And that's Tom Prest. And he's gone for 1. So that is 19 for 4. And Price has picked up his 3rd wicket. And Hampshire's lead of 51. Just watching the replay here, it's a length ball. It's just straightened. Prest is pushing at it. And that's a fairly routine catch for Tom Alsop. And that's the 2nd wicket that's fallen since lunch. And I mean, I don't know if this is catching. It's probably like a bit like an illness in a squad where it just goes round and everybody sort of catches it. But it just feels as though batters walking out here at the moment are just sitting targets. And there are reasons for it. Yes, you know, the pitch is a bit tricky, and yes, it's overcast. But there's just the regularity of batters coming and going is just incredible. I mean, we've all seen play under lights. We haven't even got the lights on here, which is another matter, which clearly the umpires don't feel it's too gloomy out there to have the lights on. But, you know, you normally get periods where the batters seem to play and miss a lot, or, you know, edges don't go to the slits. But it just seems that every slight mistake that the batters are making at the moment is costing their wicket. Ben Brown has walked to the crease, but he won't be facing the next delivery because it's the end of the over, and Uddercut will bowl to Alior.
I did say half jokingly after lunch we might not be here for lunch tomorrow, but in all seriousness, there's still 65 overs to be bowled.
At this rate, we're not finishing tomorrow, are we?
And Uddercut in bowls to Alior, who's forward, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. So apologies to if you were listening on the BBC website. We are now back online. We've had 1 or 2 technical issues actually over the last couple of matches here, which is very frustrating. So apologies for if there's an interruption in commentary. We'll be going out on the live stream the whole stage, which tells us it's an internal problem we've got here. But trouble is, you miss 5 minutes, you miss a couple of wickets in this game. Daniel Hughes is wandering up to have a word to J. Devon Nudcap. The light again is not good. There's just no sign of a break in this weather. Look at the flags now; they're absolutely limp to the flagpoles. There's not a breath of wind out there. But Tom Price is doing a Sean Abbott, doing a Kyle Abbott for Sussex. Picked up those 3 wickets of 3 for 9, 6 in the match. And Nudcap, Into bowl to Alior. Bowls and or defends straight to square leg, fielded there by Goodman. So 2 ex-Sussex players at the crease in Alior and Ben Brown. Both of whom will know this ground very well. The longer this goes on today, the more you do just wonder whether someone coming in and just going hell for leather here with a quick 30 or 40 just might be the way to go. Just chancing their arm, because poking and prodding around isn't working at the moment.
It's not.
And Wicket in bowls or is forward defensively, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run.
Well, the current rate of the way this game is going, I mean, 75 is a winning lead. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, certainly the way it's gone today. I mean, Sussex lost what, 7 for 38 this morning? 7 for 38. You wouldn't want to be chasing many more than 100, would you? If Abbott bowls like he did this morning.
Well, 11 wickets today have fallen for 57 runs, and we've not lost a single ball in play.
No. Wow. And Wicket in and bowls, or looks to take that one on. It was short. The ball, I think, ballooned. I'm not sure it came off a top edge or quite well. It sort of ballooned into the gully region. Cry of catch. I think it fell short of Tom Haynes in the end. I didn't see actually where the ball pitched.
It was short. He's trying to sort of help it away on the leg side, but I think it's a surprise ball. You know, the batters out there will be looking to get forward as much as they can. I think that's clever bowling, actually. Just every now and then, just stick one in that's a little shorter.
Wicket wants a change in the field. He's moving Dom Goodman from square leg out to deep square leg on that leg side boundary.
I'm not sure I'd be looking to bowl too many bouncers with 19 for 4 on the board.
No.
Don't need to.
You'd feel almost certainly this is some sort of a bluff. We shall see. Carson's come across to square leg as a Wicket is in over the wicket bowls and is bowled short and Alior by 6, both fielders, and hammers the ball away for 4 runs. Well, you've got to say it's a good shot because he's
I didn't. No.
Well, the umpire called a boundary, but then he put his hand across his chest. Did I miss something there?
Well, I certainly have.
Right. Well, I may have completely misread that, but 23 for 4. And Wicket in again. Bowled short and pulled away again onto the onside. Not quite sure why Sussex are doing this, but Orr picks up another single. He goes to 14 at the end of the over. 24 for 4.
Well, I think any boundary in this situation is a welcome relief, isn't it?
It is. I'll just see if I missed something. I don't know. I just thought he made a curious signal, the umpire, which I thought was a bit strange, unless I completely misread it.
Maybe he's got indigestion from lunch.
Possibly, yeah.
So the lead is 56, and you cannot keep your eyes off this, not for a second, because there is something happening virtually every time the ball comes out of a bowler's hands, whether it's just a ball that just shapes a bit, whether it's a player miss, a wicket, which is the more likely at the moment. Price will come round the wicket to Alior. Bowls, or clips that away on the leg side, is running away. Has it run away fast enough to go to the boundary? Not quite. Almost. It's the short boundary side away to our left in front of the pavilion. That's a good bit of fielding. Is that Coles?
Yes.
Good piece of diving from him.
I wonder whether Alior's decided he's going to play a few shots.
Well, he is obviously naturally positive. But, I mean, to be fair, that ball was a little too straight. It's invited, especially to a left-hander, that's invited that shot. But, I mean, it's no bad thing, is it? But as we've seen, you know, you've got to be a little bit careful about going after balls that aren't quite in the right areas. You probably have to. But you still have to be selective. You know, it's good fielding. That's about 6 inches inside the rope when that was pulled back. Here comes Price around the wicket again. All pushes forward. That's the line. Bowled a beauty to get rid of Jake Lehman. 5 minutes after the lunch break, coming round the wicket, just squeezed the ball between bat and pad. Hit the stumps. That's the line to the left-hander.
He had to turn to Tom Price, didn't he, really, because he needed someone to bowl line and length.
Yeah, definitely. 3 for 11 he has in his 6th over. That's a push defensive shot up towards mid-on. You really do here have to play with the straightest of bats, I have to say. The bat has to be perfectly in line as you bring the bat up and bring it down through the line of the ball. You cannot have the bat wavering around at all, or everything has to be in perfect alignment, and you need to play the ball as straight as you can when it's in that sort of area that brings you forward, and the line of the ball is straight. You cannot risk playing across it. Extra fielder coming out into the short mid-wicket area for all. 26 for 4 Hampshire, 58 is the lead. As Price bowls, that's on the line of middle and leg. Immediately goes to that fielder who's just been placed there.
Is that a glimmer of sunshine?
Ooh.
I think it is. Away to the west, it is a lot brighter.
Well, it does feel a little brighter, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Just
it
a
does.
little.
Definitely.
But we've had this before.
Yeah,
haven't
we have.
And then
Just before lunch. Yeah.
Just goes a little duller again as Price comes in again, or he's playing on the back foot. No, it's just a fraction too short. It is very interesting, you know, that where bowlers pitch it on this. I mean, that's just short of a length. So that's quite easily played by Elliot. When it's just that few inches further up, that's where the problems are. Or it's 16 from 29. From a Hampshire point of view, somebody needs to play a major-ish innings. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Simpson, but the ball just bounced a little bit. Left or good delivery. There's always something happening. Every single over that's being bowled here, there's at least something. And in most overs, there's probably 2 or 3 things that are happening. Just watching this again, yeah, see it's pitched and it's straightened. Made all play. Fortunately, it's just done a little too much.
Are you getting an irritating clicking in your headphones?
It's probably my headphones, I think.
No, I think they're in my headphones.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. I'm sure it's not going out to our listeners. So we have 1 or 2 technical problems here this week. So hopefully it's not annoying if you're a listener, as Tom Price gets a good round of applause. Those in the southwest corner stand. There is a quiz that we haven't had time to read the questions out, to be honest. This game has gone by so quickly. But it is going to be J. Devon Nudcat who's coming into bowl to Ben Brown, who's on a pair, the ex-Sussex skipper. There is no run. It's a quiz all about Hampshire and Sussex. Presumably, most of it is about Hampshire, who are the visitors here this week. It's available on the Sussex Cricket Museum website. But just an idea of some of the questions here. The answers are available at the end of the match. But cricket is from time to time played on Bramble Bank in Hampshire. Now, where might that be? Now, I don't know the answer, but is that the sandy bank in the middle of the Solent, where they sometimes play at Christmas and that sort of thing? And
I think it's about October time, is it? Or November or something.
In comes a Nudcat bowls. Brown is beaten outside the off stump. They didn't miss the off stump by very much either. And Nudcat's got his hands on his head.
But he's lasted longer than first innings. That's 2 balls he's faced.
Which Sussex family supplied 3 generations of players to Hampshire and Sussex?
To Hampshire, that's nipped back. I think it's almost gone over the top of the stumps, that one.
Yeah, it didn't miss by very much, did it?
What, read that question again.
Which Sussex family has supplied 3 generations of players to Hampshire and Sussex? Would that be the Parks?
Oh, I think of 2 generations. I don't know who the third one is.
Nudcat in bowls, and Brown works out rather uncomfortably to backward point, and there is no run.
That sounds as though that could be the answer.
I'm only guessing. As I say, we don't know these are definitely the answers. They put the answers up at the end of the game.
Be preparing it now. Oh, right. So, yeah, obviously I remember his dad,
So Bobby, Jim.
Jim Parks, who was a keeper, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And the other one is also Jim.
Yes.
Jim Horace Parks.
Bobby Parks would have kept to you, yeah? Comes
yeah.
Newcap bowls to Brown, who plays on the onside, no run.
So James Horace Parks played one test for England in 1937. J.M. Parks, his father, that was his grandfather, so his father, James Michael Parks, played 46 tests.
Who's the Jim Parks
between 54 and 68, and then Bobby, who actually did keep for England as a substitute wicket keeper.
Did he? Here comes a Newcat around the wicket bowls. Brown is caught and then dropped and then caught again, and Ben Brown, on his return to Hove, has bagged a pair. And Newcat picks up his second wicket. It was a juggling catch by Jack Leaning at second slip. Ben Brown goes. Hampshire are 26 for 5. And Ben Brown, such a popular figure down here at Hove, trudges off. He'll be desperately disappointed. But he's not the only player in this match who's failed to score runs. And Newcat picks up his second wicket, figures of 2 for 15. And the longer this goes on, it seems almost odds on now this game is going to finish in 2 days unless something really quite dramatic happens.
Well, yeah. As I say, it's like it's one of those days that nobody is getting away with any mistake at all. That he is pushing a little bit at that Ben Brown. It is a full delivery. It is inviting the shot, but he's just a little bit too far away from it. And again, I mean, that spilled initially at first slip, and it's come up nicely to take it on the second. It's just one of those days where absolutely everything is going the fielders and the bowlers' way, and the batters have just got absolutely no say in it. Any slight mistake, they're gone. And yet, how many times do you see a game where you think, oh gosh, that's another mistake, there's another player miss, there's another this, another that, but there's never a wicket. This is just one of those complete opposite days.
Well, the lead for Hampshire now is 58, which, the way this is going, might take some chasing down because this is bonkers. The Newcat motors in to bowl to Pot Gator, who plays to mid-on and fielded by Sean Hunt. There is no run. So J. Devon Newcat has bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 15. This is sort of slightly reminiscent, isn't it, of the test match at Lord's a couple of weeks ago where wickets were just falling all over the place. Talking of which, what's happening in the test?
They've got a big lead, haven't they?
Yeah, huge lead. New Zealand 362 for 9, so lead of 462 for New Zealand. 3 wickets apiece for Archer, Fisher, 2 for Tongue, 1 for Jacob Bethel. So Bobby Parks kept in a test as a replacement.
Yes, he did. I'm pretty sure I remember that, and that was around the time that he was playing at Hampshire and I was playing there as well. And I'm sure, was it Bob Taylor got injured in the test or something?
Well, that sounds about.
I think it was Lord's.
Right.
I'll have to look that up.
God, he was a good keeper, wasn't he,
Yeah.
Bob Taylor? We did have some good.
But
keepers.
he's another. See, going back to that discussion we had this morning. Would he?
No, would he?
Natural keeper, but batting.
Yeah. That's why Jack Russell didn't play as many tests for England, wasn't it? Because he had Alex Stewart at the time.
Yeah. Right, here's Tom Price. Wouldn't rule out a wicket in this over. The way things are going. Lovely drive, but only one bounce to mid-on.
Not far short.
Almost carried. So, where are we? We are 26 for 5, which means, and we've had no break in play at all on day 2. It means that 64 runs have been added in total, and 12 wickets have fallen today.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
No, I don't think I've ever seen a day like this. And as most people will know, you've seen an awful lot of cricket. I've commentated and played an awful lot. I don't think I've seen many days like this, if at all. His forward is Ali Orr. Oh, I'm just looking this up. I need to take my mind off the cricket here. It's making me very nervous.
Yeah.
Right, 1986,
Right.
the 4 wicket keepers match.
England against.
New Zealand at Lords. So England's starting wicketkeeper Bruce French was hit in the head by a bouncer whilst batting. Specialist batter Bill Athey temporarily took the wicket-keeping duties for 2 overs until suitable gear could be found. Retired England wicketkeeper, oh yeah, I do remember this now, Bob Taylor, who'd been drinking in a hospitality tent watching the match as a spectator, was called in by the captain Mike Gatting to take over the gloves. The following day, Hampshire wicketkeeper Bobby Parks arrived at Lords to replace Taylor for the rest of the game. There we are. Length ball, which Orr is very watchful about as he pushes that down on the onside. So there we are. I didn't realise it was the 4 wicketkeepers match. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you remember those sort of things. You know, anybody that's called into the England side for whatever reason, you know, they're your teammate.
Bob Taylor was having a drink, and because Bob Taylor probably
incredible.
He used to bat what, about 9 for England, Bob Taylor? Something like that.
Wouldn't be high, would it?
No.
But isn't that amazing? You go there, you know, you get introduced to everybody in the tent. You know, this is Bob Taylor, former England keeper. Yeah. Oh, great, you know, have a beer. Yeah. And then later on in the day, you're going on and keeping in the test. So Bobby Parks wasn't even the first reserve. That's turned around on the leg side, goes to square leg, no run.
That's a terrific story, isn't it? What was it, 86, you say?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my second season at Hampshire. Yeah.
So that'd have been just because we went to Australia. It was 87 when we won the Ashes in Australia, and Bill Athey was still at Yorkshire at the time because he played some cricket here as well.
He did, yeah. I remember bowling to Bill Athey here. Yeah. Good player. Very correct. Very correct player. Price bowls, and that's turned into the gap on the leg side. Single. Almost every run here has been applauded. It's been tough for the batters. The bowling has really tightened up from Sussex in this second. It's early on.
Yeah.
The Sussex bowling got better as the Hampshire innings went on, but I think Sussex have been much better on it early on. Hence why Hampshire are 26 for 5. 27 for 5, make that. The lead is 59. Remember, we are only day 2. We're not even halfway through day 2 yet.
No, we're not. We've got 61 overs to go today.
Yeah. 25. Great match figures. 6 for not very many. There he is again. Bowls, and that's Potgieter pushing forward. End of the over.
We're talking about Middlesex and their travails, and some of the players that go. They're really struggling down at Canterbury. 47 for 4. In reply to Kent's 416. A player I wasn't familiar with, Hassan Mahmood, has picked up a wicket for Kent. Funnily enough, my local Indian restaurant is actually run by Bangladeshi guys who are absolutely fanatical on cricket. Whenever I go in, they go, "Oh, cricket." And they're playing a one-day series against Australia at the minute. I think they were 2 up in that series, Bangladesh. But Mahmood is a Bangladeshi, so he's making an impression down at Kent at the moment. Who are having a good season. Didn't start off too well, but they're going along very nicely under Adam Hollyoake.
Ever since that social media ban came in.
Yeah, that's true, wasn't it? Yeah, because they were getting a bit stuck. I think they lost their first 2 games heavily. And all of a sudden things have turned around down at Canterbury. So they've got this leg side trap in place again as in comes Nudcat bowls to Orr. Outside of the off stump, let go through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. So there's a deep fine leg who's Tom Price. And then Jack Carson is kind of 2/3 of the way back, backwards square leg. So the trap is set. I'd be surprised if Ali Orr goes for it, but you never know. As I say, I'm probably getting a bit boring here, but just wondering whether, it's just so many chances there aren't, because this is such a low-scoring game that, a quick 30 could just make a huge amount of difference. Now, there's another change in the field. I think Hughes just going a bit straight up mid-off. There's a massive gap through the offside between mid-off and backward point. Nudcat in bowls and Orr plays that into the offside. That's a well-taken single. Just dabs it into the offside as Ali Orr. He goes to 18 and Hampshire to 28 for 5. I was just reading on the BBC website as this wicket goes down. Whoever's writing up today says, I'm losing count here as the wickets tumble at Hove.
Not the only one.
Yeah. And you'd count those brighter skies are just ominously staying away. As Anukat comes down the hill, 3 slips and a leg slip, bowls to Podgita, who plays onto the onside. He's not off the mark yet. And Jack Carlson's warming up, which is interesting, or maybe he's just doing some stretching, is Jack. I'm not so sure. He's looks as if he's getting ready to bowl. I'd just be a little surprised that Sussex would change things around at this stage.
Well, I think you just want somebody that's going to make the batters play, and there was a bit of a hint of turn, wasn't there?
Yes.
For the Sussex spinners.
Just get in, bowls, putting a place firmly to mid-on, fielded there by Hunt. And there is no run play to get underway at Taunton at 2:15. Quite a bit of rain down there today, so it hasn't been the wall-to-wall sunshine across the country that that's what we're expecting today. Warwickshire 138 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 208. And Glamorgan eventually out for 358 against Surrey down at Cardiff, but that's some recovery, having been 74 for 6. Gus Atkinson taking 4 for 61. So he's in form. Feeling is that he'll be back for the test match. I think it's next week at Trent Bridge. Nudcat in bowls and defended by Potgater out into the offside, fielded by Hughes, and it's another dot ball.
I'm trying to think of the longest period we went yesterday without a wicket. It's probably that first.
I reckon it was probably the opening stand of the match.
First 70 minutes, wasn't it, of the game?
Yeah. Alsop and Haynes batted quite a way together, didn't they? What was that partnership? 51 between those two. That came in fairly quick time because Sussex were going on quite quickly at that time. I think you're right, the opening partnership of the match. Abbott and Gubbins. Nudcat in bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 28 for 5 are Hampshire. To that you need to add 32, which gives you 60, is the Hampshire lead. And Tom Price, unsurprisingly, is going to carry on for Sussex.
It was just under an hour that Haynes and Alsop put on 51 for the second wicket last night.
Yeah.
Daniel Hughes went at around about 20 to 5. Haynes was out at around 25 to 6. So, yeah, it was less than an hour. So the very first partnership of the game is the longest that 2 batters have been together. An hour and 10 minutes.
Wow. Well, and actually, if you'd have said to someone after an hour yesterday that we'll be in this situation on day 2, we'd have laughed, wouldn't we?
Yeah. 39 for the first wicket, 51 for the second wicket, Sussex. That's when they were at their most prolific. And then it all changed. Right, so Price is going to bowl. He's got 2 men on the drive on the leg side around the mid-wicket area for Ali Orr. He pushes forward. It goes to one of those 2 along the ground. So 19 overs have been bowled in this Hampshire second innings in one of the most crazy days of Championship cricket for a very long time. And I'm sure there are others that will say, no, it's not. I remember this and I remember that. Well, might need to help us out because I can't think of one. There probably is. Here's Price, bowls and or flicks it away, or does he? Not taken cleanly by Simpson. It may actually be a bye. Yeah, it is, yeah. Down the leg side. Simpson trying to get across. Couldn't take it cleanly. 29 for 5 then, Hampshire in their second innings. They lead by 61. They had, for the record, a 32-run lead after the first innings.
And that doesn't sound very much, but...
Yes. I mean, somewhere along the line, we've got to return to normality, surely. I mean, you can't keep this up all day. Really can't, surely. I'd certainly be a brave person to bet against that, though. That's Potgita who pushes it back, and I think it's, well, it certainly hit the stumps at the bowler's end. I'm not sure if it's come off Price's end. That would be the icing on the cake, isn't it? If somebody gets run out of the non-strikers and backing up. Just watch this again, actually. I'm not quite sure what. No, it didn't touch anybody actually. As it went through to the stumps, it missed Orr and it missed Price. Bit of bottom hand in that drive there from Potgieter, which just closed the face a bit. He's faced 7 balls yet to get off the mark. Here's his 8th length ball, which he plays very straight to, very watchful. You really do have to pick your deliveries here. Halfway through his 8th, 3 for 12, Tom Price, and in the first innings, he claimed 3 for 27. So he currently has match figures of 6. What did I say? 3 for 27.
3 for 27, yeah, and now
3 for 39.
Right.
6 for 39. It's not bad, is it? Eh?
Well, it must be career best, I think.
Well, I'm going to have a quick. I was going to say, just as I said that, I think we'll have a look. Past 100 wickets in his career in the first innings. That's played out on the onside. There's an underarm throw from Coles, and there wasn't really anybody backing up, so it was very nearly some overthrows. Is that his best match?
He was 90. You're right. He was 99 wickets at the start of the game. So let me just double check.
I'll have a look. Yeah, go on. I can save you a job. I'll save you a job. Yeah, go on. I can tell you in about 30 seconds here. His best match return with the ball, which obviously will be for Gloucestershire. 10 for 73. So he's way off.
Would that be the game where he got a he got a hat trick and 100 in the same day, didn't he, for Gloucestershire?
Oh, I'd have to look that one up. Forward is Potgieter.
Yeah, there was a game
to the over, 29 for 5.
I think it might have been against Durham, but I may be wide of the mark on that. But I'm fairly certain he got, or was it against Worcester? Maybe it was against Worcester when he got a hat trick and 100 in the same day.
So that was for Gloucestershire, obviously.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. See if I can work this out.
Yeah. Oh, Tom Haynes is coming on to bowl. He's been a bit of a golden arm, Tom Haynes, of late. And he's coming into the attack, having in the first innings bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, taken 2 for 17. And in fact, last week against Glamorgan, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 5 in the second innings. So he does nibble the ball around, does Tom Haynes. But he's bowling to his old teammate, Ali Orr, who is top scorer here for Hampshire. He's made 18 of the 29 runs, so the other 5 have only made 11 between them. In fact, they've only made 10 between 5, 2, 7, 9, yeah, 10. There must have been a couple of extras. So, 2 slips in place. As Tom Haynes, the cloud cover remains steadfastly in place and worked away by Orr. Down towards third man, they've taken 1. They'll think about coming back for the second, but it wasn't there because Carson was very quickly interfield. 1 more to the total.
Oh, I think I found it.
Okay.
It was Gloucestershire against Warwickshire in September 2022 in Bristol.
Okay.
Game which Gloucestershire won by 3 wickets. In the first innings, Price 18.2 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 46. So this is a big build-up. In the second innings, 13.5 overs, 5 maidens, 8 for 27.
Ooh. Haynes in bowls, forward comes Gator, plays into the onside, no run.
As regards batting, he got 6 in the first innings, 5 not out in the second, so no, it wasn't.
But that might have been his best bowling return. Is 10 for.
There's 10 in the inning in a game. Sorry,
game,
yeah, that's his match best, and I think innings wise, 8 for 27. Yeah, so that's his best innings and best match.
Haynes in bowls, bit of extra bounce there, taken by Simpson, no run. So I've got here hat tricks 2 against Kent at Canterbury and against Worcester in 2023, becoming the first in all first-class cricket to score a century and take a hat trick on the same day.
Right.
That was in 2023. Gloucestershire against Worcester. In comes Haynes, and sorry, I took my eyes off that for a moment, which is a stupid thing to do, and leg buys, and the applause from the Hampshire supporters, who are a little knot of them down in the southwest stand way to our left-hand side, applauding four leg buys, and the total goes to 34 for 5. And the lead is 34 plus 32, which is 66 for the visitors. Podgator is yet to score, and he flicks this one away through the onside. That was in the air for a long time, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs, chased towards the leg side boundary, fielded there by Sean Hunt. But now Delano Podgator is on his way. He's 2 of 14 deliveries. Hampshire to 36 for 5.
Yeah, it was. That could have gone anywhere, that one.
Yeah, it's spooned over the infield. Still just the 2 slips in place. Haynes wheels around at the far end of the ground, comes in and bowls, and whipped away off the hip down towards fine leg. They've taken 1. There won't be a second here because Price is in very quickly. Gets in the throw to John Simpson. The end of Tom Haynes is over, which in the context of the match was quite an expensive over, with 7 runs coming off of it. 37 for 5. Podgator is on 3. Alior is on 18. The lead for Hampshire is 69.
Yeah, he just slipped as well, I think, Podgator. So there was never a chance of a second run there. Just a little bit too straight in that over for Tom Haynes. Probably might just take an over or so just to readjust. Well, it's been wall-to-wall entertainment here. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I can't believe there's anything else happening in Hove, or even Brighton for that matter, today that's even remotely come close for value for money.
No, absolutely. We are going to get some spin, you know.
So that means Price is off. I didn't notice anybody in the Hampshire crowd applaud that, but I just think there might be 1 or 2 people saying thank goodness for that. But Carson also bowled, and well, he did his part, didn't he, in that Hampshire first innings? Bowled quite nicely.
Yes,
got a
he
couple
did.
To bite. 2 for 27.
Yeah.
Carson.
Yeah, he got Podgator in the first innings, actually.
He did actually. Caught slip. You're right. Here he is. Podgator works that away on the onside. A little too short, that one. 38 for 5. Hampshire in their second innings. Lead is now 70. Wow.
I wonder whether Alior might be enticed by that relatively short leg side boundary. Although Jack Carson will be turning the ball away from him.
Yeah, you've got to be careful of that. I would be surprised. 22nd over of this second innings. Ball's on the back foot. Cracks it away. There is a deep cover. All moves on to 20 from 41 deliveries, 39 for 5. How long now since we had a wicket?
Yeah, crumbs.
20 minutes?
Yeah, it must be. Ben Brown was the last one to go, wasn't he? Was it Ben Brown? Yeah.
20 minutes. Crowd would be demanding their money back. Here's Carson up the hill. Again, it's a little too short and a little too straight. Going to take a quick single there. It was a misfield from Unadkat, but fortunately there was not a lot of pace on that shot, so he was able to recover. Hampshire move on to 40 for 5. Tried the one-handed pick up there on a cut that didn't quite work. Carson round the wicket, flighted and forward is all. Very watchful on that one. He's been very watchful in this innings at Alior. It's very reminiscent of his innings at the Oval, where Hampshire were in trouble there in the second innings and needed a cool head. He was one. Playing a very similar vein here. Carson again bowls, or just prods forward.
Not to be tempted by his former teammate, is he?
Mm-hmm. No, this is not the time for a rush of blood.
And the long off and the long on are about halfway back, or mid off and mid on, I should say. About halfway back.
Carson with his off spin bowls again, or almost in two minds there, cuts it away to backward a point. Looked like he was coming forward. In the end, he rocked onto the back foot, sliced it away, but straight to the fielder. End of the over. 40 for 5. Hampshire's lead is 72 on this thoroughly watchable day 2 at Hove.
John Holden has been in touch. John is watching from the top deck of the Spen Karma Pavilion. Perhaps he could give us a wave, John. Oh, there he is. I can see him waving.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, John. And he says, although it might be brightening in the west, the I-360, which is the tower in the middle of Brighton, which became visible round about lunchtime, is now disappearing into the mist again. That kind of suggests that maybe the weather's drifting in from the sea, John, I guess. Meanwhile, Tom Haynes is coming around the wicket, bowl to a Pogacar, who's forward, plays onto the onside, just a little dab as Leaning trots across to field. He goes to 5, 41 for 5. I'm not sure whether the I-360, because I think it went bust, then it opened again. I'm not quite sure the situation with the I-360.
Is that the one on the seafront there?
Yeah, it's the big...
Does it not go up and down anymore?
Do you know, I don't know. I haven't been down there for a while. It probably does, but it used to be able to go up, but I'm sure it went bust, and perhaps someone else has bought it up. You're going to look it up now, aren't you? Haynes around the wicket, bowls. That comes a little low, or plays it into the offside, no run. But yeah, sort of dominates the seafront at Brighton. Not string up over on the clock tower scoreboard as a nosy seagull flies across our commentary box. Haynes is in, bowls to Orr, clips that one around the leg side. Going to be a couple of runs here for Ali Orr. Sussex has got a 12th man on Ollie Carter, who has come onto the field as a replacement for, I'll tell you in a moment time. I think that might be Tom Price who's gone off the field. But Ollie Carter is definitely on down here at fine leg, 43 for 5.
So there was an article on the I-360, a BBC article in March of this year.
Okay.
Sarah Willingham, remember her from Dragon's Den a few years back?
Right.
Is the new owner.
Right. What do we have to pay for that?
She bought the tower for $150,000 after it unexpectedly closed in December 2024.
Haynes in and bowls to Orr, who works that to square leg, fielded by Goodman, no run.
Brighton and Hove City Council wrote off £51 million in debt to secure the sale.
Jeepers. I don't know what I'm sure we covered it as a story. I would have thought the council tax players would be desperately happy about that, but...
She bought a 115-year lease on them.
Right. Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Maybe.
Who knows? Sounds like it's early days.
Haynes around the wicket, bowls. Well, Orr's going to get runs here. He sort of manages to squirt the ball down to fine leg, where the ever-eager Ollie Carter, with his mane of hair tucked out the back of his cap, gets in the throw. One more to Orr. He goes to 23, 44 for 5. This partnership now worth 18, which in the context of today...
Huge.
Is probably the biggest of the day, I think.
I'll leave you to work that one out, Adrian.
I think it is. Which is slightly ridiculous. The flags are starting to billow a little more. As Haynes is in, bowls to Pogacar, who gets hit on the gloves by a ball that bounced off not far short of a length. And Pogacar actually signals towards the dressing room. He wants something brought out. Now, whether that was a result of the whack on the hand... we'll have to wait and see. I think it might have been, It was a nasty delivery. Now, Carter, I think, has gone off. And is that Price coming back on? Can't quite see from here. Is he just changing his boots? Yeah, he was wrapped on the right hand there,
I think it is, yeah, definitely. But I think it's the same. I think he got a painful blow there in the game against Surrey at the Oval. And if I'm right, it's hit him in the same bit.
So we're going to have a break in play. That might be an opportune time for me to go and put the kettle on. You can natter away.
Yeah, of course,
Kev.
it's no problem.
Would you like a cup of tea?
No, I'm fine. No,
Okay.
I'm good, thank you. So the physio comes on, and we will have a break in play. Well, Potgieter gets his finger or fingers looked at. It's his left hand, so that will be his bottom hand on the bat. So a quick recap: 44 for 5, Hampshire in their second innings. We've had 23 overs of it. They lead by 76. Alior is battling very hard out there for 23. That's come off 48 deliveries. Once more, curbing his natural attacking style, playing very similar to the way that he played at the Oval 2 weeks ago. Potgieter is 6 from 19. The batters that have gone, or been and gone, before lunch, Nick Gubbins was caught behind of Unadcut for 2. That was 7 for 1. And then right on the stroke of lunch, Toby Abbott was caught in the slips off Price for 5. That was 9 for 2 at lunch. And then after lunch, literally 5 minutes, Jake Lehman was bowled with one that went through the gate by Tom Price for 2. That was 17 for 3. Around 10 minutes later, Tom Prest was caught in the slips by Tom Alsop, also off Price for 1. That was 19 for 4. And Ben Brown, who lasted, I think, about one more ball than he did in the first innings. He lasted 2 balls in the first innings. And in the second innings, he lasted 5 balls, but he picked up a pair before he was caught at the second attempt by Jack Leaning in the slips off Unadcut for no score. That was 26 for 5. Still getting treatment here, Potgieter. And at that point, at 26 for 5, 12 wickets had fallen in the day for a combined total added score. And when you think about Sussex this morning as well, losing 7 wickets, 12 wickets had fallen for 64 runs at that point at just before 2:15 this afternoon. So we've had around 25 minutes of play where there's not been a wicket, and that is the longest period today without some sort of dismissal. Sussex this morning resuming on 121 for 3. At that stage, they were behind by 70 runs. Tom Alsop didn't add to his overnight total. He was out for 33. That was after 15 minutes of play. James Coles added 8 more to his overnight total before he became Kyle Abbott's second wicket of the morning. That was after 20 minutes of play. He went for 19. Simpson went to Abbott. Carson went to Abbott. So too did Goodman. Sean Hunt, there was LBW to Eddie Jack. And Unadcut was the final wicket to fall. And that was also Eddie Jack. And Sussex were bowled out for 159. They lost 7 wickets this morning for 38 of 14.5 overs. And since the last dismissal last night, they lost, since Hughes' dismissal, they lost 9 wickets for 69 overall. Hampshire in the first innings, when they got to 54 without loss, lost their 10 wickets for 137 additional runs. So collapses are not unknown in this game. Here's Jack Carson. Potgieter's had treatment. And that's turned away on the leg side by Orr. It's gone to Unadcut, but a single to Orr takes him on to 24. 45 for 5 here. It's still overcast. That's not changed at all since 11 o'clock this morning. 1 or 2 rumours that some weather was coming in terms of brighter skies. It's not happened yet. That's driven up to a deepish mid-off by Potgieter, who moves on to 8. Rob Barnes, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, with Sussex having points deducted for financial reasons, do you think there's another on the cards for a substandard wicket? I put in my lunchtime report on the BBC. I just say it's tricky. I think there's a difference. That's pushed out into the covers, no run. I think there's a difference between tricky and substandard. Paul Williams, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says he thinks Scott Curry might have been unplayable on this pitch. Basically, it's anybody that bowls a good line and length and stays true to that. Carson bowls and Orr is forward. And that's really what's been. And really the reason why wickets have come quicker today is that we've had the overcast conditions to complement, if that's the right word, the surface. But it was still doing a bit yesterday and we had blue skies. Always on the back foot this time, playing very straight. Has to. So, yeah, I think it's terminology. I've said tricky, and I know one or two other people are saying differently, but 46 for 5. Carson with 2 runs off the over so far. It's cutting that one in the air, but safe. It's gone a little fine through backward of point. And Orr will pick up 2 runs there. Wasn't quite in control of that shot. But 2 very valuable runs. Every run is valuable out there at the moment. 48 for 5, and Orr moves on to 26, which is the, well, he's comfortably in the top score, individual score of the day now for a little while. He's made his tea, as Adrian Harms. Loves a cup of tea. And he's got a biscuit as well. Gosh. You all right there, Jack? No, I know, to be fair, you did offer me one, and I said no. I'm not a big tea drinker, actually, to be fair, Adrian. That's no.
The biscuit was actually a fig biscuit, which I thought might count as one of my one a day.
A fig biscuit?
Yeah.
I wonder how much fig is actually in that fig biscuit.
Yeah, not a lot. In comes Haynes bowls too.
What's that?
Okay, why are you laughing?
What's that make of chocolate now that's not being allowed to be called a chocolate bar?
Really?
Yeah, it was a couple of months ago. I think they've had to change the description. It's not something like traces of chocolate, but it's something along those lines. It can't be called a chocolate bar anymore. If anybody knows, let me know. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk.
Haynes round the wicket bowls, but again, let's let it go. Drifting wide outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. No run. Here we go. England are 2 down in the test already. 13 for 2. Bethel out cheaply, I think, maybe for a duck. Was the talk in the press room. Could be going down to a heavy defeat there unless someone gets stuck in and gets some runs. Haynes, it's getting brighter, you know. Comes in and bowls. Again, is forward. Plays it into the offside. And again, there is no run. We need an update on the weather from John up in the top deck of the Spenkarma Pavilion.
Where does it come from, the weather here?
Well, generally from the southwest, I would say, you know, so it's coming up the channel, so generally to the southwest corner, I would say that's the general prevailing directions. Podgator outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. But there just seems to be this blanket of cloud, actually, I think across sort of the southeast, really. It was meant to burn off. But it is certainly brighter now than it's been for much of the day. Haynes round the wicket bowls. Works down the leg side. That's not a great delivery by Tom Haynes. And you know, these are important runs for Hampshire in a very low scoring game.
He's not quite as tight as he was in the first innings, is he?
52 for 5. Add 32 to that means the lead is 84. Is that right? And these two coming together when the score was 26 for 5 have doubled the total since Ben Brown was out.
I found the answer in case anybody was thinking. I can save you the job about the chocolate.
Ah, Haynes in bowls, and particularly works that onto. Well, he was thinking about a single, but quite rightly, Ali Orr sent him back, and it was Orr's call because he was an on-striker's end. So end of the over, 52 for 5. Podgator is on 7. Ali Orr is on 26, and Tom Haynes has bowled 2 overs, no maidens, and no wicket for 8.
Well, these are just a few lines that I've found dating back to October 2025. I won't actually name the brands, but one refers to certain animals that are only found, I think, in the North Pole. They waddle around, small ones. And the other one, it used to be a very famous slogan, join our blah, blah, blah. Under updated trading standards, products must now contain at least 25% cocoa solids to qualify as chocolate. Both blah and blah fall short due to their higher sugar and vegetable fat content, as Carson comes in. There's more to that. And forward is Ali Orr, and there's no run. The bars will instead be considered chocolate flavoured. Yes, I remember that.
Right. Oh, good. Well, good spot.
Yeah. Keep my eye on the news, me.
You do. You're across it. You're a news hound.
Well, it's important. I mean, those that like their chocolate, I'm sure you do. I know I do.
Yeah.
Like millions. It's important development. There's a drive by, or there is a gap between extra cover and backward a point. It is covered by a sweeper, but there is a gap there, and Orr's found it. It moves on to 27.53 for 5.
Dark chocolate's meant to be good for you, isn't it?
I hope so, because I eat loads of it.
Well, you look all right on it.
Well, that's very kind of you. I can't resist chocolate. I've got my missus has been here for a couple of days and has gone back today, as you know. Bought me a chocolate bar yesterday. I've refrained from eating it, which is unusual for me. A quick single square on the leg side. That's interesting because Unad Carter has been taken away from that position.
Well, I see Ollie Carter is back on the field, so let's see who else has got. I see Sean Hunt is warming up. The left arm seamer.
It does feel as I shouldn't say it too loudly, but it does feel though things have quietened down for the first time today.
Well, it does, definitely.
We've had about 35 minutes or so without a wicket that's flighted, and Orr again is watchful.
I'm trying to work out who's got on the field here.
Unad Carter.
No, I think he's at short fine leg. Or is that Jack leading there?
The leading's at extra cover, isn't he?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Look at, I thought, what fine leg.
Or again playing defensively. Good concentration here from Hampshire's left-hander.
Is it Tom Alsop who's off? No, Tom Alsop's at mid-wicket. Come on, Adrian, can't be that difficult. There's only 11 of them. Maybe it's Goodman who's off.
I don't know, maybe it is a cut at short fine leg. It's a long way away. That's gone square. That's a single. I don't think it is actually, no. There's somebody else there.
Now, Goodman's out there, he's just signing an autograph.
So you have got that, that's the sub-fielders on there, isn't it?
Yeah, Ollie Carter's
yeah,
on. Yeah.
Right. End of the over. 55 for 5.
Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, Solent, Adrian Harms, Kevin James and Sean Hunt. He's going to come back into the action at the Sussex seamer. Just bowled a couple of overs before at the beginning of the innings. Didn't get his line right and was fairly smartly whipped out of the attack by Tom Haynes because it was a time when the ball was doing all sorts. And replaced by Tom Price, who's picked up 3 wickets. Someone walking around the pitch is one of the Hampshire lads.
Tom Prest.
Okay.
And Scott Curry.
Tom Prest, who was caught by Tom Alsop for just the single. It's going to be Hunt, who's come in to bowl to the left-handed Ali Orr, who's 28 not out, Ali Orr, on his return to the county ground. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Orr drives into the covers. Very good bit of fielding by James Coles. Low to his right at cover, but not before Orr can go through for a single. He goes to 29, the total to 56 for 5. Yeah, you with chocolate bars, I'm a bit like that with wine gums.
Are you?
Yeah, give me a wine. I just cannot, it's pathetic really. If you give me a packet of wine gums now, I'd eat them all.
Wow.
I just can't resist them.
Wow.
I'm not sure how good they are for you really, but it's just one of those things.
Well, you look okay.
Oh, thanks. Comes Hunt. Bowls let go by Gator, taken by Simpson over. The other thing would be crisps. Especially, I know that other brands are available, but I do love a Sensations crisp as well. Sitting in front of the telly watching something and, they just disappear. We'll go have it could be worse, couldn't it really?
Like?
I don't know. 3 slips in place. Alsop, Leaning and Haynes. As Hunt is in, left arm over bowls, and a swing and a miss outside the off stump from Danilo Gator through to Simpson, no run. If he'd have connected, that would have gone flying through the covers for 4 runs. I think it is Jade Evan-Nucat who's off the field, because it looks to me like Ollie Carter is at mid-off, Daniel Hughes at mid-on. Jack Carson nattering away to the spectators in the pavilion as Hunt is in bowls. Again, defends down the track. There is no run. Now, a weather update is that it is definitely brightening up in the west. Now, I've said this 2 or 3 times today, then it's clouded over again. But just at the moment, and even at the far end of the ground now, over the downs, you can see little breaks appearing in the cloud. It's certainly not blue sky, but they're lighter coloured skies. Certainly that could just be a passing phase. I don't know, but there's the hint of a bit of sunshine. Hunt is in, bowls. Puttiger is forward, plays it into the offside. Coles is quickly in and prevents a single being taken. The lead is 88. Is that right? Yes.
Yeah. It's getting a bit of shape here, Hunt. Just straightening it to the left-hander. When it's wide, it swings, but that's not really the line to bowl. Not unless Potgieter still goes after it like he did earlier in the over. Yeah, it's definitely it definitely feels a fraction brighter, doesn't it?
Hunt Potgieter is beaten outside the offside. That's a good delivery by Sean Hunt, and we have now got a little bit of sunshine across the ground. End of the over, 56 for 5, or on 29. Potgieter is on 8. Briefly, just to give you that score in the test match, where England are 19 for 2, requiring 444 more runs to win. The men out, Gay for 11, Bethel without scoring, both wickets taken by Carl Jameson. England with a lot to do, suffice to say.
Well, we might not have had a wicket for close on 40 minutes. But you still really can't take your eyes off this. Shape there for Hunt, which suggests that he's going to pose a problem in this spell. And yeah, what Hampshire don't want now is the better weather. So we've got Dominic Goodman into the attack with his right arm seamers. That's turned away by Orr down to fine leg. This is Goodman's first over of this second innings, the 28th over.
But it's only his 6th over of the match.
Yeah, he started very untidily, didn't he?
Yeah.
Probably fortuitous to pick up the wicket of Felix Organ with a wide delivery. But yeah, he's got an important spell to bowl here, because not at any stage do Sussex want Hampshire to have a productive 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Here's Goodman in, bowls. It's turned away on the leg side. I think that's no ball as well. I think the umpires signalled. I think he'll signal properly in a minute. Yes, he does.
So just noticing a few scores around the country. Surrey 25 for 4 in Cardiff.
We're going to turn that around a little bit, haven't they?
And 3 wickets for the 18-year-old Norton, who played here last week.
Good bowler.
I was impressed.
Pace?
Yeah.
I've never seen him bowl. Goodman bowls. That's pulled away by Orr. He's got underneath it, but he's got enough on it. I think he's hoisted that into the roof of the pavilion. He has, onto the roof. And that is 6 runs. Well, he might have got underneath it, but he got plenty of distance as well. That's just outside off stump. And Goodman, again, a bit like the first innings, really. He needs to bowl just a little fuller, but he's not that type of bowler because he's tall. He's probably used to bowling probably a couple of inches or so shorter than most bowlers, and that's certainly not the length to be bowling. 6 runs to Orr takes him on to 36, 66 for 5.
Is that the first 6 of the match? I'll have a little look and see.
I'll leave that one to you, Adrian. Yeah. Wow.
We did say if someone goes after the bowling here, this could be interesting.
Goodman into Orr. That's a better length. Brings Orr forward. That's the length he's got to keep there. Keep it right there.
There were certainly no 6s in the Sussex first innings. Let's look in the Hampshire first innings. Oh, yes, there was a 6. Eddie Jacket, a 6.
Oh, of course, mid-wicket.
Yeah.
That's right. And I think the next ball or ball after that, that was caught mid-wicket as well, wasn't it? That's a better line as well as the length from Goodman. So we've had a no ball in this over, 7 runs as well. And Hampshire are 98 runs in the lead.
So Tom Lawson bowled down here last week. I was impressed. For somebody of 18, he ran in really hard, very competitive cricketer. Quite the find, really.
What sort of pace for the, for any other Division 1 bowler? Here's Goodman in. Oh, it's a great ball. He's got him. Yes, caught behind. Goodman's just dropped onto the right length in the last 2 or 3 balls, and he's been rewarded immediately, as most bowlers have today. get it in the right areas, and the batters don't really seem to have an answer. Just the faintest of tickles through to John Simpson, and Orr goes for 36. Hampshire are 66 for 6.
Well, just as we were thinking that maybe a partnership was building, Ali Orr goes. The lead for Sussex is now, for Hampshire rather, is 92. Well, the way things have gone in this match, I don't think you'd want to be chasing a whole lot more than 100, to be perfectly honest. I mean, unless the sky's clear, it is getting brighter, it has to be said. In fact, which I think is a point that Jade Evaducat is making. He's just sort of pointing in the direction of where the skies are getting a little brighter.
Yeah, this is the worst thing for Hampshire now, having lost so many wickets.
Yeah, that the weather changes. So who's this coming out now? Is this Felix Organ?
I would imagine so. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
What pace, Tom Norton? That's a great question. I would say he was, he's not out and out quick, but what would I compare him to in this match? He was brisk, Kevin. I mean,
Quicker than an cut.
I'd have said about the same pace as a Nugcat, really.
Okay.
So what would you say he's bowling at? Early 80s?
Yeah, I mean, it's medium quick, really.
Right, okay, that's where I'll put Norton.
Yeah, okay.
But for someone who was 18, he kept on coming. I was really impressed. And I loved his attitude in the field as well. He was charging around. So he's already got a hat-trick this season. He got a hat-trick against Somerset, I think. And to reduce Surrey to 29 for 4. And he's got some big scalps in there as well.
So Goodman to Organ. Organ on the back foot. Steers that out to point. Good recovery there from Don Goodman, whose first over has conceded 10, but he has got the valuable wicket of Ali Orr, which meant that we went just around 45, 46 minutes without a wicket. But a wicket is never far away today. That partnership was worth 40, which Don Goodman broke.
Yeah, so he got Sam Curran for a duck, Lawrence for 8, Dan Lawrence for 8, and Ollie Pope for a single.
Big wickets.
Yeah, so I don't know what Sam Curran is doing, batting 3 for Surrey. That's a bit odd. And Dom Sibley is still there, 4 not out.
Yeah, it takes a good ball to get rid of him.
Well, he does. And again, I'm a bit of a traditionalist. In fact, it's brighter now than any time during the day. And there are patches of blue sky above Hove.
That's a nightmare from the Hampshire point of view.
Sean Hunt is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Comes in and bowls to Buggett, who plays onto the onside. There is no run, fielded there by Price. Yeah, he made 100 against Sussex at the Oval. And I know people say that he bats slowly, but it was a tricky wicket. He batted really well. He hit Jack Carson twice into the pavilion for 6. A couple of other Surrey players tried it and got caught at long off. I don't know. I don't quite understand why he's nowhere near the England reckoning, but I know he doesn't fit with the current trend. In comes Hunt and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. But I think he's a good cricketer.
Well, I think we get to see him in September.
Right.
At Cardiff.
Do you... Oh, Norton, yeah. Sorry, I was mainly Sibley.
We were talking about Sibley.
Yeah, but both of them.
I got to see him last couple of weeks ago. I've seen enough of him. Certainly saw enough of Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, he got a very quick 100, didn't he?
And 200 and nearly 100 in the T20 game and nearly won on the game.
Right.
I think I forget how many runs. It was 400 and something over 5 days.
Hunted and bowls. Oh, he rather hung his bat out to dry there, did. Bogator play goes through to keeper Simpson, no run. Don Goodman is the young children in the ground today running up with their autograph books for Goodman, who's down here at fine leg. He's only bowled 6 overs in the match. But he's picked up a couple of wickets. Still got 50 overs to be bowled today.
We're still on course for a 2-day finish, aren't we?
Well, we are really.
At the moment.
Yeah.
We got some shadows out there.
Yeah. Hunt with Bogator, who's forward, clips that through square leg. He can pick up a couple of runs here, as Goodman needs to run in from fine leg to field, which means that the lead for Hampshire is now exactly 100.
Yeah, and this is a big partnership. Break this one, and I think Sussex will feel that they're halfway there. But not so long ago, Felix Organ opened the batting for Hampshire, so he's a more than useful number 8. Might need one of these rearguard actions from Felix. He does it from time to time.
Once again, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, again no run.
Potgieter's in decent form with the bat. Big partnership. But Huntley's still getting some shape on this ball, getting it away from the left-hander. This is natural delivery, isn't it? Into the right-hander, away to the left. I think sometimes his line varies a bit too much. Something that he needs to work on. But he's certainly got a wicket-taking ball in him.
He's in on bowls, let go again outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run, so just 2 runs off Sean Hunt's over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3. Hampshire 68 for 6. Patches of blue sky over Hove. In the distance, it looks like it's cloudy again, so who knows whether this is a brief respite. But Hampshire lead is 100, which doesn't sound an awful lot, but the way this game has gone, the way the game has gone, you'd think 150 is a challenge.
I agree.
So we shall see.
Yeah, the trouble is with 150 is that somebody comes off, and it's all over from the fielding side's point of view. Here's Don Goodman up the hill with his second over, bowling to Felix Organ, who leaves that one alone outside off stump. Definitely some shadows out there.
Yes,
probably the brightest point of the day.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is.
Whether it's going to stay that way.
This has definitely lingered around longer than I think anybody.
Oh, most
imagined.
definitely. Yeah, I mean, there was nothing in the weather forecast to suggest that it was going to be cloudy all day.
There's never been any danger of rain. That's the thing. It's one of those ones where you get full cloud, but you never think, well, we're going to come off for rain at any point. But it's never been like that. There's Goodman bowls. That's Fuller, and it's driven by Organ up to mid-off. Potgieter is 11 at the non-striker's end. I got a painful blow on the finger a little while ago. Possibly the same finger that he got a painful blow on at the Oval, but he's still there.
We'll take what a good player Dom Sibley was. He's out now. To Tom Norton, who's taken all 4 wickets. Well, they're 5 down, Surrey, and the other wicket was a run out. Rory Burns ran out for 6, so they're 35 for 5, Surrey.
And what situation in the game? As Goodman comes in, bowls. It's a no ball. I think Morgan's played inside the line, though.
Well, Glamorgan made 358, having at one stage been 74 for 6. So that game has turned on its head. Chris Cook made 100, Mason Crane made 100. And now Surrey 35 for 5. Wow. Not having the best season, Surrey.
Not quite the force they were in the last few seasons. Not quite going their way.
Leicestershire 327 for 4, leading Yorkshire by 142. Rihan Ahmed made 128.
Goodman in again to Organ. Organ again is playing inside the line. This is better this over from Goodman.
They are playing again at Taunton. They've had a mixed weather. Warwickshire 181 for 4, trailing Somerset by 27. So that's the state of play in the First Division.
Here, Hampshire lead by 102 with 4 second innings wickets remaining. Goodman into Organ. Down the leg side, they're appealing for a caught behind. Not out, says the umpire.
Chris Hammond has been back in touch, who's sitting on top of the Spent Karma Pavilion.
Just watching that on the replay. Difficult to tell. Maybe just to clip the thigh pad. It looked like there'd been a minute deflection. Goodman bowls short. Organ's on the back foot. Works that out into the gap and extra cover. Just a single. Organ's off the mark. The lead is 103.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, all sorts could happen here. Could the weather could clear and suddenly it becomes really excellent batting conditions. Who knows?
Well, everybody says, doesn't they, that as you get through day 2, 3, it's the best betting conditions here, isn't it? You've
Yeah,
said that.
definitely. Yeah, definitely.
It's just that we're so far deep into the game. Sure, we'll see day 3. Not much of it anyway at best, as Gita defends out square on the offside. No ball and a single off Goodman's over. 2 overs, 1 for 13. Hampshire 71 for 6, lead by 103.
Well, Sean Hunt is good, but now Ollie Carter has gone off the field, I think. Who's that coming wandering back on? Was that Carter coming on? Those are going on and off sort of willy-nilly here. I think Carter's back on, actually. Fielding there. Is that him fielding at cover? Can't see until he turns round. Either way, it is going to be Felix Organ who is taking strike. He's 1 not out, 2 slips in place, Coles and leaning. Tom Haynes, the skipper, is coming into the gully. Jack Carson at backward point. Tom Price in the covers. Daniel Hughes at mid-on. Hughes at mid-off and Nucat at mid-on. Hunt in, bowls, Organ lets that go. Crumbs, it was steepling mount through to John Simpson. Ollie Carter is on the field. He's at mid-wicket. And Goodman down at fine leg. So it shouldn't be on the wit of me to be able to work out who's not on the field, really. I think it's Tom Alsop who's off the field.
He took a catch earlier. Or did he? No, it was... Yeah, he did, yeah. Tom Prest. I wonder if he's having his fingers looked at.
Maybe, yeah. 2 slips in a gully. Hunt in, bowls, and Organ defends down the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. We were having a conversation yesterday, Kevin, about England, and it looks like, from what you read in the press, it looks like Ben Stokes is going to play in the test at Trent Bridge. He sort of served his punishment. But it has raised a question, this test match, about who is the heir apparent. And the discussion this morning around a group of supporters was, well, there kind of isn't one, really. Who can you think of? Who's going to be the next England skipper? As in comes Hunt and bowls, Organ is forward, plays to mid-off. And there is no run, and there is no real obvious choice.
Whoever doesn't go to nightclubs might be top of the list.
That's a start. I mean, there was a feeling that Ollie Pope was maybe being groomed for it. But he's certainly not flowing for the month at the moment. So I don't know, there's no real candidates. As comes Hunt and bowls. Organ lets that go. Good leave through to Simpson, no run. In fact, they were saying the only county captain currently playing for Sussex for England is Ollie Robinson. But I don't think he's probably not being considered at the minute. But it is an issue, isn't it? Really, you think about who's going, because Ben Stokes can't do it forever, and well, he'll carry on to the Ashes next year, you'd think, provided he keeps his nose clean. Hunt. Again, bowls. Organ rather stretches for a wide delivery and plays it without timing out into the covers, fielded by Price, and there is no run. So I noticed there's a lot of parents and children assembling downstairs. There's a local football club. As I walked through there this morning, the corporate area. Why was I going down there? To put my microphone out for the effects mic. There's all sorts of trophies being lined up. It's a local football club having their awards down there today. So there's a lot of youngsters down there, so I hope they have a good day. Here comes Hunt, bowls, Organ is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run. So made over from Sean Hunt, keeping it nice and tight. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3, Sean Hunt. Podgator is on 11. Organ is on 171 for 6, to which you add 32, which is the lead of 103. So effectively 103 for 6 are Hampshire. Weather update. I think it is sort of breaking up a little, isn't it? It's nowhere near as gloomy as it was Perhaps that's interesting because the wickets don't seem to be tumbling quite as much as they were earlier in the day. We're exactly halfway through the day, Kev.
Yeah.
48 overs to go.
1 wicket in an hour, effectively.
Interesting.
Ben Brown out just before 2:15. Ali Orr out at 3 o'clock, and here we are at 3:15. Game slowed down.
It has.
It couldn't keep going at that pace. I don't think anybody. It's a bit like asking. I'll come back to that. Dom Goodman up the hill, bowls to Potgieter. Potgieter's going to take a quick single to mid-wicket. They're home just for a minute. It looked a little risky, but in the end it was okay. It's a bit like asking a 1,500-metre runner, what do they do now in 3 minutes something, to do it in about 2 minutes and keep that up. And just keep running through 1,500 and do the next 1,500 in 2.5 minutes, and then the next 15. And you can't keep going at that pace. The game had to change course. Maybe it's not completely changed course, but certainly you feel we're 1 gear down than where we were. Here's Goodman bowls. Organ's going to take a single square on the leg side. Organ moves on to 273 for 6. That lead up to 105.
Talk about running. I was listening on the radio last night. They were saying that the London Marathon next year is going to be run over 2 days. And the presenter said, "Oh, so can I still apply to join?" And the guy said, "No, you can't. That's all closed." Apparently, over 1.3 million people have applied to run in the marathon.
Good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All that disruption over 2 days instead of 1 day. Goodman bowls. That's a very negative comment, isn't it? That's pushed out square on the offside. Potgieter moves on to 13, 74 for 6. But I'm sure there's a lot of people up there would think that. Yeah. They'll put Abbott for 1 day a year, and then you got to put up for consecutive days.
We know. I live in Surrey, and for a while after the Olympics, they had the annual bike ride would come through because they cycle up places like Box Hill outside Dorking and Leith Hill. So it was the 100-mile bike ride, come out of London and round Surrey.
Yeah.
Just break off.
Goodman to Felix. Organ. Short. Organ on the back foot steers into the covers.
And I thought it was a good event, to be honest with you. But loads and loads of people complained, and in the end they've moved it now. It's in Essex now.
Just moved the problem further.
Yeah, but I think they gave people in Surrey a vote, or someone voted, but people were complaining that they couldn't get out their drive for a few hours. I thought it was all a bit silly, really.
So now people in Essex will do the same.
Yeah.
Lovely drive, Felix Organ. Push drive through extra cover. It won't go all the way. You get close. Oh, my phone has gone, actually.
Yes.
That's a sub-fielder, isn't it?
That's Ollie Carter, who was chasing that.
Looked like he got there, tried to pull it back, but he didn't quite get enough of a hand on it, so the ball kept its momentum. Enough of it anyway. And that's gone for 4 runs. Organ moves on to 6. I think there's a bike event here tomorrow.
Is there?
I saw a sign on the seafront. Yeah.
Right.
Is it London to Brighton bike ride?
Oh, might be. Yeah, might be.
Let's have a look. Sure, I didn't read the sign properly, but I know parts of the seafront are near where I am anyway. So is he driving that one?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, sorry, I just momentarily lost focus.
Expensive Don Goodman, isn't he? He's picked up a wicket, but 3 overs for 20 in the first innings. His 5 overs cost 35. So in a low-scoring game, you can't really afford to be going at 7 and over.
No, that's the thing. In the context of today, certainly.
Top of the London, not that I've done the London to Brighton bike ride, but I understand as you get towards the end of it, you're probably worn out. And then if you go up Ditchling Beacon, which is a horrible steep hill. So it could well be that's tomorrow.
Hang on a minute. So the one this year is in September.
What, the Ride London?
London to Brighton Cycle Race 2026 is the 13th of September, but there's another event.
As in comes Sean Hunt around the wicket, bowls to Potgieter, who's going to get a boundary here, down to 3rd. And eludes Jack Carlson. It's worked away down to the boundary. 4 more. Potgieter goes to 17, 82 for 6.
So I'm looking under londonbrightoncycle.co.uk, which says the London to Brighton cycle ride is the 13th of September. But then when I look under the British Heart Foundation, the London to Brighton bike ride takes place 21st of June, which is tomorrow, or 20th of June. So this is 2 events.
It's the longest day tomorrow, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Hunting bowls, driven away 4 more. Well, all of a sudden, the batting just looks a little more comfortable, and unsurprisingly, the sun has come out. And Hampshire go to 86 for 6, add 32, 88. What's that? 118 the lead? No. Yes. My maths is shocking, isn't it?
The lead is, where are we? 86 for 6. The lead is. Mine's not much better.
In comes Hunt. Bowls. Oh, he's rather squared up there by Hunt. The ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. Jack
118.
118. Well, my maths wasn't as bad as I thought. Yeah, so the Ride London was the event that starts in London, finishes in London, and as I say, that when it was originally introduced, it followed the course of the Olympic cycle ride that came through Surrey back in 2012. Can't believe it was that long ago, really. But that event is now definitely held in Essex. But the London Brighton is as I say, you have to come into Sussex and over Ditchling Beacon, which is apparently a horrible hill to cycle up. In comes Hunt Bowls, let go by Podgater through to John Simpson. There is no run.
Right, so this is an article in the local Argus. British Heart Foundation, London to Brighton bike ride, 21st of June 2026. We'll see participants pedal from Clapham Common to Brighton Seafront, covering a distance of either 54 miles or a more beginner-friendly 20.5 mile route. Beginner? At Ardingly Showground.
Oh,
where that is.
Right, yeah.
There we are. So he's tomorrow.
In comes Hunt, that's wide outside the off stump. He looks annoyed with himself, Sean Hunt, as it drifts up past the off stump. Yeah, Ardingly Showground up near Haywards Heath have a lot of sort of country fairs and that sort of thing at Ardingly.
Yes, that's right. I think they veer off just near where I'm staying. So I think I've got to be on it tomorrow morning to make sure I can get up here without finding a barrier.
Yeah.
I think I'm all right.
The sun is out brightly now. As comes Hunt and Bowls down the lakeside, taken by John Simpson. There's a stifled appeal from Jack Leaning in particular at second slip. John Simpson wasn't really appealing. End of the over, 86 for 6. So these are all useful runs. These two coming together when Ali Orr was out when the score's on 66. So they've added 20 for this wicket as the sun disappears again from view. Some refreshment being brought out for someone or another on the Sussex side. I'm not surprised they brought Tom Price back into the attack, who's been the most impressive of the Sussex bowlers. I think he's picked up 6 wickets in the match.
Yeah, he's been on it, but Haynes wasn't quite on it.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
No.
I think if Haynes had been on it a little bit, I know it's only 3 overs, none for 8, but in the first innings he was equally as potent as Price was. Price got most of the headlines.
And also, they've taken Goodman out of the attack. I know he got a wicket, but he's going at 7 and over.
Yeah, he can't, not at this stage. So here's Price with his right arm medium paces, and oh my word, he's beaten outside the off stump going for a drive. And what has that missed? Well, it's certainly missed the bat. Don't think it's missed the stumps by very much.
No.
Completely done there. Organ. He's walking into that. That's just shaped away at the last minute. Good delivery.
Ben Stokes is batting for Durham, who are 120 for 3. Ben Stokes 56 not out in 62 balls with 11 fours. So he looks in good nick.
Immediately Price looks so he's going to take a wicket, left alone this time by Felix Organ. The previous ball, Organ walked into the shot and was so convinced that it was a drive that he was totally committed, and the ball just straightened on him at the last minute. Great delivery. That one didn't go so much.
I was going to say, you know, if you're England captain, Kevin, I mean, you're obviously under a lot of scrutiny all the time. I wonder if that does sort of get a bit wearing, and
Must be.
You know, with mobile phones, and John Simpson's going to stand up to the stumps now. That you must feel your whole life is just under scrutiny all the time.
Yeah. Here's Price.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it was off the back foot to deep backward point where there's a fielder.
But then
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, I know they've got absolutely lambasted for what went on in Australia, and they didn't play well. That doesn't help, but I think these days, as a professional sports person, especially if you're up in the top 10% of your sport, I mean, I don't know. I've never been in that situation. I don't know, and I probably never. Well, I won't ever know. But I think in some cases, you just keep your head down for 5 or 6 years, earn as much money as you can, and then you're home and dry for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Here's Price round the wicket to Popgita, who prods away on the leg side.
I mean, I sort of think if you draw a correlation to maybe Harry Kane, who, to be fair, has been England football captain for a long time, which probably gets even more scrutiny, but you don't sort of hear about Harry Kane being in nightclubs or whatever, do you? And and perhaps he just he keeps his head down, doesn't he?
It's character, isn't it? I suppose if it's in your DNA, it's in your DNA, isn't it? Price bowls. Popgita works that length ball out into the covers, fielded by Coles.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I had an element of sympathy for Ben Stokes in Australia because I wasn't really sure he was getting the support of McCullum and Key, and some of the decisions made out there were very odd, weren't they? And it wasn't a great idea to go to a nightclub, was it, after the win against New Zealand?
I say it's difficult for a lot of us to really put, if you put yourselves in that situation, what would you do? It's down the leg side, smart take from Simpson, who whips the bails off to complete the neatness of that delivery. Itself was too leg side-ish. 87 for 6 then. Popgita, 21 from 51. Organ is 7 from 20. We have 45 overs left in the day. The lead is 119. The game, after the quick wickets after lunch of Jake Lehman and Tom Prest, and even Ben Brown, really. I mean, Ben Brown was out 25 minutes after the lunch break.
Yeah.
After those 3 wickets, the game has definitely taken a more normal feel to it. It's got a more normal feel. The ball is still doing a bit for the bowlers, so there's always that chance of another wicket around the corner.
We're persevering with Sean Hunt. I don't think Tom Haynes will let things go too long here. The sun is out. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as Hunt is in and bowls to Organ, who whips that one away on the leg side, down to fine leg, fielded by Goodman, who fields. Goodman, was that Price? It's Price. That doesn't. Has Tom Price injured himself there? He has,
Is that ball hitting the boot, or was he just twinged, whatever the word?
He went for the back. He went for the back of his leg there, didn't he, initially? Whether the ball hit his ankle, I don't know, but he looked in. Tom Haynes is asking Tom Price if he's all right.
He's jogging back to his mark,
which I think he is. But there was some concern there initially. As Hunt is in and bowls, Popgita lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson there. But just final word, really. I mean, he's been a brilliant cricketer, hasn't he? I mean, you think that innings against Australia at Headingley was one of the great innings of all time, and World Cup final when he, batted beautifully, and so he's a fabulous cricketer. These are important runs, for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think Hunt's getting an extended spell because he is shaping the ball nicely, and he's not going for many runs, and he's going for less than 2 and over. Just about 2 and over, so that's fine. There's control for Sussex, even if they aren't taking wickets, and the fact that he is getting some shape means that he's still likely to take a wicket.
Ben Duckett is out for England, who are now 40 for 3. Hunt in again, bowls. Oh, that's good delivery. He's wrapped on the pad. Is Popgita. There's appeals from the slip cordon. In fact, the ball ended up with Jack leading at second slip. Popgita survives.
Let's hit him outside off stump.
The weather is improving all the time. Lots of blue sky now around Hove.
Ooh, lots, isn't it?
Yeah, the weather has completely changed in the last sort of hour. I'm sure Chris at the top of the Spencarmer could probably see the I360 now. Hunting again, bowls. Popgita works this into the gully, fielded by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. Popgita on 20. He had a good game, really. I mean, he bowled very nicely, didn't he? 21 not out, and his figures 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 29. I know they weren't the headline bowling figures for Hampshire. Those honours very much taken by Sean Abbott, but he was a good foil for Abbott, keeping it really tight.
Yeah, I mean, the most difficult periods of the game, in which there's been many, have been when two bowlers have bowled well in tandem. And Popgita did that with Abbott.
Hunting bowls, let go outside the off stump. Taken by Simpson, no run. Oh, we got some emails have come in. Looking at previous bowling achievements between our teams, says Judy, Jason Lurie's recorded 13 for 79 v Hampshire in 2001 in similar conditions, including a hat-trick.
What a bowler he was.
Yeah. Thank you, Judy.
Top left-arm bowler.
Comes Hunt. Bowls driven by Potgater. He's going to get runs here down to third man. Tom Price was very quickly round the boundary edge, but he couldn't get to the ball. I'm just looking at Tom Price to make sure he's okay. It's another boundary. Potgater goes to 25, and Hampshire at the end of the over, 92 for 6. Add 32 to that, you get the lead, which is 124. There's a couple of the Hampshire backroom staff go wandering around. Who's that, Kev?
It is Shane Berger, our bowling coach, and oh gosh, the analyst. I forgot his name from that. Think of that. God, how bad is that?
Tom Price is.
I forgot the Gloucestershire commentator's name the other day, and he was listening. It's Seaborn.
Oh, Ed.
Terrible, isn't it?
Well, Price is going to carry on, yeah. So hat-trick hero Lurie takes 13 wickets in victory over a weak Hampshire side. This is written by Bruce Talbot, who's here today, funnily enough. In comes Price bowls to Morgan, who plays into the offside, no run.
Matt Funnell.
Jason Lurie took the second hat-trick of his career on the way to a career best return of 13 for 79 as Sussex routed Hampshire by an innings and 13 to go second in Division 2 of the Kinfo Championship. The left armour removed Derek Kenway, Will Kendall and Robin Smith in the first over of Hampshire's second innings.
Just looked up Lurie's stats, actually. 184 first-class matches for Sussex, 613 wickets at 27. 31 5-wicket innings and better. Oh, we're going to get a look at the ball. Well, we're not, but... Yeah, good bowler, wasn't he? Yeah. Swung it in, bounce, good pace.
It says here, Sean Udall delayed the inevitable, but James Courtney and Billy Taylor took a wicket each at the end of the match to finish Hampshire off with just 108. 3 or 4 overs before Sean came in, I could hardly put one foot in front of the other. I was dead on my feet, said Lurie. So to take another 4 wickets like that after getting a hat-trick was really special. The conditions were ideal for swing bowling. We are indeed going to change the ball. And various substitutes are coming running on. Look at this, all action now. Lots of green vested and orange vested subs coming on with all sorts of drinks, etc. Sussex now move above Hampshire into second place at the table after recording their 4th win in the last 5 championship matches. That was back in 2007. No, 2001, sorry.
First year of the... Was that the Utilita? Or what was then the Rose Bowl, did you say? What was that here?
It doesn't say where it was, actually.
While you're looking that up, we've got the best weather of the day now.
Ooh.
We've got predominantly blue sky above us, a little bit of sun, whilst the bowlers, or whilst the umpires work out which ball to change. We had an earlier ball change by Hampshire after they'd taken 2 quick wickets this morning, and it immediately brought a wicket out of John Simpson.
So thank you, Judy, for that. Another email from Terry in Arundel. I like Arundel.
Nice Arundel.
I like it as a town, actually. I love wandering up and down the high street there, and it's nice.
Nice.
Nice little coffee shops and...
Yeah.
I was at the game yesterday, was hoping to go tomorrow, but there probably won't be much play. Is it the pitch, the overheads, poor batting, good bowling? Well, there might be some play tomorrow. You never know. These two are building a decent little partnership. I think it's a helpful pitch, but not unplayable. Overheads today have played a massive part. Some very good bowling. Sean Abbott, Kyle Abbott, in particular with his 6 wickets. And there's been one or two poor shots, I would say, as well. For a combination of all of them, really. But the lead now 118.
24, wasn't it?
124, sorry, yeah. Has the ball been changed, I'd imagine?
Yes. Yes, yeah.
And Tom Price is running in. And bowls, and Organ places to middle, and fielded by J. Devon Newcat. We have another weather update from Chris, who's sitting up at the top of the Spencama. He says, no, the I-360 is still partially obscured. Fog over the sea. Advection fog over the sea is coming in and out. Now that sounds like some sort of a meteorological term, doesn't it? Price in again, bowls and clipped away down towards fine leg. That's going to run away for 4 runs. A good dive down there by, I think that's Tom Goodman. Can't do anything about that. 4 more to the total. 96 for 6. Chris goes on to say the flog over the flats behind us. Quite ugly flats behind us here.
They haven't changed in
No.
God knows how many years.
He's gone off to the east. All clear soon. So it looks like the weather is clearing up.
What was that phrase used earlier about?
The fog.
Yeah.
We might have to look this up. It looks like a meteorological term. Advection fog. Advection fog. Advection. I reckon Chris knows about his weather, don't you?
He's showing off.
Yeah.
I think in layman's terms it means you can't see the wind turbines out at sea.
Right. In comes Price. Bowls and Organ works this. More runs here. This could be 4 more, you know. It's going down towards the 3rd man boundary, and these are very precious runs for Hampshire. Batting is looking a little easier. It's 100 up. The lead is 132. Even I can work that out. And Organ goes to 16. And these two have now added 34 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, and there was 40 for the previous wicket, the 6th between Orr and Potgieter. These are valuable runs, and there's this sort of now showing that this pitch is starting to iron out, as everybody does predict here.
Advection fog forms when a mass of relatively warm, moist air moves horizontally over a colder surface. Price in bowls. Good take by John Simpson. Bit of extra lift there and taken over his shoulder. As the warm air contracts the chillier ground or water, it cools to its dew point. This causes moisture to condense into tiny water droplets, creating a blanket of fog. Now we know.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you, Chris. We wouldn't have known that.
But will you remember that tomorrow?
Don't know. I reckon Chris must have a meteorological head on him, do you? Plus, he's a weatherman. In comes Price bowls. Let go outside the off stump. Taken by Simpson. There is no run. Batting looks a little easier. Bowling looks a touch more difficult. Price 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 21. And while 1 or 2 people might have been cancelling their hotel reservations for tonight, maybe they're a little hasty. Still 43 overs to be bowled today, mind. So 11 to go until tea. And we're going to get the return of the Indian quick J-Dev and Newcat. Because Tom Haynes is probably thinking, we need to break this partnership.
Yeah. Just looking at the Hampshire balcony. The support staff up there. Sure they're looking any more relaxed than they were earlier, but 132 lead an hour and a half ago or so looked luxury.
Yeah.
2 for 16 from 10 over the cut. Picked up the wickets of Nick Gubbins and Ben Brown. He's over the wickets to the left-hander Potgieter, who leaves that one alone. Good carry from a good length.
Guess what Chris's occupation was? He's retired now.
Weather person.
No, he
Wind
wasn't.
farm.
He wasn't, but he would have needed.
engineer.
Okay, I'll give you a clue. He would have needed to have taken note of weather conditions in his job.
Fisherman.
No.
Pilot.
Yes.
Hey, here we go.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Airline pilot, Chris.
Very nice. Get cheap tickets, don't you, for the rest of your life?
Yeah, I think you do.
And the cat bowls, Potgieter leaves around. Again, good carry.
Yeah, a friend of mine worked for British Airways for many, many years, and occasionally he does say sort of really irritating things like, I've got a standby flight to America and it's cost me, 50 quid or something. I think you get one for, you might even get one free flight a year, something like that. I don't know whether you still do. Chris might do. Actually, back in my I report on news during the winter months, as you know. I got sent to Brooklands Museum up in Surrey.
Okay.
Back in the winter.
Down the hill, left arm seam. That's down the leg side, taken by Simpson. Half shout, not convincing.
Because I have to remember what it was. I think it was 50 years since the inaugural flight of Concorde, which flew from Concorde, I think, to Bahrain on its inaugural flight, and they've got a Concorde there at Brooklands. I've never been on Concorde, and he sat in the cabin there where the pilot sits, and it was so small. I mean, and honestly, there were that many dials, hundreds of switches. How on earth do you know what all these things do? But it was really good.
Fantastic.
He comes into cat bowls, forward comes Puttiger, plays to mid-wicket fielder by Carson. There is no run. And there was a
Sorry,
dinner.
I nick your over. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, I probably nicked
No,
yours.
no, you go.
But there was a dinner. This is a very boring story. I don't want to tell you
No,
it
it's
really.
not at all.
But there was a dinner that night for all the ex-Concorde pilots who were still around, and they must have had great fun, mustn't they? Flying across the Atlantic at
Twice the speed
twice the
of sound.
speed of sound. Yeah.
They used to get a boom or something.
Yeah, I think there was like a sonic boom, they called it, didn't they? Did you ever go on it?
No, not in the air anyway.
Oh, interesting. Cat in bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, no run.
Well, like you, I went on one on the ground. There's one at Barbados Airport.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Is that called Grantley Airport?
Grantley Adams.
Grantley Adams.
And I went to a function there that was hosted in I think it's in a hangar where Concorde is, and part of the function was that you could go up in Concorde. I don't think we went in the cockpit though.
Was that a cricket-related thing?
It was a cricket-related thing. Yeah, it was a few years back, but yeah, there was a reception held there.
Very nice.
And you could walk up and down the
cabin.
Yeah.
In comes cat bowls to Polygator, plays into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, the word I was looking for was cockpit, where the pilot sat.
Yeah.
Made over from J. Devon, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 16, 100 for 6. Polygator is on 25. Organ is on 16.
Was it a regular route, Bahrain? Because I know but the Caribbean was a big route for Concorde.
Yeah, and I think New York, I think the first, I mean, Chris will probably know if he's an ex-pilot, but I'm pretty certain the first route was Bahrain, somewhere like that. I was quite surprised that, but interesting what you say, because I think there are still a number of Concordes dotted around the world, and you're right. I remember seeing that there was one in Barbados. I think there's various others in various airports around the world. Yeah, must have, and I think they used to run, trips around the Bay of Biscay, didn't they? You could pay a few £100 and go for a trip on Concorde. Must have been great to have done that. Tom Price would have been far too young to have got on Concorde. He's coming in to bowl to Felix Organ, who works this back little square on the leg side and picks up a single. Jack Carson runs across the field. The noise you can hear is the football club children arriving for their annual awards. A couple of rather weary-looking dads down there have got looks like a pint in their hands, keeping everyone under control. 101 for 6.
Well, I can give you some bases where the Concordes are. They're permanently retired.
Yes.
Than they were from 2003.
Yes, I think a lot of the building of aircrafts was done down at Filton, actually.
The Runway Visitors Park in Manchester Airport.
Ooh.
The National Museum of Flight in East Lothian, Scotland. Imperial War Museum at Duxford.
Well, it's happening sort of Cambridge way, isn't it?
I think so.
Price in bowls. Pogator is forward, plays down the offside of the track, no run.
The Fleet Air Arm Museum at Yeovilton. I didn't know that one, actually. That's not a million miles away from there. There's one at Heathrow Airport. In France, because of course it was a joint venture, wasn't it? Us and France.
Yes.
There's one in Paris. 2 aircraft in Paris. One in Toulouse. One at Orly Airport in Paris. One at Charles de Gaulle, Paris. New York in the United States, obviously. Yeah. Washington, D.C., Seattle.
Right.
One in Germany. I thought there's one in Barbados. It doesn't mention Barbados.
No, I'm sure there is one in Barbados. Yeah. Oh, look, we're being bought in some cakes. Oh. In comes Price.
Mrs. Bell, I know how Andrew likes
comes in and bowls, played into the offside, and there is no run. So we're going to find out who these have come from. At the they've been brought in by one of the stewards. Who's bought these for us?
Mrs. Bowden made the cake for stewards, but I know how you like the cakes.
Wow. So this is David. This is David Bowden's wife.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Does it for you?
Well, thank you so much. How about that? Well, we're not going to starve, Kev.
No. Is it coffee and walnut?
I don't know what it is.
It might be. All right, here's Price. Up the hill again. Organ off the back foot, steers that out to deep backward a point, and Hampshire move on to 103 for 6. And that lead up to 135.
Batting always looks straightforward at the moment.
Well, it just feels we can breathe for the first time today. We can actually just all calm down from a heightened state. The former Concorde Experience Museum at Grantley Adams International Airport has been repurposed. Okay. Let's come back to that. Paquita drives up to mid-on as a dedicated departure terminal for air-to-sea cruise passengers, while the British Airways Concorde Alpha Echo remains housed inside. Oh, it's still there, yeah. The building, though, is no longer operating as a public tourist attraction. Okay. The hangar is located a short walk from the main terminal at Grantley Adams. The museum is close to the public. It's exclusively utilised to ease airport congestion. Oh, maybe you can't even sort of go there on a corporate. I don't know. Maybe that was a few years ago, so maybe things have changed. Anyway.
Yeah.
Are we going to get through all that cake?
We're not, are we? But it's very kind of you. Thank you very much. David Bowden's wife, whose name I ought to remember, which is shocking of me. I can't remember. But David was telling me this morning about a couple of teams at the Aldridge Academy, which is the cricket school here in Brighton, where the girls' team, I think the under-15s, got through to to a National Cup quarter-final, which they lost. In comes a no-cap bowls, clipped away by Organ down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, but it isn't there as Price comes into field. One more to Felix Organ, who goes to 15, 104 for 6. But he was telling me they were against schools like Millfield and a lot of the private schools. They did really well to get that far. And Mark Robinson is heavily involved with the academy at Backer. So we'll have to have a natter to Mark at some stage about the progress that they're making. The Aldridge Academy. 2 slips in a gully. J. Devon kept coming over the wicket now to Podgater. He's in and bowls and drives comfortably to mid-off and languidly fielded there by... Who's that at mid-off? Daniel Hughes. And there is no run. So thank you for the cake.
Yeah, thank you.
We've still got some bits left over from Margaret in the museum yesterday. I think we kept it in the fridge last night. So we've got something to eat for our tea, which is not far away now. Only 8 overs until tea, and the longer this goes on, the more we are going to get some cricket tomorrow, you know.
Well, I bought half a flapjack as well for tea. So.
Did you?
Oh, God.
Why only half?
Very healthy. Because my missus ate the first half.
Ah, right. And comes in cat bowls. Gator lets that go through outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run.
She left it this morning before she got on the train for me. She said, "You can finish that off."
That's love at first sight. Leave it off your flapjack, eh?
That's lovely, isn't it? How romantic.
I hope you haven't opened your Father's Day card, Kev.
No, it's still there in,
still
my,
for tomorrow
in
morning,
my wardrobe, where I've placed from my younger daughter. There's a little Prezi there as well, which I haven't opened.
Right, okay, that's nice.
So I hope I open it here. I mean, that doesn't matter if I open it at home, but it'd be nice to open it in the hotel.
And Cat is in. Bold. Gator drives into the offside. Could take another single, field at mid-off. A little frustrated there, J. Devon. I don't think he felt there should have been a single for a little dab into the offside. Another single, 27, 100. That's 105 for 6, Kevin, I think it is.
Yeah.
At 32, the lead is 137.
Are you expecting anything tomorrow?
Yeah, because we're working tomorrow, we've sort of delayed Father's Day for a couple of weeks. So the girls are coming down in a couple of weeks' time. Well, I'm hoping there's a card tomorrow. Or perhaps they're going to wait until that day.
If it's coming in the post and it hasn't arrived, that's too late.
Yeah, it might have been hidden away, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. 3 slips. Well, sorry, 2 slips in a gully now. There's a cat in, bowls to Morgan, who drives down the ground, gets a hand to that, does a cat, and it was going in the direction of Delano Picate, but he had to take evasive action, and there is no run. And of course, they're both granddads now as well, so, you know, you
Is there a Grandparents' Day?
I don't think there is.
Well, they're not. I'm surprised. I thought all these card firms, they invent all these days so they can spell more cards, I'm sure.
Mind you, it's becoming a thing of the past, isn't it?
Is it?
Cards. Well, I think so. You know, Christmas cards, and people don't send as many. There's a cat in and bowls, played onto the onside by Morgan, and there is no run. End of a cat's over. He's bowled. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 18, 105 for 6.
Well, there is a Grandparents' Day
Is there?
in the UK. It's Sunday, October the 4th.
I'll make a note of that then, mate, haven't we? And we can.
Well, yeah, I think as we get nearer that date, I might just sort of drop some hints.
Yeah.
You never know.
Change
You
the
never know what turn up on the doorstep.
Changing the subject entirely, talking about cards, and a very random question. When it's Christmas time, do you write the Christmas cards, or did your wife?
It varies. She doesn't
Oh.
like doing it with me. If she's going to do some, she likes doing it away from me, only because I keep asking questions to say, do we still need to write a card to this person? Because we haven't seen them for about 10 years.
And particularly when it's about £1.50 for a stand. these
Well,
days.
this is the thing now. I mean, that question's asked more and more now, isn't it? Or the other one is, are they still at that address?
Right.
And she feels that where she could write nearly all the cards in whatever time, it takes 10 times longer because I'm
Because you're
always
asking questions.
interrupting.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Haynes is going to bowl up the hill here with his medium pace. And that's short of a length, worked up to mid-on. I think the throw will come in, but it wasn't picked up cleanly. I think Potgieter would have been home anyway.
And you do get these cards as well. We tend to sort of keep the cards. And then,
Do you?
Well, for a while. And then you see, someone says last year, like, you send me a Christmas card and you say, we must get together next year. Well, we haven't. No, years gone by.
I know.
Joe, we write about 100 Christmas cards.
Do you still know 100 people? That's a great effort.
Length
organ pushes forward.
Well, actually, we probably don't. It's just that we write 100, but maybe these people get these cards and they think, you know, God, we haven't seen them for 10 years. So perhaps we're pretending we've got 100 friends. I don't know.
It's quite weird, isn't it, really? There used to be a time, isn't it, where the more cards you had either pinned up or sitting on mantelpieces and that in your house, the more you thought, wow, aren't we popular?
Yeah.
Do you know what now? If I only get a few, I don't care.
Yeah.
Which is probably just as well, because that is exactly what it's like. It's turned away on the leg side, down towards fine leg. I remember for a couple of years, I got one from the Gettys.
Really?
Yeah, it came out of the blue. If you play, it used to be, and I don't think it's the case now, because I don't think do they own it now still? In High Wycombe, I don't know. But in those days when I played there, if you played on that ground, you were guaranteed to get a Christmas card from John Paul Getty.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got one for about 2 or 3 years.
Wow.
And you think, wow, that's good. Had pride of place, that one. That got in front of my missus, that one.
Yeah. The Gettys actually had a place not far from where I live in Guildford. There's a place called Sutton Place.
Okay.
And they had a big place, a big wrought iron gates. I think it's been long sold now.
Yeah.
He was an oil man, wasn't he, Getty?
I think so.
Yeah. And one of his sons got kidnapped, didn't they? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
It was a
story,
horrible
yeah.
story.
I've told this story before, actually, but I will say it again for the benefit of maybe Sussex people. That's pushed out on the offside. They probably won't enjoy it any more than the Hampshire people have heard it before. But the day that I played, it was against the West Indies tourists. And it used to be, I think, for a little while, that it was the first game of their tour at the Gettys ground. And Mark Nicholas was captain. Paul Parker played in that. Remember, former captain here?
Yeah.
I think he played in that game as well. It shows you how long ago that was. Potgieter drives down the ground, and that might just have enough on it. And with the help of going down the hill, it's gone for 4. And Potgieter moves on to 32, and Hampshire on to 111 for 6. That lead now is up to 143. Anyway, so we played this game, and Mick Jagger was there in the crowd, and enjoying the hospitality at lunchtime. Anyway, after the game, Mr. Getty sort of just came around sort of clubhouse bit, and I was sort of near him talking to some people, and I heard Mark say, "Why don't you come in the changing rooms?" And I heard him say, "No, no, no, no." He said, "That's not for me." He said, Mark said to him, "It's your ground. It's your building. It's your changing rooms. You've never been in." He'd never been in his own changing rooms. So Mark insisted, and for the very first time, he went inside.
Well played.
I know, isn't that weird?
In comes a cat down the hill, whilst to Felix Organ, who's forward defensively placed to mid on, and there is no run. And so, was it a game? Was it a get 11 against?
Yeah.
How come you were selected?
Well, it was just, I guess, if the counties at that particular time didn't have a game, you know, there's probably 2 or 3 counties, and they selected a county 11 from that.
Yeah.
I can probably look it up. I can't remember what year it was, but yeah, that was my standout. Apart from, I think I got hit around the ground, if I'm honest. That's why I can't remember much about the game. But I just remember that. And yeah, he'd never been in. And yeah, I remember him, he always thought that was the cricketer's sanctum. You know, that was, it was not for him. But yeah, and he went in and he sat in the change rooms. First time ever.
Nucat in bowls. And he beats Organ outside the off stop. That's well bowl taken by Tumbling Simpson. And there is no run. Oh, nice to get a Christmas card. That's nice.
Yeah. Big red one it was.
Oh.
Can't remember what was on it now. Something relevant. Oh, I tell you what, that has pitched, bounced, straightened, and then as it went between batter and keeper, then swerved. I mean, this is where, this is where sort of Undukut comes into his own here, where the ball's, into its 40th over, he can still find something. It does find something.
Undukut in bowls, and he's got behind, and the wicket goes down. No, he's not. Well, I thought he'd nicked that behind Felix Organ, but John Simpson thought so, the slip thought so. But clearly, umpire, is it Jack Chantry at the far end now? Clearly didn't think so.
It's pitched and straightened there.
Ooh.
Difficult to tell in the replay there. Organ has turned around, but it looked like he was more to get his back behind the crease as he walked into that one. So now this is for me is quite a worrying spell, because Jaydev is getting some movement here, late movement off the pitch and off the seam. So this is going to be hard work, and I think if Hampshire can get through this spell, they might be able to build themselves a decent lead. But they've got to get through this before tea.
111 for 6 as Undukut is in bowls down the leg side. Undukut again is half appealing. Taken by Simpson. There is no runs. So these two are approaching a 50 partnership, actually. Came together when the score was 66. 5 runs needed. Yeah. Well, lots of applause next door for the whoever's the recipient of the next award. There's a lot of youngsters next door thoroughly enjoying their presentation day. I saw the fellas who were organising it earlier. There was loads of cups and stuff next door earlier on to be presented. In comes Undukut around the wicket bowls. Forward comes Organ. Solidly plays back down the track. There is no run. My mum, God bless her, worked for Marks and Spencer's for years and years. And,
other department stores available.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she seemed to know everyone, my mum. When it was her birthday, even when she was well into her 80s, be a birthday, and you'd go around, "Oh, happy birthday, mum," and she'd have about 50 birthday cards there.
Really?
Oh,
that's nice.
So where are these from? Because they used to have like an old staff members association. She was always going on trips to here, there, and it's lovely, really.
That's lovely.
Good way of people keeping in touch, and they did all sorts of things.
It's a side to a company you don't always see, do you?
Yeah, no, it's nice. Undukut in bowls. Organ drives down the ice. Nice shot. That's going to get at least a couple of runs. Could be more. It's rolling away up the slope. Sean Hunt, is it not pursuit? I don't think he's going to get there, though. So nice shot by Felix Organ, who's playing a dab hand here, He goes to 24. And Hampshire to 115 for 6 at the end of Jaydev and Undukut's over. He is now bowled 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 22. There's the Indian quick. And that is a partnership of 49 between these two.
Yeah. Well, in the context of today, that's large. In the context of what's to come, we'll have to wait and see, because we do have a lot more blue sky out there. There's a bit more sun. We haven't had any of that for most of the day, and it just seems to correspond with less wickets falling. Here's Haynes, bowls, length ball to Pop Gita, defends. What a job he's doing here at the moment, 32 from 74. We have 6 overs minus 1 ball till tea. I think if Hampshire can get through these 6 overs, be 6 down at tea, undercut, they've got to get through that spell. I don't think Haynes has been quite on it as much as he was in the first innings, but that may change. As he bowls, it's full, it's driven wider mid-off. That is a great shot.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, has that hit the school kids?
Well, no, there was an adult down there who stopped the ball, but they just need to keep an eye on the ball, the lads down there.
Yeah. Well, of course, once it hits the rope and it bounces, it tends to go over the boundary boards, doesn't it? That's
yeah,
at most
what they
grounds.
probably would have one of those stewards down there just standing the other side of the fence, just to. Not many balls have gone in that direction today.
Well, I was going to say, there's probably most people in the crowd thinking, well, we're quite safe here today. There's more danger out in the middle. As Haynes bowls, that's a length ball. Gita is now 36, and that Hampshire lead has gone over 150. Remember, Hampshire at one stage were 26 for 5 when Ben Brown went. That was at just before past 2.
That's the 50 partnership, as you say, between these two. Yeah.
Well, it's probably a sign now of the pitch conditions, overheads, all calming down. That's played very late by Gita. Now, there is a chase on. It's running up the hill, and it is caught just before the rope.
It was Goodman, I think.
Dominic Goodman. Children. Oh, I was going to say the children enjoyed that shot, but it's not. It's another presentation. Way to our right. I was going to say they love a late cut to those little school kids, but actually it's somebody else getting a prize. 122 for 6, lead 154.
Just wonder whether it might be sort of James Cole's time for Sussex.
Haynes is 0 for 21. 2 balls left of his 5th over, switching to over the wicket for the right-hander Organ. Organ clips that away to square leg where there's a fielder. He might get a couple of overs before tea, I think you're right.
But you talk about companies we mentioned, M&S there.
No, you did.
Yeah, I know. But a lot of companies did used to, you think a lot of the banks used to have their own sports grounds, didn't they? Football teams, cricket teams. It's all, my father-in-law used to work for Shell, and they used to have a big sports club,
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow. Other oil companies available. That's turned away square on the leg side. I know when I was living in North London, I think there was a British Gas, not only team, but a club.
Yeah.
Where they played at.
Yeah.
Other, obviously, energy companies available.
Yeah. No, there was the Shell club was called the Lensbury Club. It was in Teddington.
Lensbury, I remember Lensbury.
Right, and that was owned by Shell. And they had 2 or 3 big cricket pitches there. And pre-Wimbledon, lovely grass tennis courts. I remember we were there one day, and because we got in because we were, my father-in-law's, we got, it's like a family thing, we could go in. I remember we saw Steffi Graf practicing there pre-Wimbledon.
Really?
Yeah. Jennifer Capriati. And back it's a long time ago now. But that's all been sold now. I think all these companies all got rid. But it was a great thing for employees,
Yeah.
Nothing like that these days.
No, well, there was a couple of grounds. I'm not sure they're still there. There used to be a British and American tobacco ground in one of the suburbs in Southampton. Obviously, cigarette companies available. Not as big as they used to be.
Jane Evernoodcat down the hill, bowls to Potico, who's forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Lovely
AC
sunny
Delco,
afternoon.
remember?
I do remember AC Delco.
There used to be a ground there in Eastleigh, I think there was. It used to be there.
And the banks all had. I remember NatWest had a big one in Norbury. Because I remember going to watch my brother played for Surrey Young Cricketers.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him playing a game at Norbury.
We're going to get ourselves sacked by the end by tick time, aren't we? Mentioning all these companies.
Yeah.
Well, it was a bank ground where Kent play at Beckenham now.
Right, there you go. Comes a Noodcat bowled. Short pulled away by Portuguese to get a single. Good bit of field by Jack Castle, actually, very quickly round. Batting just looks a whole different kettle of fish now, as you say. It's the overheads are nothing like they were earlier on today. There's lots of blue sky around. 100 and the sun is now shining on the score. Is that 123, Kevin? I think it is.
Yep.
That makes the lead 155. These two are battling away and increasingly looking more confident. We've got how many overs till tea? 4. In comes a Noodcat round the wicket, bowls and caught. No, just short of Tom Alsop at first slip. That wasn't far short. It was a full shot from Felix Organ, and it's just bounced short of Tom Alsop.
Yeah, well, as I say, undercut. This is a spell to get through. It really is. It's probably the first one that hasn't really carried. Well, actually, that's not true. But there hasn't been many that haven't.
Yeah. Lucat looks frustrated. Are we looking forward to putting his feet up over the next few weeks before he comes back for the final block of championship games? And Lucat in bowls to Organ, who takes a big step forward and plays into the offside. There is no run. Jack Carson is warming up at backward point vigorously. Here's Jack. Sussex look to break this partnership, because this will be honing in on the biggest partnership of the match, if it isn't already, actually. In fact, I think it is. The biggest partnership before that was 54, opening partnership of the match between Abbott and Gubbins. And look at him, bowls, flicked away by Organ, down to deep backward square leg, fielded by James Coles. One more to the total, 124 for 6.
Thanks to Rob Barnes, who emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says the BAT cricket ground was in Totton.
Okay.
Which, for those of you that know Southampton, it's just to the west of Southampton. Part of Southampton.
But it certainly was a thing, wasn't it? With big companies would have
would
have social clubs and facilities for employees. I mean, you might not want to go there because you've seen people all week, then you see them at the weekend as well. But but it's a nice idea. Generally, they have a bar with sort of reasonably priced drinks and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. There used to be a Met Police ground in Bushey in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, there's a Met Police ground at Imber Court.
Yeah,
up near Esher as well.
Is that still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I think one of the first T20 games was played there, wasn't it?
Oh, that went a long way. Sorry, dreadful commentary by me, I'm sorry. And the cat came in the bowl. It moved off the pitch and Simpson took it diving in front of first slip. There is no run. J. Devon Wicket's bowled 14 overs, 8 maidens, 2, 4, is that 6 maidens? I can't quite see. 14, 6, 2, 24. Yeah. Total 124 for 6.
That ball really did go.
Yes, it did. It went a long, long way.
It straightened and then really swung between the batter and Simpson.
4 overs to go until tea. Yeah, Imber Court is still there, and that's where the Metropolitan Police football team still play. And,
I'm sure they played one of the first T20s in the first year there, didn't they? Surrey played there?
Might well have done. Yeah, might well have done. Or there was the BAC ground, which I think was at Weybridge. BAE ground, or BAC, BAE. But that doesn't seem to happen too much these days. Well, if at all, actually. I mean, maybe back in the day the BBC had a sports ground or something.
Do they?
I don't know. Oh. I don't know.
Just looking it up, actually. T20, East Molesey, Surrey.
Right, okay. Oh, did they play there? Crumbs, that's right by the river, that's by the Thames. Jack Carson is coming on to bowl. We've got 4 overs to go until tea. And having said earlier that we thought this was going to finish in 2 days, I don't think we are going to. We're going to be here tomorrow. As Jack Carson comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Organ looking to play it on the leg side. It's rather straightened up by Jack Carson. The ball bounces out into the offside. And there is no run. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Kevin James discussing all sorts of things from Christmas cards to sports grounds. In comes Carson, bowls, drilled to mid-wicket, fielded there by Jack Leading, and there is no run. Surrey have lost another wicket down at Cardiff. They are now 74 for 6 in reply to Morgan's 358. Carson again reverse swept by Organ. He did that in the first innings, but picks up a single down to James Coles, who's fielding down there at deep backward point. Organ goes to 26, 125 for 6. At 32, you get the lead, which is steadily building since these two have come together. When Ben Brown was out, when Ali Orr was out, the total was 66 for 6. Carson comes into bowl to Podgita is in and bowls, who's forward defensively, plays them to the onside of the pitch. John Simpson comes in behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. Cloud looks like he's building again, actually, slightly in from the west. Carlson again, bowls, gives that plenty of air. Podgita plays that to Daniel Hughes, who's running in from mid-off, shies at the stumps, but Podgita was safely home. He picks up his 41st run, 126 for 6. Partnership between these two of 60. The biggest partnership of the match. And looking increasingly comfortable as Carlson is in. Bowls to Organ, who defends, plays onto the onside. And there is no run. So tidy enough from Jack Carlson. Just the 2 runs off of the over. 3 overs until tea. 126 for 6. Add 32 to that. You get 158, is that right? I think.
More info on that Imber Court Met Police Sports Club ground.
Yes.
I didn't know this, and there's no reason why. I probably should have known. The first recorded match on that ground was in 1940 when the Met Police played a British Empire 11. Well, in 1983, Surrey played a single List A match against Northamptonshire, and in 2003, Surrey used the ground for 2 T20 matches. Of course, that was the very first year of T20 cricket, played against Essex and Sussex.
Oh, there you go. Good knowledge.
Thank you very much. Well, I have to look it up, obviously. Undercat, left arm over to Podgita, who leaves that one alone. Again, the shape on that delivery. Podgita's judgment of balls outside the off stump has been very, very good, although that started wide-ish and went further wide.
Just to say, Ben Stokes 95 not out for Durham, of 113 balls with 18 fours.
Conflicting comments about him. We were talking about Ben Stokes earlier, weren't we? Conflicting comments from different people, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Brendan McMullen saying that he was worried about him. Oh, has he edged that one through to the keeper? There's not a convincing shout. Full delivery, Podgita stabbing down on that one. Again, it's swung. On the replay, it looks as though it's swung past the outside edge. Difficult to tell from here, but nevertheless, again, it's swinging for Unakut. And then you had was it Chief Executive of Durham, saying didn't know what all the fuss was about. He's in great spirits. So did Ryan Campbell, the head coach of Durham, saying
both of them was critical. Both of them was critical, wasn't he?
Both of them said, well, I think he said he shouldn't have been doing what he did. So you sort of had the England head coach saying a bit worried about him, and then people from Durham saying he's fine. Who to believe? It's outside the off stump. Lovely carry, but again it's left. Now is Undercat going to try and get one to spear into the left-hander, because predominantly the ball has been shaping away. Not sure we've seen the one angled in yet. 2 for 24, 14.5 overs on the cat. That lead, Hampshire 158. So at 66 for 6, the lead was about, what, 80?
Yes.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Cool. And the cat bowls, Podgita pushes forward. Desperately want to be there till tea. And a long time after as well. There actually he's just tried to angle that one in there. And it hasn't really gone, but it's definitely looked to shape in.
Wait, both of you'd have played against both of them, Kevin?
I did.
Much or
played against him for Somerset. I played against him when he went to Durham.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's quite, it was. Yeah, I mean, I suppose my earliest one was down at Taunton, and I think when you play against those sort of guys, it's outside the off stump, left alone. It's quite intimidating. He bowled at me. Yeah, he gave me some stick.
Really?
Yeah, he gave me some stick.
I'd imagine it could be intimidating.
Oh God, I only knew that, and that's why he did it.
Right. And what about when you're bowling to him?
Can't remember if I might have done. If I did, I didn't bowl very much at him. I just remember batting against him a little bit.
Right. Would
he'd lost a bit of pace by then.
Yeah.
So the Somerset, Somerset was mid-80s, so he was still sort of by the time he went to Durham, it was a little different.
Was Viv Richards playing for Somerset in those days?
Yes.
You played against him?
Yes.
Bowl to him?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, not easy. Not easy at all. I think it's more the fear of what they can do to you than actually bowl. I mean, they're like most players, you know. If they're in a normal type of mood, they don't want to show off, then they'll just play, you know, every ball its merits, and it's not all right. So you think, well, as long as I keep the ball roughly in the right areas, I'm all right here. As I think he's pulling the bat inside the line there, Potgieter. Good over, nevertheless, from Undercut. 2 overs till tea, 126 for 6. We haven't had a wicket here now for about an hour and a quarter. So wickets are beginning to dry up. But what you don't want is a situation, or you know, they suddenly get it in their head that they're going to show off to the crowd. That's when it becomes a little intimidating. Yes, I remember being hit. Yeah, Viv Richards, I remember, played this amazing shot because he was always known for hitting the ball on the leg side. Even if he bowled outside off stump, he walked across and just milked you on the leg side all the time, and it was horrible, really.
Carson in and bowls to Felix Organ, who plays us onto the leg side. There is no run, and he hit you for
He hit me for 6 over cover.
Ooh.
And I just felt that even he enjoyed that. I mean, you know, he probably thought, oh, who's this young left-arm seamer? You know, I can do what I want, really.
Carson in bowls, played to short leg. There is no run.
But because he wasn't renowned, he wasn't really renowned as a you know, smash one through the covers, you know, sort of cover drive, whatever. But he hit me over cover for 6, and I could just tell he loved that shot.
Comes Carson bowls, clipped to short fine leg, fielded by Undercat. There is no run. How amazing though, you know, that's one to tell the grandkids, Kevin, in years to come. I bowled to Viv Richards, I faced Ian Botham.
Yeah.
They're great memories.
I suppose you just sort of... Yeah.
Carson in bowls, all the defence into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think, you know, I suppose it's only when you sort of think about it, like when we're talking about it, that I ever think about it. I never really think about it otherwise.
Yeah.
No. I don't know why, I probably should. I know lots of people say, well, you know, you should make more of it, but yeah, I don't know.
You're too modest. In comes Carson bowls and defended to short leg, fielded there by, who's under the helmet? It's Tom Alsop, I think.
I don't ever remember doing much here.
Right.
Bat or ball, if I'm honest. Oh no, I tell a lie, actually. No, I tell a lie. It's just come to me. They used to be called the Seaboard Trophy. Do you remember that?
I don't.
It was kind of a weekend trophy. It was a bit like the Tilcon Trophy or the whatever up at Scarborough. Well, there was a Seaboard Trophy here for about a year or two, and I don't think it was at the end of the season. It might have been towards the end of the season.
Carson in bowls, and that's played to a Nutcat, who has to run round from fine leg to field. One more to Organ, who goes to 27, 127 for 6.
You know, in those days, you know, the one up in Scarborough was more sort of, I say famous. It was just a fill-in for a weekend where 4 counties that weren't playing would, you know, sponsors would pay for 3 days of cricket, whatever. So you play 2 semi-finals and a final. And Seaboard got involved, which is the old Southern Electric Board, whatever they were. And then we had a week off in cricket, and I can't remember at what point before this Seaboard Trophy did we learn that we were invited to play in it. But I remember some of the players saying, "Oh God, we've played enough cricket. We can't be bothered with this festival rubbish," you know. But anyway, we had to come, and we came down, and you know, without being disrespectful to the tournament, the players were saying, "Oh, I don't really care if we lose this. You know, we'll get a couple of days off. At least we can keep our days off, you know, in between games." So we played Sussex. It must have been the semi-final or the final. I can't remember. Sussex, whatever. No, it would have been the semi-final. Of course it was. It wasn't the final. Here's James Coles with his left arm spinners down the hill, and Organ works that away on the onside. I think that came off the pad actually. So anyway, Sussex got whatever they got, and I got 100 in the reply. And I'm not joking. I kept looking up, you know, where the players used to be square on. And, you know, I don't know why I kept looking up at the players, and they really wanted us to lose the game because we could go home. But you know, I just had one of those days where it was just coming off, and you know, you play a shot and it just seemed to hit in the middle of the bat all the time. And I could tell the way they were looking at me. They were really annoyed with me. because I was helping to win the game, and which meant we would have to be here for another day or two. Let's play out, look on the next side. And anyway, so we won the game. I got 3 figures, and the teammates weren't exactly, falling over themselves to rush out and say, "Well played, Kev." I'll be honest with you. Anyway, at the end of the game, I'd never got a man of the match trophy in my life. In all the one-day games that I played, and never got one. But in this game, I did. And and somebody who was running the tournament or from the sponsor came up to me and said, "Just to let you know, we're going to, present you with the man of the match award." I thought, "Oh, this is lovely, the first time ever." So there they were on the microphone saying, "Congratulations to Hampshire. We'll see you in the final tomorrow," or whatever it is, 2 days' time. It's on the back foot is Potgieter, plays it back to the bowler. And the guy says, "Right now, for the man of the match presentation, it could be such and such," because they build it up, don't they? Yes. It could be such and such. But the man of the match for his 100, Keith James. Let's play back to the bowler. And I thought, oh God, in all the times, you couldn't even get my name right. I bet you. And it just took the wind out of my sails, and I thought, and begrudgingly, I took the trophy, and I thought, oh God. There's a drive from Potgieter out in the deep on the offside, and it's 129 for 6.
I bet the Hampshire lads had a laugh about that.
They did, yeah. That was the only time they smiled at my innings. That is tea. I think I might have lost an over in there somewhere, just concentrating on that story. But anyway, I hope it was worth it. And Hampshire have done really well in the second half. Well, probably the second 2/3 of that afternoon session, because having lost early wickets, Lehman, Preston, Brown, and then Ali Orr in the middle of that session, they really were teetering. They're still, for me, a long way where they would like to be. And why wouldn't they be? But they're 129 for 6. They lead by 161. They are certainly in a lot healthier state than they were just about half an hour or so after lunch. And Delano Potgieter has played wonderfully out there. And he's 42 not out from 91 balls with 5 fours. And he's been given tremendous support by Felix Organ, who's 28 not out from 58 with 4 fours to his name. And, let's be honest, I'm not even sure we'd have reached tea at some point today. The wickets were just falling like packs of cards. But I think, hopefully, if Hampshire can just keep the batting going, we will comfortably be back tomorrow.
Just a couple of emails. Thank you, Kevin. We were talking about Concord earlier on, and I'll just read these before we go and have a cup of tea. David Sharp says, a couple of observations. We live near Reading, and when Concord took off from Heathrow, we could tell the time as it flew over us. My late father worked for British Airways, and he commuted to New York Monday to Friday on Concorde for 4 weeks. I was very jealous. I believe the Concorde in New York is actually on a retired aircraft carrier, says David. And Simon Goodman, who sits over in the pavilion. Hello, Simon. Sorry, I very briefly saw you today. He says, hello, Adrian and Kevin. Further to your chat about Concorde, I always found it strange that when you look at various airports on Google Maps, there are never really any planes parked or otherwise. I was looking at Heathrow recently and spotted a Concorde parked up. It transpires that Google effectively erased any impertinent features from their maps, hence no planes. That's interesting. Thank you, Simon. It's Saturday, and the spectators being allowed on the outfield to go and have a wander and have a look at the wicket. So, whilst they're doing that, we're going to go and have a cup of tea and a piece of cake. And we'll speak to you again, or a couple of impromptu games of cricket as well on the outfield, which is rather nice to watch. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time.
My manager's my boss, mate. My manager's my boss.
We'll get lots of
Why can't we just do it tomorrow? Bye.
That's a really interesting idea.
If you did play the whole season and you only tried them, then still never. It's not fair. We're bench players.
Everyone contributes.
Yeah, I just think about that. Yeah, imagine if you join the league one day and then quit the next day. Yeah. And then you get to the and then join the next day. And then you get a check.
No, you're like, oh, I know his game.
Jimmy, remember on the way out, there's that cricket pitch down there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right there. Oh, let's go. Last time, me and Jimmy went to do it. We have to leave.
It's free.
Oh my God,
It's gone there.
Confident press elimination in the first wicket. You don't get all right.
Please welcome back onto the field our Hampshire Burns and please welcome the Sussex team back onto the field now.
Well, welcome back to Hove, where we are into the final session of the day on day 2. A little while ago, well, just after lunch, we thought this might be the final session of the match, but that's not going to be the case now because of a very good partnership between Felix Organ, who's 28 not out, and Delano Gator, who is on 42. These two coming together when Hampshire was 66 for 6. They're now 129 for 6. You had 32 for that, which gives the lead, which is 161 at T, and this is a useful lead for Hampshire.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's the signs now that everything is just calming down. Take nothing away from the batting in the second half of that session. Hampshire were really up against it at 66 for 6. Renali Orr's wicket went for... He played really well for his 36, but it does just look as though things have got a bit easier. This partnership is worth 63 between Potgieter and Organ, and they've scored that in just over 19 overs, 19.1. So even the scoring rate has increased a bit. The wickets have started to be less frequent. Because I mean, the rate the wickets were falling at one stage, just before 2:15 this afternoon, when Ben Brown lost his wicket, 64 runs have been added in the whole day's play up until then for 12 wickets.
Yeah, incredible.
It was just, it was frightening pace. We've got Jack Carson to get us underway then. So 32 overs left on day 2. I suppose barring an absolute nightmare collapse, we will be back here tomorrow. Potgieter's off the back foot and immediately gets a single because Minon's quite deep. We were talking about various things, weren't we, before the tea break, and one of them was various grounds. Julian Dean emailed me just before the tea break about Lensbury.
Oh.
He says the mention of the beautiful grounds at Lensbury brought back a long cherished memory. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, by the way. I played there for Hurst Cricket Club in the 1990s. Does that ring a bell, Hurst? Was that Kent Way?
Well, I thought Hurst Cricket Club, because I thought Molesey played it. Were they Hurst? I may be completely wrong there.
We'll have a look in a minute. I played there for Hurst Cricket Club in the 1990s. As Carson's over the wicket to Organ, plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. And in one game, there was a marquee erected at square leg for a very upmarket wedding reception. I managed to pull a rank long hop through the entrance to the marquee, one bounce and straight into the cake. No, wow, that's unbelievable. That's pinpoint accuracy, that is. As Organ plays that into the ground on the leg side once more. Not sure what sort of omen that was for the happy couple. The ball had to be changed due to the icing embedded in the seam. I think that's the least of the worries on that one.
That's a great story. Not for the bride and groom.
No. I bet the cake wasn't placed in that particular spot in future. Carson with his off-spin again. Forward is Organ, well forward. Also, I think BAT Sports became Totton and Ealing Cricket Club. I think you're right, actually, Julian. So sad that many other grounds, such as the amazing facilities and the subsidised bar at the Bank of England, no longer exist.
Yeah.
Julian Dean, who's in Miami.
Right, wow.
Okay, brilliant. Love that. Carson from our commentary end. And again, Organ's playing that into the ground.
If he's in Miami, he's probably waiting for the invasion of the Scots, because that's where they're off to next.
Is that the next game?
They play Brazil in Miami, yeah.
They lose overnight, didn't they?
Yeah, they lost to Morocco by a goal to nil, so they're leaving. My brother-in-law lives in Boston. He said they've virtually drunk the place dry.
Morgan plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 130 for 6. Hampshire added 1 in that first over in the evening session.
I remember watching Middlesex Seconds play at Lensbury Club. I think they were playing Surrey, but I definitely remember watching Middlesex playing at Lensbury. It was right on the banks of the River Thames. A good few years ago now. So who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end? It's going to be James Coles, who's just bowled the 1 over before tea for 2 runs. You would imagine we're only going into day 3 of this match as we go into tomorrow, which I think we're comfortably assuming we will now. In which case, day 3 pitch, Hove, provided it's not foggy and overcast, you'd think Sussex ought to be able to chase down 162. But I was just saying to the fellas in the press room, that would be to forget Kyle, who bowled so well. In comes Coles, bowls and clipped by Brigega to mid-wicket, fielded by Leading, and there is no run. Leading wicket taker in Division 1, or he was. In comes Coles. Bowls again. Later again plays. Also doesn't field it cleanly at short leg. There is no run. England 117 for 3 in the Test match. Joe Root 45, Harry Brook 51. Harry Brook 51 in 33 balls.
He's going for it.
He is. 10 falls and a 6. Coles in bowls. I'm going to please to mid-on. There is no run. So
how many more do they need? Millions still, don't they?
346 more. A lot of runs. Just don't quite know with Brook, do you? You could go berserk and Coles in again. Bowls short. That's not a great delivery. Pulled away. That's a very good bit of fielding by Jack Carson, because that could have easily rolled away for 4 runs down to fine leg. It was too short from James Coles and pulled away. Carson getting down quickly to his right hand side to field. And just the 1 run. Total goes to 131 for 6. Elsewhere in the Championship, Notts now 406 for 8 at Chelmsford. My goodness me. Bowls just Coles. Hit on the pad is Organ. A stifled appeal. 125 for Jack Hayes, formerly of Worcestershire. Fergus O'Neill, I think, is a very good cricketer. Australian, made 61. I think he'll be in the Ashes next summer. And very good all-round cricketer. So Notts in a very good position at Chelmsford. Surrey 91 for 8 in Cardiff. Coles bowls. Organ plays onto the onside. Doesn't time that at all. And there is no run. So end of the over. Coles has bowled 2 overs for 3 runs. 131 for 6. Just that Surrey score. 5 wickets to Tom Norton, the young 18-year-old, who's making quite a stir this season. 10 overs, 5 for 50. Good Morgan looking to bounce back from defeat here last week against Sussex. And the other game, Leicestershire 399 for 5, leading Yorkshire for 214 at Grace Road. And Warwickshire 251 for 6, leading Somerset by 43 runs down in Taunton.
50th over of the Hampshire second innings coming up, being bowled by off-spinner Jack Carson. Around the wicket, Pogita gets one that keeps a little low, but he's playing straight. No problem. Remains on 44, not out. Just going back to the company sports grounds, we were talking about the second half of the afternoon session. You hinted that you thought there might have been a BBC sports ground.
Yeah.
Ross English has emailed. Potgieter's forward. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says there was a BBC Sports Ground. I think it was at New Malden. My father played for and against the BBC at football in the early 1960s. Now, I did look this up just before I read that out. And back in 2019, there's an article here, as that's played back to the bowler. There is a heading here that says a former BBC Sports Ground, Motspur Park.
Yeah.
It was bought by Fulham.
I think Fulham trade there. Is that
Yeah, they do, yeah.
That's the same place.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Fulham bought it up. Travellers move into abandoned BBC Sports Ground. That was back in 2016. That's cut away by Potgieter. I'll move on from that one.
Yes.
It's 132 for 6. Fascinating. I didn't know that. I mean, you learn all sorts of things, don't you?
I think there used to be a lot of athletics at Motspur Park as well back in the day, like schools athletics and that sort of thing.
Okay. Michael Alexander has also been on, I think you've got this one as well. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Carson over the wicket. That's clipped away square of the leg side by Organ. Picks up a single, moves on to 29. 133 for 6 it is now. That lead, just as a reminder, is 165. I never thought we would get to this point. I really didn't, middle of the afternoon. But we're here. Let me read out that email. I think you can follow it as well at the same time. It's played out quietly on the offside by Potgieter, end of the over. One of my favourite commentary combinations, this, says Michael. That's nice. Thank you both for eliciting so many memories. Has kicked TMS into touch. Oh, you're too kind. Multitasking with the Middlesex League. My friend David Burton, in brackets, took our net bookings at the Oval 25 years and more. Opening the bowling with Amjar Shahzad, struggling with the bat. Finchley, I remember that. Very good side, Teddington. Hope to go for the home game against Ealing next week, when I played for Barclays in the 80s, with steak dinners in the long room. Oh, those were the days. I could hear the something yelps from Ealing, just down the road. Oh yeah, the Wolf Slack Memorial Ground. That's right. That was named after the Middlesex Opener. Sorry.
That's right. James Coles comes in, bowls to Felix Organ. Ball just drops down in front of him. There is no run.
There was a few typos in there. I should have read it before I read that one out. Right. There's more information about the Seaboard Trophy.
Coles is in bowls. Organ defends down the offside of the track. No run.
It doesn't warrant too much investigation, believe me. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Bob Pook.
Oh, good old Bob in Hastings. Hello, Bob.
Oh, is it all right? Yeah, that's right. It's in brackets. He says in Hastings.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Coles. And again, bowls. Oh, now that bounced and possibly turned a bit. Organ plays it away with a bit of discomfort onto the offside. Safely enough in the end. There is no run.
Silly point, I'd had that. The Seaboard Trophy was played between 89 and 92, but I don't believe Hampshire ever reached a final. Oh, that's interesting. The trophy was won by Sussex in 89 and 91, beating Kent and Gloucestershire in the final, respectively. Maybe it wasn't the Seaboard Trophy. It was something. It was some competition I played down in anyway. I thought it was a Seaboard, but
there's a silly mid-off in place now as in comes Coles. Bowls. He sit on the pad. James Coles is convinced he's got a wicket. But umpire Burns at the far end says that's not out.
I think he thinks it hit the boot first.
You've got a fan. Stephen Worthing has been in touch, Kevin. We were talking about playing against great players like you did, Viv Richards and Ian Botham, to mention just a couple. James Coles isn't very happy with the ball. We've had 2 or 3 ball changes in this game. And umpire Burns has given it back to him and said, get on with it.
Well, they haven't taken a wicket since the ball was changed in the 36th over, 92 for 6.
Coles in bowls down the leg side. That's going to run away. That's going to be 4 byes. And these are all useful runs for Hampshire. Total goes on to 137 for 6. Add 32, comes to 169. Stephen Worthing says, hi Adrian, don't forget Kevin did what Ian Botham, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, Richard Hadley and Gary Sobers never did. 4 wickets in 4 balls and a century in the same game.
Wow. So they'll say sleep 8 hours a night.
Well.
Full 8 hours.
In comes Coles. bowls and played to the onside. Very good bit of fielding actually in there at mid-wicket by, I think that's Tom Price. Prevents a run. So end of the over. Coles has bowled 3 overs, 1 made, 0 for 3. Do you dine out on that 137 for 6, Kevin?
Every now and then it comes up in conversations. Yeah,
I'm sure it does.
yeah. It's nice. I mean, it's nice that people remember. Of course, it is.
Yeah, fantastic.
Paul B has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, good commentary and conversation as always. Thank you very much, Paul. How about the J. White's Shipbuilders ground at Cowes on the Isle of Wight? Ah, yeah, the old J. White's ground.
Right.
I think Hampshire played there, didn't they? In the many moons ago, 70s, 60s. Here's Carlson, and Potgieter clips that away. Very fine, running up the hill. Won't go all the way to the rope, but he does pick up 2 more runs, and Potgieter moves on to 47.
What did what did that company do in
Shipbuilders?
Oh right, okay, sorry.
I think, yeah. Shipbuilders, yeah. If Dave Allen was around, he'd be able to fill you in a bit more about that. He's very good on that sort of thing. Here's Carson. Potgieter prods forward. He has now faced 103 deliveries for his 47, and has played very stoically. Potgieter clips that away fine. There is a fielder for it, but they'll still come through for a single. Fielder had just been moved fine for exactly that shot. And he moves on to 48 now. 140 for 6 Hampshire. That lead up to 172.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that other one in Surrey, which was the BAE Sports Ground in Weybridge. Served as a recreational hub for Vickers, Armstrongs and British Aerospace employees, sold off in the 90s.
That was a common theme, isn't it? Sold off. That's hit into the ground up towards mid-off. Not really timed by Organ. Bit of a slap, that one. It's a shot that actually you see a little bit more now. Players sort of pushing at the ball and using the bottom hand to get a little bit more leverage. It's a slap rather than a classic drive. Organ tucks it away, square on the leg side. Potgieter was ready to go. Organ fortunately got an early call in. Organ watchfully plays that into the ground once more. End of the over. Carson's completed 8 overs, none for 19. Doesn't seem to really getting much out of this pitch. There was a little bit of bite for him at times yesterday, and definitely got a couple to turn at the same time. But it's as if, as everybody says about this pitch, that as you get through day 2 and into a bit of day 3, it just flattens out a bit. And it does seem to be the case.
Yeah.
Which means Hampshire will need a lot more yet.
James Coles, he's going to come and bowl his 4th over from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls and defended by Potgieter into the onside, and there is no run. Clapping his hands is Jack Carson, a short fine leg. Coles in again. Bowls and Potgieter again just dabs that into the offside. John Simpson runs from behind the stumps to field. The awards, I think, have finished next door, and there are parents downstairs enjoying a bit of light refreshment. Plenty of photographs being taken of kids with trophies of various things. As Coles is in again, bowls, forward comes Potgieter, plays into the offside, picks up a single. He goes to 49. It's been a good knock, this. 141 for 6 at 32. The lead is inching towards 200. Coles again. Around the wicket, bowls, clipped away by Organ onto the onside. Pick up another single fielded by Jack Leaning. Organ goes to 30, 142 for 6. You said Felix Organ used to open the batting.
Has done. Well, I mean, since the Adams-Carberry opening partnership, which was a very good one for a number of years for Hampshire, they haven't really had a settled opening partnership.
Coles In again, bowls, driven back down the ground. Coles fields off his own bowling, no run.
And over a number of seasons, they've tried different combinations. Joe Weatherly, Felix Organ, Ian Holland. And it has just never quite gone the way Hampshire would like.
Coles a little too short, and Pogita's back, plays it back down the track. Tidy enough from James Coles, just the 2 runs off the over, 142 for 6.
Fletcher Middleton has been tried for a couple of seasons or 3. Toby Abbott had a little go, I think, when Joe Weatherly got injured for a while. He did about half a season about 2 or 3 years back, and it's just not quite. They haven't quite found that same dependable opening partnership, and it without being unkind, it has held them back a little bit. They've got close since COVID, a couple of times to certainly pushing Surrey a lot harder for the championship. And, I think the opening partnership has been looked at as one of those areas where it hasn't quite. They're looking at the ball again. Sussex are really trying to change this ball. I'm not surprised, as I say, they haven't taken a wicket with the ball change in the 36th over. We are into the 54th now. So, he was given a good go. He got runs at times. And, so his technique is pretty good as he pushes forward, but he just wasn't consistent enough. As I say, his career average is 20. If I can find it at the moment, because I'm trying to keep my eye on the ground, because on the game, because obviously his career average is 24, and he's averaging 24 this season. But, a lot of his runs now are scored low down the order. But, he's played a lot of cricket, and he's a better player than 24. It's turned away. You can't. As we had a conversation, didn't we, right at the start of day 2 today, is that you're never going to have a long career as a batter, certainly up the order, if you're average mid-20s. Yeah. It's going to keep you going for so long, but it won't give you a career. So Felix, lucky for him, he bowls a bit of off spin. It's pushed back to the bowler, so that sort of keeps him in the game and keeps him in selectors' minds. But as an out-and-out batter, I think his chance is gone now. He's now playing his 59th first-class match, but he can bat, and he's a better bat than the 24 average suggests. It's played back to the bowler, but in certain situations, i.e. today so far, he coming in at 8. You think, if Felix is on this, he's got the technique to keep going. Let's hope he goes a bit longer again.
He's doing a good job for his side at the moment.
Well, he has at the moment. Still a bit to do. That's worked up to deep mid-on for a single. And he moves on to 31, 143 for 6. Under the heading of Motspur Park, David Boyle is back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I recall Motspur Park belonging to London University and being the venue for the London University's men's hockey team back in the 1970s, at a time when hockey was played on natural grass. Presumably the athletics track went around the outside of the main hockey pitch.
Yeah, I'm sure there was. I remember my brother being in an athletics meeting up there.
Okay. Pogita works that ball to mid-wicket, end of another over. Hampshire 143 for 6. As your colleague Adrian said, the venue was sold to Fulham in 1999.
Right. Listen to live cricket and other chat here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Kevin James, your commentary team here today. A quick rattle through the scores elsewhere. Notts 420 for 9, now leading Essex by 236. Surrey 100 for 8. Still trailing Glamorgan by 258. Leicestershire 410 for 6, leading Yorkshire by 225. A century there for Rehan Ahmed. Warwickshire 261 for 7, leading Somerset by 53 down at Taunton. James Coles. The sun has disappeared. Comes around the wicket into bowl to Felix Organ, who's forward and dabs this onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. Slip and a short leg of the close fielders. These two coming together when Ali Orr was out when the score was 66. It's been quite the partnership, biggest of the match by a distance, as Coles is in, bowls to Organ, plays it down the offside of the track. Again, there is no run. 77, I reckon this partnership is worth. Coles. And again, bowls and clubbed away by Organ through the offside, fielded by Goodman, who runs in and fields, loses his sunglasses in so doing. one more to Felix Organ. He goes to 32, 144 for 6.
Well, I'm sure whilst this is frustrating for Sussex in the context of what we've seen for the first half of the day, I don't think they'll mind too much. I don't think they'll feel Hampshire are out of sight by any stretch of the imagination.
Geeter in plays that to mid-on, fielded by Leaning. No, I agree. It's not as if the ball is being smashed out the ground, but Hampshire are just slowly, steadily building them into, a lead that might take some getting. Cole's in again, gives that plenty of air, and Podgeter is forward again. James Coles just gives him a bit of a look as he fields off his own bowling. Coles again. Comes in off 3 or 4 paces. Bowls, and Podgeter is forward again. Just plays at the soft hands out into the offside. There is no run. 1 run off the over. 144 for 6, 49 to Podgeter. Organ is on 32. Coles has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6.
Mike Alexander has also been on the emails, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's in North London. He says he played with Craig Smith at Hornsey briefly. I don't know if he meant Andy Smith, but anyway, I don't know Craig Smith. That was in 1988. Hornsey was a former club of mine in North London. And he said a very sad end to his life. And in brackets, John Barclay was at the funeral, which is in and around Finchley. John Barclay, of course, still a very famous name around here. Former Sussex captain. Very good storyteller, as Organ works that fine on the leg side. Should pick up 2. And he will move on to 34, 146 for 6. I helped out with some coaching for stuff that he was doing within Islington. We hit a pub after a meeting up in the Holloway Road. A bad experience with Czech beer. I'm sure Czech beer is lovely, really, but... and he regaled the tale of facing Dominic Cork to John Barclay. And it's turned away on the leg side. Bit of fielding, no run. He said Corky certainly let him have it verbally when he hit him for 4. Terrifying, says Mike. Corky could be like that sometimes. He's actually a good bloke, Corky. Bump into him from time to time when he's doing his commentaries around the country. Carson bowls. And Organ again. Works it on the leg side again. Leaning's doing well at mid-wicket.
Well, Derbyshire players, I saw that Alan Ward died. Quick bowler for Derbyshire.
Right.
Recently. Yeah, this week I think it was.
He played in the what sort of year?
Well, I think mid-70s.
70s, yeah. I remember the name. I'm not sure I did play against him, but forward is Organ, well forward.
He was. I don't think he played that many tests, but he was quick. I mean, he was a quick bowler at the time for Derbyshire, Alan Ward.
Of course, Keith Piper last week, was it, or week before last?
Yeah, very sad.
Former Warwickshire keeper who did the treble in the mid-80s. I think it was mid-90s. Organ works it on the onside for a single, moves on to 35. Hampshire move on to 147 for 6. Whilst Sussex won't mind too much with the conditions now. I'm sure they are a bit frustrated with not being able to wrap things up a little quicker.
Just say Ben Stokes was out for 95, so he didn't go on to get his ton.
Lead. For the first time today, I'm squinting a bit with the sun.
Yes.
Carson around the wicket to Podgeter, turns it away. They're going for a single. That is a half century for the South African all-rounder. And that is a very, very good knock. You've only got to look up towards the Hampshire balcony there to see that just about everyone is out on the balcony applauding the South African left-hander. 114 deliveries, 5 fours and no sixes. He's been out there for well over 2.5 hours, just over 2.5 hours. And he really has put Hampshire in with a chance. And it is his second consecutive half century. And he's playing his last Hampshire match.
James Coles over the wicket to bowl to Podgeter, who drives firmly through the offside. There's only a single to the fielder who's patrolling the cover boundary on that offside. Who is that? Is that Tom Price, I think? No, Daniel Hughes. 149 for 6. Coles in again. Bowls, forward stretches, Organ plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. Is that 149 for 6, Kevin?
It is 149 for 6.
Yeah.
Lead of 181.
Well, it's a, It's for useful lead in what's been a low-scoring match, that's for sure. Cole's in again, bowls down the leg side. There's a stifled appeal taken by Simpson. Not quite sure what the appeal was for. Could be a really good day's cricket tomorrow. Cole's in again, bowls clipped away by Organ onto the leg side. Well, they're picking up 2s and 3s and over here. Hampshire, they're just steadily going about their work. 150 up, 150 for 6. Don't forget these two coming together when Alior was out, when the score was 66 for 6. So a partnership of 84 between these two. As we say, by far the highest partnership of the match. Bowls in again. Bowls played down the ground. It's another single. To Podgita, he goes to 52, 151 for 6. Are we off air again? No.
So I could just see some clicks.
Yes, I could hear some clicks as well.
No, I was getting worried.
Yeah, when you hear a click, it is a bit of a worry. Coles again. That's a quick delivery, and that's what undid Organ in the first innings, but he's wise to the task on this occasion. It wasn't actually, who did Coles get with that? It was Tom Prest in the first innings. Organ plays it down the track, just 3 off the over. Coles 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9, 151 for 6.
So a lead of 183, and you just feel now with things finally calming down, and yes, the ball's 57 overs old, but you know, conditions can continue the way they are now for the remainder of the game. I do see at least a 250 lead as being a minimum now. I mean, that looked a million miles away in the middle of the afternoon, but I think Hampshire should, and I'm sure they are, looking at that as being an absolute bare minimum. So Carson to start his 11th over, none for 24 for the off spinner. He's bowling to Podgita. It's kept a bit low, but he's playing straight, goes out towards mid-wicket. Podgita does have a good first-class record with the bat. This is his 53rd match, his 3rd match for Hampshire in first-class cricket. And overall, his career, he averages 44 with a bat. So he can clearly bat. No doubt about that. He's showing it here. Really batting gritty innings. Once a single sent back by Organ as it goes out to backward a point. He's played within himself, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
I can't really think of too many times that he thought, no, don't do that, don't do that. He's played every ball on its merit. He's left well. It's on the back foot, cuts it away. There is a fielder out at deep cover. Michael Alexander's just saying he's got a few facts wrong about John Barclay and Craig Smith. He said it was Craig Smith that faced Dominic Cork, not John Barclay.
Right.
Anyway, it's just nice to get John Barclay mentioned here because he's a legend around here. Stephen Easton, thank you very much, who sent me some details about Alan Ward. So it's played into the ground.
I think in his day, sorry, he was quick, Alan Ward.
Yeah, I think that's what I remember. I don't remember much about him, but I think that he sent me a link, but I can't open it. It's turned away on the leg side, and there's no run. He was 78. It's a BBC Sport article. For some reason, I can't. Oh, I can now. There we are. That was back in the middle of June, back in the middle of this month.
Yeah.
Took 460 wickets and an average of 22. Morgan again plays that into the ground. It's another over negotiated. There are 21 overs left on day 2. He took 14 wickets for England in 5 tests, with his debut coming against New Zealand at Lords in 1969. His final appearance followed 7 years later. Playing career at Leicestershire, as well as Derbyshire.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you for that, and thank you for mentioning it, Adrian.
Yeah, I guess talking 1969. That's about sort of the era of sort of John Snow in his heyday, and people like Peter Lever and Ken Shuttleworth up at Lancashire as well.
He had a big run up, didn't he, Peter Lever? Didn't he have a curled run up? Peter
Yeah, I
Lever?
think he did. Yeah, was that
Did he?
Shuttleworth or Lever? It was one of the two. He used to run up miles, virtually on the edge of the boundary.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you can sort of remember those sort of Gillette Cup finals where, you know, it was always on the telly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Lancashire were perennially seemed to be sort of getting to the final. You know, under Jackie Bond and all those sort of players from yesteryear. Great Clive Lloyd, of course. In comes Sean Hunt, who's taken over at the Cromwell Road end, comes in and bowls to Potgieter, who just plays that off the hip, fielded by Jack Carson, who's so enthusiastic in the field, throws at the non-striker's end, but they'd easily gone through for a single. 153 for 6. I mean, it's just seemed we've always had 2 days cricket in one here, haven't we? Because it was so difficult early on. I mean, it always seems incredible now to think that a few hours ago we were commentating on Sussex losing 7 for 38 this morning.
It's a day of two halves.
Totally. And then, you know, Hampshire were 26 for 5. Now 153 for 6. And batting just looks a whole parley. The overheads have changed clearly. Batting looks a lot easier. In comes Hunt, bowls to Organ, who works this to backward point, fielded tidily there by Alsop. There is no run.
You mentioned Clive Lloyd there. He recently become president, hasn't he, at Lancashire?
Has he?
I think he has.
Yeah, okay.
Caught up with him in Guyana when I was there a couple of winters ago for the Global Super League. Had a chat with him, yeah. That's where he's from, Guyana, isn't he? I said, do you remember me? I was that little left arm that played for Hampshire. He said, oh, yeah, I remember you. Probably remembers me because he smashed me around as well.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and Organ defends down the track. There is no run. I suppose the great memory of Clive Lloyd would be that 1975 World Cup final when he made 100. Probably that goes down as one of the great cricket matches, doesn't it? That first World Cup final at Lords, and
yeah, took on the role in May 2026.
Right, okay.
Lancashire president.
Having a weird season, aren't they, Lancashire? I mean, you'd have thought a club like that ought to be, you know, well up in the first division, but they're languishing a bit in division. I think they're struggling in the current game as well. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Organ plays into the offside. He's got a bit of a move on here. Alsop comes in, shies at the stumps, but in the end it was a well-judged single. Organ goes to 37, 154 for 6. Yeah, actually they are playing Alan Ward's Derbyshire today, and Lancashire are 73 for 3, still trailing Derbyshire by 130. I think I saw in the week they coached Stephen. Is it Stephen Croft is their coach now? And he was saying they needed to sort of shape up in, for want of better words. Sean Hunt supported his run up because a seagull decided to fly straight in front of Delano Potgieter, and Hunt's got to amble back to his run. It's just a little flat in the field here to me. I don't know whether, I mean, the runs aren't coming quickly, but perhaps they're just waiting for something to happen. Hunt in bowls, looking to clip that one down the leg side, and rather misses out there. Simpson takes, there is no run. There are 3 seagulls all in a line right in front of us here, sitting down as if they've got no intention of moving. Oh no, they're standing up.
I noticed I'm not sure it's one of those 4, but yesterday one looked like it had a limp, which was really quite sad to see, actually. I think those 4 are okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't.
No.
I don't like to see that.
Hunt wheels around. Is in and bowls. Gator is forward. Better delivery from Sean Hunt, fielded by Carson, who comes sprinting in from mid-wicket to field. There is no run. End of the over. 154 for 6. Gator is on 54. Organ is on 37. The partnership between these two now worth 88. Still plenty of people enjoying the corporate hospitality down here on the right-hand side. Mums and dads with the kids' football teams. Group of dads there enjoying a beer or two now all the celebrations are over. Plenty of kids running around enjoying themselves.
There's the seagulls. Oh, they're not they're called gulls, aren't they? I don't think.
Yeah.
Isabel was saying yesterday.
Yeah, people get. I mean, I think it's seagulls, aren't they? They've always called them.
I think if you're into your birds,
a herring gull, I think.
Oh, look at you. Now, there's a reverse sweep there from Felix Organ. There is a man at backward of point, so they only get a single. He's played the reverse sweep quite well, actually, in the game that he's been out there. Both innings, 155 for 6. The lead is up to 187. We have just under 20 overs left here on day 2. We've played the full day, but wickets all of a sudden are becoming harder to come by after being almost 2 a penny for the first half of the day, as Potgieter off the back foot hits it out to point, doesn't find a gap. Carson's into his 12th over, none for 26. Just doesn't seem to be getting anything out of this pitch today.
No.
Comes in again. Bowls, a bit more flighted. Potgieter just plays that into the ground on the offside. So I mentioned earlier it was his second half century in consecutive innings. He didn't bat in the second innings in the drawn game at the Oval because Lehman and Alior did a really good job to make the game safe. But he did score 84 not out in the first innings.
Daniel Hughes has just walked up to Jack Carson and is maybe suggesting a change in field or some other tactic. Sussex are way ahead on over rates, which hasn't been the case on many occasions this season. They generally sail a bit close to the wind, but they're +3 at the moment.
No worries there. It's probably about as good part of the day as it's ever been at the moment, as Potgieter smothers that one on the front foot.
Joe Root and Harry Brook
still go?
Yeah, they are. Nearly 100 partnership between the pair. Root 57, Brook 58. England still needing another 326 to win, so a bit of a mountain to climb.
Yorkshire supporters have been loving those two batting together. Potgieter drives, doesn't time it, goes back to Carson. It's very bright now, the sunshine all of a sudden.
Surrey bowled out for 105 at Cardiff. It was trailing England Walker by 253. Have to see whether the follow-on is enforced. Tom Norton taking 5 for 50. Young 18-year-old quick bowler.
Carson, Potgieter has to stoop down on that one as he forced it away on the leg side because it kept a little low. Goes to mid-wicket and there's no run. 19 overs left then. Today we are certainly coming back tomorrow now.
We are.
I think we've been looking like that for a little while, which, let's be honest, earlier on today looked like we weren't going to reach tea. 155 for 6.
And I should mention, if you're looking to come to Hove for nothing tomorrow, then go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the appropriate link, where there is free entry on Father's Day. But just to say, you have to go and get your ticket in advance via the club website. The weather is set fair to tomorrow. We could be in for a good day's cricket as well. I mean, you think if Sussex are chasing a couple of hundred in, it could be more than that. We could be here for a good part of the day.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't know, just the way the conditions are now, it feels, as I said earlier, Hampshire need a minimum of 250. Minimum of 250 lead.
Sussex just with the 2 slips in place now, Allsop and leaning. As Hunt is in from the Cromwell Road end, bowl short, and Organ just ducks underneath it. The ball balloons over his left shoulder through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Sean Hunt in his 9th over, figures of 0 for 18 with 3 maidens. I guess there's an equation here for Tom Haines to juggle. He wants the wickets, but he also doesn't want Hampshire to get away or make scoring runs too easy. So he's got those 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. He's got a deep backward point, a mid-on and mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Hampshire just steadily accumulating runs. Hunt in bowls. Oh, I thought for a minute he'd played on there, Felix Organ. That was an inside edge. The ball ends up at square leg, and there is no run.
He was just reaching for that one a little bit. No swing. The ball just sort of stayed outside off stump, and yeah, an inside edge there. That could have gone anywhere.
I keep getting this clicking in my earphones. I'm not sure if that's... Are you getting it as well? That's annoying, isn't it? That could well be our line, which we're using some rather older technology this week, which I'm sorry if it's irritating. he's just incredibly competitive. Were you competitive?
Tried to be.
Yeah.
I did. I mean, I obviously don't take a keen interest in Sussex fielding like any other county, but I tell you what, he's impressed me.
Yeah.
He can fling himself both left and right.
Yeah.
With equal sort of speed and agility.
I think he thinks that every ball is going to come to him, does Jack Carson. And comes Hunt, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Organ, who's shown good judgment. He's on 38. He's faced 104 balls. And this partnership is proving difficult to break for Sussex. 155 for 6, partnership of 89. A gentleman away to our right-hand side comes out with a couple of pints of, I don't know what that looks like, lager or cider, gives them to his mate. So they're staying a bit longer. That's all right, they put a bit of money behind the Sussex bar. That's what they need. stay as long as you like. Certainly nonsense. Little warning, throw for about 30 yards. Doesn't go for overthrows. But it just goes to show there's still a little bit in this pitch, you know. That could have gone to hand.
That's why you've got to stay in it. I'm sure it's incredibly frustrating out there as a bowler. It just looked as though you only had to turn your arm over to get a wicket. Now it's different. This is where you've just got to hold everything together and just believe, because it can be hard when you're so used to the game moving forward so quickly.
Surrey have been asked to follow on down at Cardiff. That doesn't happen too often. As Hunt is in again. The bowls to Podkita, who pulls that down here to fine leg, fielded again by Carson, who's in the thick of the action, gets in a good throw to John Simpson. 2 runs off of the over. 157 for 6. Hunt has bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20. Podkita is on 55. Felix Organ is on 39. If you just joined us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Kevin James. The story of the day, a frantic morning. Sussex losing 7 for 38, bowled out for just 159, having at one stage been 90 for 1. And we thought we were going to be done in 2 days when Hampshire slipped 26 for 5. But the recovery has been led by this pair. We have to mention Kyle Abbott, who bowled beautifully, taking 5 for 17 this morning. In helpful conditions, but you've got to put the ball in the right areas, and he did that consistently.
Carlson to start a new over. He's got a silly point in and a slip for Podkita. Comes in and bowls now. Podkita works it away on the onside. He's caught at mid-wicket. Well, he allowed himself an expansive shot. It was in the air, low, but it carried to short mid-wicket, and Podkita goes. And I think he'll be pretty annoyed with himself, because his innings to date has been all about... Tom Price took the catch there, good catch as well. His innings has all been about concentration and playing every ball on its merits. But there he just allowed himself a little bit of extravagance, and it didn't come off. Nevertheless, it's been a very, very good innings. 55 off 129 balls with 5 fours, and... he's probably done more than any other batter to get Hampshire into a position where they might even start to think about winning the game.
It was a good catch, actually, by Tom Price. Low down, fielding at mid-wicket. So Jack Carson picks up his first wicket of the innings, and a really important wicket. Interesting, you were talking about Sussex needing to stay patient, and... when you see the score, they haven't got away here by any manner of means, Hampshire, but they're picking up 1s, 2s, 3s and over. That partnership was worth 91 by my reckoning. By far the highest of the match between Podkita and Organ.
Andrew Neil is the new batter. He's making his Hampshire first class debut in this match. He made 24 in the first innings. I tell you what, 24 now would be pretty handy.
Yes, they're good.
Email from Daniel Leavesley here, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It came in just before that wicket, so a fine fight back by these 2 batters. Is Podkita going to be coming back when the championship restarts in a couple of months? Seems to be balancing the team well. I'm not sure there was plans But I don't know, maybe there's a different thinking now. It will be a question I'll ask at some point. But he's contributed well to Hampshire in his 3 games to date. Still a bit to do with the ball that's played defensively by Andrew Neil. Carson's coming over the wicket to the right-hander. He has, I agree, he has complemented the side very well with his medium pace and he's very gritty batting. Here's Carson again. Andrew Neil's forward.
On Alan Ward, Derek Lloyd's been in touch. He says, have a read on the internet under Alan Ward sent off. I don't know what that's about. We'll have a look at that a bit later. Thank you, Derek.
Carson. Neil again defends.
Oh, good football skills by Jack Carson, yeah.
Couple of nudges and up into the hands.
Yeah, he's a big Glasgow Rangers fan, is Jack.
He's from Ireland, isn't he?
He is, yeah. I think there's quite a lot of sort of Celtic and
of course,
Rangers fans.
Neil plays that away quietly on the onside. Sun out, which is nice. It'll be a nice end to the day.
Yeah, well.
57 for 7. Short leg in for Neil, and there's a slip. Carson bowls, and Neil is forward. End of the over. Wicket maiden there for Jack Carson. He has 1 for 26 from 13. Hampshire at 157 for 7. Lead overall in this game. He says, just buying himself a little bit of time, 189.
Jack Carson. He says, hello, Adrian and Kevin. I worked for the then London Transport in the late 70s and had a good few sports grounds, including Osterley and Acton. Great range of facilities, including cricket, rugby, tennis, football, bowls, and probably many more. In comes Sean Hunt to bowl to Felix Organ, who's forward defensively, plays to mid-off for no run. I think we probably took them for granted at the time, but goodness, they'd be treasured now. Enjoying the commentary. I've been in Sussex for 3 years. I'm an ex-Middlesex girl. I've enjoyed a good few games at Arundel. Keep up the good work. That's very kind of you, Shirley. Thanks for getting in touch. I mean, I have to say, it's something that has changed. I'm not sure for the better, really. I think, back in the day when big employers looked after their employees like that, I think that fostered a sense of loyalty, didn't it? And goodwill from the company.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that has got lost, to be honest. Not all things in the modern world are better, really. Does that sound a bit old fogey?
No, not at all. I remember that ground at Osterley. I played there. It's off the main road at A4. Yeah, London Transport Ground.
Hunt over the wicket, bowls. Played through the offside by Organ. Goodman comes in and fields. One more to Organ. He goes to 40, 158 for 7.
It's also reminded me of another company ground that I played at when I was very young, playing in Middlesex underage groups. The Hoover ground. Off the A40.
Oh, yeah. Now, there was a ground there because there's the Hoover building there, isn't there?
Behind that.
Which is that now a Tesco's?
I had no idea.
Right.
I haven't been down that road.
So an Art Deco building, is that right?
Yeah, it is.
I know exactly where you mean.
On the left as you're going into London.
Yes, I know exactly where you mean.
Yeah, I played at the back of there. I think I played for Middlesex under 15s or something, or 13s.
Right. In comes Hunt, bowls to Neil, who plays that down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Yeah. Other vacuum cleaner companies available. And other household appliances.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always remember that. I remember my mum and dad taking me, my late mum and dad taking me there, and they said, "Oh yeah, it's the Hoover ground." I thought that's a bit weird. It's actually quite a nice ground, it was.
Did you mind your mum and dad watching you? Did you get more nervous, or?
I'm not sure I really thought about it actually.
In comes Hunt, bowls. Neil is forward, plays that into Jack Carson, who tigerishly feels the ball, shapes as if to throw at the stumps, and there is no run. My elder brother was a good cricketer. He played for Surrey Young Cricketers, and but he used to get terribly nervous if my dad went to watch.
Really?
Yeah, so Dad got in the habit of parking in the road or in the car park and watching from behind a tree or whatever. so my elder brother didn't know that he was there watching. Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Do they ever watch you do anything then?
Yeah, but I was hopeless cricketer. You know, it didn't matter if they watched me or not. I still didn't get any runs. He comes, hunting bowls, goes through to Simpson. My dad used to run the local colts in the village, and he always used to umpire as well. So, you know, when we had colts matches, you know, we'd get, you know, it's like back in the day, you get, you know, sort of 6 of you in a car, and Dad would run us all to the game. And
Yeah.
you know, it was like the, you know, with the local football team was run by the local plumber, and he had a transit van, and we used to go to games, and you'd get 11 of us in the back of the transit, you know, sitting on his tools and everything, you know, as he went to the game. Ah, wonderful days, really. That's what he did, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Hunt, bowls, and Neil turns that to mid-on. And there is no run to end of a tidy over from Sean Hunt, just conceding the single, 158 for 7. Organ is on 40. Neil is yet to score. I mean, you know, I know we have health and safety these days and all the rest of it, and I suppose that's a good thing. But actually, back in the day, that's the way we all got about.
Yeah, you needed your mum and dad to transport you everywhere, didn't you?
We did, yeah.
So we have 16 overs left today. We will get all those in, absolutely no problem, because it's nice weather now. And Hampshire lead currently in this match at 190 exactly. And I think it's imperative that these last 3 wickets add another 60 minimum if they can do it. This morning I wouldn't have backed 10 wickets to get 60, but things are a little different now. Here's Carson. Bowls. Organ turns that away. We'll field it at short leg.
Well, one thing that does occur to me is that if the weather is tomorrow morning like it was this morning, and indeed has been outside of Brighton on the first day with that cloud and sort of sea fog or whatever, there might be helpful conditions in the morning.
Yeah, I agree. Organ is forward. I don't know what the situation is with that, but yeah, the fog this morning, or the mist, or whatever you want to call it, wasn't quite as bad as the first day, was it? But it hung around longer today. It was all gone very quickly yesterday morning. But the ground was a bit damp to start with, wasn't it?
Yes.
Organ is forward. Steve Densham has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm listening to your commentary. Shot off the back foot, half stopped at extra cover. Organ will pick up a single, moving to 41, 159 for 7. Well, listen, at the end of the day, it's half a season. It's half of the championship season to go. If I'm honest, I would probably say we might be struggling, but I think we are. I think we're quite resilient. Whether 7 games is enough to get us out of trouble, we'll have to wait and see, but let's play it out on the onside. You know, maybe the choice of overseas player for the last 6 matches might be interesting. Potgieter, I mean, he's done well with bat and ball. Don't think he'd be a particularly bad signing if he wanted to come back. Abbott's in good form, no problem there. I think if just 1 or 2 other batters can just do better as Neil pushes forward, then you know, Hampshire might have a few more runs to play with. But it's a blow not having Dawson as well.
Yes.
Big blow. Big blow. So yeah, I'd like to think they can. And listen, while you're playing, you've always got a chance. Always remember that.
Yeah,
you haven't got any chance if you're not playing.
Did you say correspondent was flying to Toronto?
Yeah, 35,000 feet up.
Well, what if he's going to see the World Cup?
Well, it sounds like he's listening in the plane. I'm sure we'll get a message soon. I'm not sure what else there is to do other than have a drink and have a sleep.
Do you not find that amazing?
Yeah, I've had 1 or 2 like that.
It's just mind blowing, really. There's some guy in an aeroplane flying across the Atlantic, and he's listening to us.
Don't you? Is it now that if you pay some money, you get special Wi-Fi on board?
I think you do.
Is that what happens now?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I've gone on a plane, I'm always, you know, in cattle class, really at the back, and you have to pay and all sorts of things. But I think if you're in a decent class, you get Wi-Fi and all sorts of things. Yeah. We were talking about Alan Ward earlier on, who sadly passed away recently, the Derbyshire quick bowler. Hunt is in bowls, and I didn't see where that went. Did you see where that went? Oh, it's gone to mid-on, followed by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. So this relates to an incident back in 1973. There's a very lengthy explanation here, where Alan Ward was playing against Yorkshire, He hadn't been bowling very well, and after tea, Brian Bolus, the Derbyshire skipper, summoned him back into the attack, but Ward refused to bowl. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and played into the offside by Morgan to backward point, footed by Carson, no run. He lack of confidence, and he had a no ball problem. So the skipper, Bolus, went and spoke to the Derbyshire secretary, and faced with Ward's refusal, Bolus waved him off the field. When Brian asked me to bowl, something exploded inside me, Ward recalled later. I couldn't go on, people would never understand, but all I wanted to do was to get off the pitch. So quite a sad story, really. And sadly passing away recently, but a very fine bowler in his day. Hunt in bowls. There's a stifled appeal, you probably heard, from Jack Leaning at second slip, who probably didn't have the best view, to be honest. And there is no run. Some applause next door in the corporate area. Perhaps another award to a deserving young footballer. There's been a lot of awards. They're having a very pleasant drink or two as in comes Hunt bowls, and that's a nice shot by Organ. Coming around the boundary edge is Goodman, who makes a very good stop and uses his glasses again. That's the second time, but nonetheless he's prevented more than a couple of runs. 161 for 7. That was a good bit of bowl, a good bit of fielding, a quick bowler. I mean, from the days when you were playing, how much has fielding? That's an awful way to ask the question. How much has fielding improved?
Oh, well, as a team, man for man, obviously massively.
Yeah.
There were still some good fielders around, and there always has been.
In comes Hunt bowls, and it's a no ball from Sean Hunt. So 2 more to the total. 183 for 7, is that? I'm sorry to sound a bit dim, but the sun is shining on the scoreboard, and I should be concentrating more.
It's 163.
163. What am I talking about? 163 for 7.
Yeah, I think what usually went on is you usually had to hide somebody in the field. There was always one, maybe two in your side that ideally you wouldn't put them in the positions that the ball was going to them a lot.
Hunted and bowls, and Morgan defends down the offside of the track. There is no run.
And I think there still is the case, but it's few and far between now, isn't it? I mean, most fielders now can field in just about any position, and that's what's improved. It's the overall, the difference between the top fielders and the worst fielders was a massive gap. I think what you're getting now is you've still got the top fielders, but that bottom level is closer to the top level overall now.
Would you practice fielding a lot?
Generally, yeah.
Yeah. Hunt around the wicket, bowls, and Organ plays a nice shot. Clips that away through mid-wicket. He's not going to go for 4. There's a chase on out to that mid-wicket boundary. Good stop out there, but he can go back for 3. That's a good all-run 3, actually, because it's not the longest boundary out there. Daniel Hughes retrieving the ball. 3 more to Organ, who's playing a dab hand here. He goes to 46 at 168 for 7. Add 32. I reckon the lead is 200 now for Hampshire. We've got a seagull who is sitting literally on the T20 boxes that the players set in. What do you call them? The dugouts. There's a seagull sitting right on top of one in front of us, just peering into the commentary box.
It's almost like it's listening in to make sure what we're saying makes sense.
It's a bit spooky, actually, isn't it?
Isn't it, really?
Yeah.
He's not facing the action.
No.
Just going back to Steve Denton and can Hampshire stay in Division 1, of course, it's difficult to tell at the moment. I mean, they're not in a great position. I'm just looking at the live table, which might sort of give you a bit more context. They started today 1 point above Leicestershire, but of course bonus points were on offer, so they're now currently 4 points above Leicestershire. We're into the 8th match of 14. As Carson bowls, Organ plays that into the ground on the leg side and will pick up 1 and moves on to 47. So there is 4 points difference between Hampshire, who is second from bottom, and Leicestershire. Leicestershire, we know, are doing well in their game. Hampshire, maybe tonight, if they can keep batting, and maybe a little bit into tomorrow morning, might be in a decent position here as well. Yorkshire, though, who are the team that both Leicestershire and Hampshire need to overtake, because they're third from bottom. Remember, the bottom 2 go down. Oh, there's a drive from Neil. That's his first run since he walked to the crease when Pop Geeta departed. That's come off the 12th ball that he's faced. Yorkshire have 87. So currently between Hampshire and Yorkshire, there's 29 points. That's a lot. I mean, that's a win and a draw effectively, and obviously 6 games left after this. So it's a big block of fixtures that's coming up. There's 6, literally in 6 weeks, I think.
Yes.
At the back end of the season. So a lot will happen. There's no doubt about that. Sides will lose form. Sides will gain form. Sides will pretty much have an even Stevens running, but you just hope that it's your side, if you're down the bottom, that's the one that's in that gathers a bit of form. Organ plays that into the ground, dabs it late, it actually goes towards first slip. So that's the situation here at the moment. By their own admission, they haven't played particularly well. Their batting is really letting them down at the moment. They are miles off the pace with batting bonus points. And, just gathering another 7 or 8 would get them closer to Yorkshire, of course, which means they have less to do. It's played out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. But, fingers crossed. It's not a great situation. We'd all like it to be better. But we're not... Sussex, by the way, in the live table are equal top.
Right.
Currently, with Essex, 105 points. They were seconds at the start of this game. It's played out towards mid-wicket.
Well, it very much looks like Essex, they're going to struggle to beat Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire are well on top at Chelmsford in that game. I still think Notts are going to be the side to beat this season.
Steve, who's 35,000 feet up, has just emailed again. He says, yes, he is bored and he is travelling to the World Cup.
Oh.
There we go.
Wonder what he's going to see.
Is there a game coming up in Toronto?
I'm not sure. England are playing in Boston on Tuesday against Ghana. So
yes.
I guess the flights to Boston at the minute are probably horribly expensive. So I don't know if he's going to Toronto driving down or whether he's going to see a game in Toronto. But I'm sure we'll have a little look. Just to say, Harry Brook out for 58 in the Test match. England won 37 for 4. Another landmark. Joe Root to 14,000 Test match runs. That's extraordinary, isn't it? So, we've got 13 overs left in the day. 168 for 7, and it's the return of Jaydev Unadkat. 15 overs, 7 maidens. He's taken 2 for 24, has Jaydev. As we say, he's here for Sussex for the final 6 games of the season. He's going back to India for a well-earned break from cricket, and then he will be back come the middle of August, which is a slightly depressing thought because that means we're sort of getting towards the end of the season. But there's going to be lots of cricket in August and September as in comes Unadkat around the wicket. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Neil, and there is no run.
Well, there's a few games to choose from.
Right.
June the 20th. When's that? Is that tomorrow?
Today.
Well, Germany are playing the Côte d'Ivoire.
Oh.
At 4 o'clock today.
Okay.
That's been played, isn't it? They're on at the moment. Tuesday, Panama versus Croatia.
Why is that in?
Is in Toronto.
Oh, right, okay.
Senegal versus Iraq is on Friday.
Right.
There's another match on Thursday week.
In comes Unadkat, bowls to Neil, who plays firmly into the offside, no run. He's a big fella, isn't he, Andrew Neil? Reminds me of the broadcaster Andrew Neil. I don't know if his name is spelt the same, but he's a big fella. Wouldn't be able to place on a rugby pitch, really.
Better be careful how I load the questions when I'm talking to him.
Yes, I think so, yeah. He's waiting for Jaydev Unadkat to come in around the wicket. Bowls, and Neil thumps this to mid-wicket. Fielded there by James Coles, and there is no run. 68 for 7, the lead is 200. 13 overs to be bowled tonight, including this one. It could be a factor in the morning, the fact that we have had this sort of sea mist, and if there's any of that around tomorrow morning, Carl Abbott was virtually unplayable this morning, 5 for 17. Sussex will be praying it's not like that in the morning.
Well, yeah.
Unadkat in again, bowls. Neil drives. Oh, he's going to get 4 runs. It's just eluded Jack Leaning, who's fielding at second slip. Would have been a great catch. He dived sort of goalkeeper style at second slip. I don't think he got a hand to it, and it's raced away for 4 runs. There'd been a third slip in there. he'd have probably been on his way back to the pavilion.
I think he got fingertips.
I think he did.
Just
Maybe just could. I thought for a minute, he's just wringing his left hand. I thought for a minute he was going to get there, actually.
Yeah, I don't think he could have done any more
No.
than he's done. That was a heart-stopping moment for a fraction of a second.
It was.
Because we're right in line with that edge. We are literally behind Jack Leaning.
We had a great view of that. If you had a camera, you could have got a great shot of the ball. Just Jack Leaning's dive.
204 the lead.
Yeah, Neil goes to 5. 172 for 7. Look at it again, bowls. Neil is very circumspectly forward. Plays out to point, where it's fielded by the lively Goodman. And there is no run. Decent crowd in today, not as many as there were yesterday, but not too many people leaving early. It's been absorbing stuff today. A reminder, you can come for nothing tomorrow to watch the cricket. Go online and get your tickets on the Sussex Cricket Club website. Neil is just watching because Sussex have now posted a man, James Coles, down at deep square leg, and look at his in. Bowls, let go outside the off stump. Fielded by John Simpson, or taken by John Simpson. 172 for 7, Neil on 5, Organ is on 47. I've only been to Toronto once, and it was in the summer. And I mean, it gets bitterly cold in the winter, but in the summer it was absolutely baking. Yeah. They've got the big tower there that had just been finished. It's a long time ago I went there, and the tower was there, and then the big stadium underneath, which I think is it the Blue Jays, who are the Toronto baseball team. Pretty sure they play there in a big stadium. I don't know if that's where the World Cup's being played. Perhaps our friend at 35,000 feet will know. Jack Carson.
Bowling to Felix Organ. Still has the short leg, and he nudges it past him, and it goes out for a single. He's played that shot a few times as Felix Organ. He's bowling quite a few singles in that area, and he moves on to 48 from 124 deliveries, and Hampshire 173 for 7, and they lead by 205. We have 12 overs left in the day's play. I think we're probably looking about 6:30-ish. So Andrew Neil gets a big stride in there coming forward. Well, he proved in the first innings that he can bat. He got 24. And I know it's only the Hertfordshire Premier League, but he returned back to his sort of roots and hit 81 not out recently for Harpenden against Flitwick. Right. So he's in decent form. You can see he can bat.
Yeah.
I would dearly love him to stick around for a while here and try and inch that lead up towards somewhere near 250. Pushes forward again out on the offside.
We were talking about Fergus O'Neill earlier, the all-rounder who plays for Nottinghamshire, Australian. I think he's a really good cricketer and could play a big part in the Ashes next summer.
Carson. Neil works that away on the onside. Wants a single, no run.
He made 61 today for Notts. He made 457 in reply to Essex's 184, and he's taken a wicket straight away, that of Paul Walter. Essex 7 for 1, the current leaders of the championship. They're still trailing by 266. So that's not looking good for Essex.
No. Carson in the evening sunshine here in Hove as that's played out on the onside. It does look now, I've been saying this for a while now, that getting forward is much more control really when the batters are coming forward. You don't really expect it to be going past the outside edge as much. You don't expect it to be turning into the pads as much, and even for the seamers it's much calmer, much more like a normal day's play. Second half, I haven't said that, he's played and missed outside the off stump. That was always going to kill me, that one, wasn't it, really? As soon as I said that, I knew something would happen. End of the over. I think that might just have beaten Neil, really, with... Well, actually, that did turn, but it's more like the bowler's rough there. It was a little wider, he prodded forward, it just did turn a fraction into the pad. 173 for 7, but, you know, things like that are fewer and far between. That was happening every other ball.
It was.
Yesterday, or sort of close to it felt like it anyway. Long shadows now.
Yeah. Another side in trouble are Yorkshire, because Leicestershire 453 for 9, leading Yorkshire by 268, having bowled about for 185 yesterday. Century for Rehan Ahmed, and also for Nick Kelly, who must be an overseas. Is he an Australian, Nick Kelly? I need to look that up. But Leicestershire in a very strong position. Nudcat in bowls. Organ takes it. Oh, that was nearly a brilliant catch by Jack Carson. He's look at him thumping the turf. Well, it flew quickly. Organ decided that was going to go, and he looked to belt the ball away through the offside. A big edge. Jack Carson diving to his left at gully. He got a hand to it. The ball ricocheted into the air. Jack Leaning, who was fielding at second slip, very nearly caught the rebound. But that would have been a magnificent catch by Carson had he clung on. But he doesn't. I suppose it has to go down as a chance, but it's a bit harsh, really. Organ remains on 48. And Nudcat in again, bowls to Organ, lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run.
He's gone after a wide one there, and it's come off the outside half of the bat. Fantastic effort, Carson.
Yeah,
I have to say, he's probably had the safest hands of the game, so it's a let-off, really.
Yeah. It does seem a bit harsh to say it's a chance.
I mean, for him, I think the way he's fielded and caught in this game, I think he probably would have expected to take that. Yeah. I think for most fielders, it's a fantastic effort.
Warwickshire 323 for 9, leading Somerset by 115 at Taunton. And Nudcat in, bowls. Organ plays into the offside. Carson, keen as mustard, roams around from backward point to field. And there is no run. And I should just say Surrey 19 without loss following on against Glamorgan, still trailing by 234. Century in the second division for Max Holden of Middlesex. Emerald County, 119 he's made. Middlesex 257 for 6 at Canterbury in reply to Kent's 416. Nudcat running in around the wicket, bowls. Let go by Organ through to John Simpson. There is no run.
Kelly plays white ball cricket for New Zealand.
Right.
Even though he's born in Australia.
I think he played here because Leicestershire beat Sussex. It was there. Oh, someone's yelling. That was a loud squeal, wasn't it?
It was.
There was a T20 game here 2 or 3 weeks ago. Leicestershire played here. That was their sort of out of region match, and they beat Sussex. I'm feeling Kelly played in that game. See, I'm sure he did play in that game. 2 slips, Scully, sweep on the backward point boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. It could be a nervy day for both sides tomorrow. As they say, Hampshire have got the runs on the board.
I'd be pretty confident of chasing 205.
And Nudcat around the wicket, bowls. Organ drives stylishly, but straight to short extra cover, fielded by Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain. And there is no run. End of the over, 175 for 6. Organ is on 48. Neil is on 5. Add 32 to that. And as Kevin says, you get the lead of 205.
10 overs left in the day's play. I mean, everything's big, but this is a big 10 overs. If Hampshire get through these 10 and are still 7 down, the rates overall in the innings is 2.5. So you're looking at, what, another 25 runs, say. That lead goes up to 225, maybe 230. And, you know, you're getting towards your 250, which, as I keep saying, and I think it's even more relevant now, that the 250 is a bare minimum now. The sun's out again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bare minimum.
Sorry, Nick Kelly made 30 for Leicestershire here in the T20. The innings of the match was played by Ashton Turner, another overseas who made 57 for Leicestershire.
Carson continuing over the wicket to Organ, who's it's Neil, isn't it? O'Neill? Neil, who's 5 from 24 deliveries. Came in at the fall of Gita's wicket, 25 past 5. So half an hour since then. I'm sure have progressed not quite by 20 runs, actually. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. No, it's just occupation of the crease and accumulation. Got plenty of time in the game. No need to worry about that. Neil plays that into the ground. Pats it to short leg. Careful. Don't want to out hit ball twice.
Fergus O'Neill's got another wicket for Nottinghamshire. Essex now 9 for 2 at Chelmsford.
It's a go-around game.
Yeah.
Carson. Neil gets a huge stride in there. Goes through to Simpson. What's that gone between bat and pad? Of course, there's a bit of rough outside that right-hander's off stump, mainly with Haynes bowling round the wicket yesterday. And of course, Sean Hunt, left arm over, coming down the hill. Occasionally undercut. Actually, he's beating the outside edge there, that prod. Looking at the replay. O'Neill works that away on the onside. There is a fielder at backward square leg, no run. Yeah, just watching that replay again. Outside the off stump, he playing for a bit of turn that wasn't there. Carson taking his time over this next delivery. Into his 17th over here. Neil plays that into the ground, fielded by short leg. I think anything off the straight looks a little easy for from the off spinner. Anything that's just outside off stump, you're not quite sure what it's going to do with the foot marks. They're not too pronounced. Carson, deep cover for Neil. Big gap on the offside, actually. Neil is out. Called at first slip. Is he out LBW or is he out with an inside edge onto the pad? Caught. I think we'll get confirmation of that. I must admit, I'm not too sure, but what I am sure about is Neil's been given out. And that's the 8th wicket down, 173.
And he wasn't overly happy about that, was he? We'll have to wait to see what the...
well, it's not LBW, it's outside the line. It must be caught off the
Yes,
pad.
it was. Caught by Price. So another wicket for Jack Carson. Well, I guess perhaps you would look surprised, but so 173 for 7, as Kevin says.
Just turned
the fate, did it? Yeah, interesting.
It turned, yeah. It's we're going to see it from behind the stumps here. There's no way of telling if there's an inside edge there because Simpson's between batter and the ball. Well, I mean, the umpire's giving it out because of an inside edge onto the pad. Try and make up your own mind if you're watching on the picture feed. Was there? Difficult to tell from this distance.
Yes. Jack Chantry it was who gave the decision. Neil sort of stood and looked hard at Jack Chantry, but the umpire had made his mind up.
2 wickets remain.
Do you think Abbott's likely to give it the long handle here, or do you think he'll... August looked very comfortable, hasn't he?
Maybe this morning.
Yeah.
I just think, batting... Well, it was never impossible. As I keep maintaining, it was tricky. Tricky. Difference. I'm not sure it's tricky. I still think there's still a bit there for the bowlers, which demands respect. If you want to go out and play some shots because you think that's the best way of playing, then fine.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not unplayable out there.
So, J. Devon Nukat is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. There are still 9 overs to be bowled this evening. And it's going to be a Nukat who's on his way down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Organ, plays back down the track, fielded by Nukat, no run. I guess it's not beyond the realms of possibility here that Sussex could end up facing a couple of tricky overs tonight.
They could.
And I'm sure they would rather not do that. I'm sure they'd like to finish the Hampshire innings off and go to bed tonight knowing that they need, 220 or whatever it is to win the game. I mean, who's to say these two won't put on a big stand? They might well do.
Well, Abbott has started to play very aggressively in the last season or two. Will he do it tonight?
I need to get in bowls. Ooh, and what a catch that is by Jack Leaning, low down to his left-hand side, and J. Devon Woodcat picks up the wicket with a bit of extra bounce, and Organ has edged that, and Jack Leaning has taken that low to his left-hand side. He's claimed the catch. The umpires are just consulting here to make sure that it is a catch. Organ is quite within his rights to wait and see that it did carry, and Jack Chantry has confirmed it did carry. He was the square leg umpire. Felix Organ rather drags himself off, and another wicket goes down, and Felix Organ out for a very well made 48 off 132 balls, and this is dragging himself off the field. He's done really well as Felix Organ, but J. Devon Woodcat has picked up his third wicket of the innings. And it might well be the case that Sussex are going to face a tricky couple of overs here tonight, unless we can see our last wicket stand as the last man makes him say way out. Who's Eddie Jack?
Well, that's 2 wickets in the space of 3 minutes. I think Felix Organ's standing there more that he can't believe that ball has just bounced.
Yes.
From just short of a length. It is a fantastic catch. Absolutely no doubt about that. Absolutely superb catch from Leaning. I think Felix Organ is just disappointed because he has battled so hard for those 48 runs, 132 deliveries, and just about repelled everything that's come at him in that time. But it was a ball actually that was very difficult to negotiate, and there's not a lot he could do about it. Undercut has found a ball that has just bounced, and it's been good enough to find the top of Organ's bat. He's disappointed because of the amount of fight that he's shown, and it's ended that way.
So 2 wickets go down with the score on 173. So if a wicket were to fall down, Sussex would face 6 overs tonight, which I'm sure they'd rather not do. But the big figure of Eddie Jack faces as in comes J. Devon Woodcat over the wicket bowls, and Jack is forward and plays defensively into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, that's put a different complexion on the end of the day, isn't it?
It has, because at one stage it was 157 for 6, so Hampshire lost 3 for 16. When Delano Poquito was out for a very well made 55, actually 91 with Felix Organ. Still the lead is 205 as in comes into cat bowls, and Jack defends into the offside. There is no run.
That's not enough for me in these conditions now. This morning, yeah, I said 205 would have been hard work. I still think it will be hard work, but it's 50 like minimum for me.
I think a lot's going to depend on the conditions tomorrow morning. If we get a repeat of the sea fret or sea fog, as our friend Chris was saying up in the top of the Spencama, it might be enough. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I know it's not great batting for a few overs in the evening, but I think with the sunshine out here, I'd far rather that Hampshire got into tomorrow morning still batting.
Yes, yeah. Well, perhaps their bonus runs from here as Woodcat is in. Bowls, and Jack drives to mid-on. There is no run. But I guess these are, if you're going to go close in county championships and the rest of it, these are the sort of challenges that Sussex are going to face. It may be tricky conditions in the morning, but I'm sure at the start of a match, if you'd said you've got to score 205 to win in your second innings, you'd probably take that. But that's to do without the leading wicket taker in Division 1 of the county championship, who was a real handful today, 5 for 17. And Sussex will need to stand up and be counted tomorrow. But it's going to be a good day's cricket, whatever happens. And Woodcat is in. Bowls, and he edged that, to first slip, but it bounced well in front of Tom Alsop. And there is no run. So end of the over, 7 overs remaining in the day. Hampshire 173 for 9, a wicket maiden for J. Devon Woodcat. Now, I think it's given everything you'd want from an overseas, really, the same as was the case with Kyle Abbott. He has bowled 18. Oh, it's gone off the scoreboard.
Yeah, 18 overs, 3 for 28.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm just going to disappear for a moment, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course, mate. So 8 overs remain today. If Hampshire were to bowl out in the, or be bowled out in this next over, then Sussex will face a tricky 5 or 6 overs or so. And this game will finish tomorrow, that's for sure. At one stage it looked like it was going to finish tonight, but the conditions have got a little easier for the batters. So we've got a change of bowling at this C end with Jack Carson taking a break. Looks like Dom Goodman will come on. With Hampshire on 173 for 9. 205 the lead. Really do need to eke out. Well, that's probably too much now to ask this last wicket pair to pull on 45. That would be handy. On stage 250 definitely looked on. 3 for 28 from 18 overs with 9 majors. Down the leg side there to Abbott. So it's to Tom Price, tell a lie. Tom Price who's on. 3 for 24 he has from 11 overs. First delivery, bit down the leg side to start off with. So will Sussex bat tonight? Just less than 8 overs to go now as Price comes in. Lovely drive and a good stop from Price on his follow through. That was a lovely drive there from Kyle Abbott, I must admit. As it came off the bat, I thought that was going to go for 4, but Price was in the way.
That stung his fingers, you know.
Well, it was well timed, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just get the collie wobbles when any Sussex fielder shows any sign of injuries because they can't afford it. They can't afford any more.
Here's Price up the hill again to Abbott. Abbott pushes forward. Now there is a gap square on the leg side. There's a deep square leg out there, which is an interesting move because you've got 2 brand new batters out there. It's almost like giving Abbott the single, which I'm sure, looking at the field, was the plan. Interesting.
Eddie Jack heaved a big 6 when he batted in the first inning over towards the Sussex Cricket Museum. And he's hitting in that direction again. I wonder if he fancies a repeat performance.
Might be a little harder for Tom Price.
Yeah.
Might be. So 7.5 overs remain today. Probably looking around 6:30, aren't they? I suppose it depends on whether we get the change of innings, which I have to say, probably looking likely, but Hampshire can squeeze out as many runs as they can here. That will help. 206 the lead. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander, Eddie Jack. Past the umpire, bowls. Jack clips it away, square on the leg side. There are 2 fielders out on the boundary there. Jack's off the mark. 175 for 9. That lead at 207 now. Well, I think it's a fair shout to say we're all going to get to day 4 off. It's just a matter now how much of day 3 we end up playing.
Well, quite a bit of it, I think. I mean, if Sussex were to chase the runs down, I think we're going to be here till at least tea time.
Yeah, I agree. I suppose I better check out tomorrow morning. That's played on the onside by Abbott for a single. It's interesting how the next side of the field's quite scattered.
Yes. They're anticipating a big shot from Kyle Abbott. You know, I keep coming back to the fact of that, you know, we have had these 2 very unusual mornings here with this lingering fog, and if that happens, well, anything could happen. We saw what happened this morning. If you just joined us, Sussex lost 7 for 38 this morning, and it was really tough going.
Price into Jack, defends, and that's the end of the over. 176 for 9 then are Hampshire. That lead is 208, and just to repeat, I think Sussex, in the conditions we're experiencing now, will be happy with that. They'll be okay with that.
So they finished for the day at Chelmsford, Essex 13 for 2, trailing Nottinghamshire by 260, still playing at the Oval. England 175 for 4, still needing other 288 to win. Joe Root's still there, 70 not out. James Rue on 13, be good to see him get some runs. And Jordan Cox as well when he gets his chance to bat. Still playing in all the other games around the country. It's going to be Jade Evanukat, who's keeping going, 18 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 28 for Jade Evanukat, who's running down the hill, coming into bowl to Abbott. And Abbott tucks inside and plays the ball down through point and picks up a single, fielded by Goodman, who comes into field. One more to the total. 177 for 9 are Hampshire.
It'd be good if these two could get to the second new ball. It's just under 8 overs old now. Away.
Well, if Sussex are going to win this, they're going to need to score the biggest score of the match. If to do so. Two slips and a gully in place. There's a third man, cover mid-off, mid-on. They've still got this deep mid-wicket. Sean Hunt is going, actually he's not going to deep mid-wicket, he's going to 2/3 of the way backward square leg. A fine leg as well, as Anukat is racing in, bowls, and Jack drives between backward point and cover. Tom Price comes running into field from third man. One more to the total. Jack goes to 2, 178 for 9, which means the lead is 210 for Hampshire.
Well, I'm counting every run now.
Yeah, I think
absolutely every run here, vital. Hampshire have something to bowl at tomorrow. I need a little bit of luck to win this game as well as bowl well.
It's a big game for both sides because, just break off for a moment, in comes a Nudcat round the wicket, bowls, driven firm. That's a good shot by Abbott. Through extra cover, that's going to be 4 runs. No point chasing that one. That's drilled away, slightly over pitch by Jade Evanukat and driven away by Kyle Abbott through extra cover for 4. He goes to 7, 182 for 9. Not least because now there's this long break before County Championship cricket resumes in the middle of August. And I guess it's, Sussex go into that game with a win. They feel they're really in the hunt for the championship. A win for Hampshire will feel, it looks like Yorkshire could well get beaten this week. Hampshire could be a little nearer to getting themselves out of the relegation zone. So it's a big day tomorrow.
It is. A win would be ideal for both these sides for different reasons.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And we will get a result. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
And Nudcat around the wicket, bowls and played into the offside by Abbott, picks up a single, slight misfield by Sean Hunt, but I got the single anyway. And the side that loses this is only going to get 3 points. The winners will get 19. So there's a big disparity in winning and losing in this game.
Well, the cat's sort of getting it up there, trying to hope that the ball does something. Hasn't done a lot for him in this over. Mind you, we are into the 73rd over of this, although it has been changed once or twice, but it'll be around about that point, the condition of the ball.
In comes a cat, bowls, driven firmly by Jack, a stylish looking shot, and well fielded by Ollie Carter, who's on the field for I'm not sure who at the moment. It's certainly not Goodman, it's not Hunt, it's not Haynes. Possibly, it's not Hughes. Did this earlier on and couldn't work out who was off the field. Might be James Coles actually. I can't see out there. Newcat races in. Bowls, bit of extra lift. There's still a bit in it, you know, for the seamers. Bit of extra bounce. Jack lets it go through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. So 6 overs to go. Sussex could face a maximum of 3 overs tonight. 180. Is that 183, Kevin? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Thank you. So add 32 to that, and you get the lead, which is 215.
Correct.
Ah,
You made a good school teacher.
thank you.
Good maths teacher. On the subject of corporate grounds, which we've been talking about on and off over the last 2 or 3 hours or so, Julian Dean, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says the municipal ground in Alton, which is in Hampshire, was host to a first-class game between the South African tourists and Hampshire in the 1920s. The ground was owned by a series of brewers, including Courage and Bass, before being sold by Coors for housing development in 2015. Other beer groups and companies available. No, he didn't write that. I've just added that because I still want to keep my job for a little while longer yet. Here comes Tom Price running up the hill as Abbott pushes that out towards extra cover. He's got a deep cover as Kyle Abbott, and he's also got a deep square leg. I presume Sussex don't really want to be conceding boundaries. I presume that's part of the reason. Deep square leg, I guess. I suppose they might be trying to fool Abbott that he might get a bouncer. But for me, the weather, this is the best part of the day, this weather. I mean, I'm not sure I've ever thought about the beach at any point today because it hasn't been that sort of weather. But now at this point, late in the evening with the sun out, you think beach.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Price bowls, Abbott is going to push it into the covers where he'll get a single. Moves on to 9, 184 for 9. That lead up to 216. So from here, Sussex would need 217 to win.
I mean, the weather forecast for tomorrow is a dry day, and it's showing in Brighton sunshine from 6 in the morning. But they can't be completely sure about that because you're never really sure by the coast.
No.
And that's if we wake up tomorrow and it's blue skies, Sussex will feel a lot happier about things. If they wake up and it's cloudy like this morning, less so.
Price into the left-hander, Eddie Jack. Clips that away.
Sure.
That's nicely played through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there. Is he going to get there in time? He does, in front of the committee room, Carson. 2 to Eddie Jack. 186 for 9. Round of applause there for Eddie, for Carson.
He's just so enthusiastic as a cricketer. I think he'll be a really good, he could captain the club one day. He's just got that enthusiasm and just desire to do well and loves every minute of it.
Extra fielder coming across to the leg side. It's, the reason being because Price is going to come round the wicket to Eddie Jack. Full delivery, gets wrapped on the boot, goes up in the air, is taken. They're asking for an LBW, they're asking for a caught and bowled, and neither has been signalled in the affirmative by the umpire. So we 186 for 9, halfway through the 74th over in this second innings. The lead for Hampshire is 218. Just watching the replay there, it hit him on the top of the boot, I think. He was outside the off stump anyway. And Price had a little smile actually as he got up from the ground. Did actually well to get across and take the catch. Eddie Jack's just readjusting his thigh pad. Yeah, it's outside the off stump. That's good attempted Yorker though from Price.
Yes.
Worth the try, definitely. It's gone for it again and it's gone through and past the bottom of Eddie Jack's bat. It's just a little wide of the off stump. It's gone for 2 Yorkers in a row there. He's had a good game with the ball, Tom Price.
Yes, he has.
He might have had a good game with the bat, but he was left high and dry, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was not out 11.
Yeah,
Tom Price. He's been a good acquisition for Sussex. Came in the winter.
Yeah.
He's sort of almost a direct replacement for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's out injured at the moment.
Played out on the leg side by Eddie Jack down towards fine leg. That's the end of the over. Jack will keep the strike. He's on 5, 100 And 87 for 9 are Hampshire in their second innings. That lead up to 219. They came together when the score was 173. So they've added 14. Ideally, needs to be a few more.
He just looks a bit weary there, Tom Price, as he wanders back to his fielding position. Hasn't played an awful lot of cricket in the last few weeks. I mean, he's a fit young man, I'm sure. 25 overs he's bowled in the match, which isn't, huge amounts. Cat is out of the attack, and it's going to be Sean Hunt, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 28. When you were bowling, Kev, if you had a busy day, what would sort of be your sort of thought? I've had a busy day bowling today.
Any?
No, go on.
It varies. I mean, some days you feel fitter than others. Coming down the hill helps. Here.
Hunt in bowl, short, pulled away by Jack, 4 runs.
Shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was 2. In fact,
six. My word, what a shot!
That's a big blow from Eddie Jack. 2 short from Sean Hunt, and Eddie Jack. Well, that's what he did in the first innings. So he heaved it over cow corner in the first innings. That's 2 short, and he's pulled it over backwards square leg for 6 runs. I didn't see it pitch, but it was effortless actually. The 6 hit in the first innings was very similar, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was just
side.
It was just well timed, and we went, "Oh, that's a good shot." He just picked it up, but that one was too short, and he just. These are. In a low-scoring game, these are useful runs.
It is, yeah. Every run's a bonus here.
So don't bowl it there again, Sean. Eddie Jack is just adjusting his gloves.
20 runs he's put on.
Useful runs. Hunt over the wicket. Bowls. Jack lets that go through to John Simpson. There is no run. So is it 193 the score?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Plus 32, 195, 225 the lead. Well, you wanted 250. Not far away.
A minimum, yeah. I thought that was bottom line.
We shall see. I still think there's a little bit in this pitch. I think Sussex will need to bat well, and there'll be a few nerves around tomorrow as well. Hunt in and bowls. Oh, see, that's what I mean. There's a bit of extra bounce there. It wasn't far short of a length. And it's reared up towards Eddie Jack, who's a tall man and managed to fend the ball away. Eddie Jack looks like the sort of player to me who might just put his foot down the pitch here and just smash the next one over long on. Jack Carson is warming up in the gully. I thought Tom Price looked quite tired in that last over, so we'll have to see whether Jack's going to get a couple of overs at the end of the day. In comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and Jack completely defies what I thought and plays a perfect leave outside the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run. Thank you for your correspondence today. Oh, England have lost a wicket. 180 for 5, and it is James Rue. 3rd wicket for Jameson, out for 15. Sussex 180 for 5, still needing 283 to win. New Zealand heavy favourites at the Oval. Yeah, thanks for all the correspondence today. It's been good fun. We've had some natters about all sorts of things today. So thank you for getting in touch. It makes the day hugely enjoyable as Hunt is in. Bowls and Jack play. Oh, there's a misfield. There haven't been too many of those. A misfield in the gully by... Is that the skipper? I think it might have been Jack Carson. That's a collector's item. Having praised him all day for his efforts in the field. Another single to Jack, who goes to 12. 194 for 9.
You're allowed the odd misdemeanor.
Hunt. 2 slips go down in and bowls, and that's run away for 4 more runs. Down to 3rd man. This is an expensive over. That's 11 off the over from Sean Hunt. And 4 overs left in the day. But this is a more than useful lead. 198 for 9, is that? On the scoreboard, yeah. Had 32. Lead is 230.
231 to win from here. Sussex.
Well,
Yeah, it's starting to get very, very interesting, but I just still think that's a little light from a Hampshire point of view. They'll go out into the field, and think, well, especially if Sussex get away to a fast start like they did in the first innings, that'll very quickly whittle down, and then you're relying on spell after spell being tight. It's just could do with a few more. It's a shame because at one stage it did look as though 250. They could get to 250. That 91 partnership for the 7th wicket between Organ and Potgieter was raising hopes, and then those 3 quick wickets in the space of 16 runs just knocked Hampshire back.
Mind you, Kev, from 26 for 5, I'm sure they'd have taken this.
100% you would. But then, of course, you're then looking at what comes after that. And you're thinking, well, actually, we're quite disappointed. Carson's around the wicket to Eddie Jack, but you're right, they would have taken it at that stage. Tries to cut that, misses. Score remains on 198 for 9. But yes, oh gosh, from 66 for 6, and even, well, they were 26 for 5 as well. So this is a massive recovery, but it's saying a lot about the conditions as well. Jack cuts away, does make contact this time, and there is a deep cover, so it's just a single. 199 for 9, leaders 231. Which is why, really, tomorrow could be a goodish day for batting, relatively to what we've seen in the game. Quite wide, that last delivery from Carson. Now, Abbott will have a short leg. Mid-off is coming up. There is a slip as well. Actually, mid-off's about halfway back. There's a deep mid-on. That's Hughes just to our right. There's Carson bowls. Abbott off the back foot, makes some room, finds the gap in the covers, struck through for a single. Every run vital here. That's the 200 up for Hampshire in the 76th over. The Hampshire contingent away to our left, joining in with the applause. I think they're leading the applause, actually.
Discussion going on between Abbott and Jack Carson there. Don't know quite what that's about. Hopefully friendly enough.
Oh, I'm sure so. Eddie Jack gets a low full toss, clips it away square on the leg side. Oh yeah, no, it is quite friendly. Yeah, they're chatting away. You can see that. To a 1 for 9. And that lead 2-3-3. Oh, 100% Hampshire would have taken this.
Yeah.
At various points during the day, but it could have been just a few more. Might still be a few more yet, as Abbott works that to mid-wicket. Leaning fields. There will be 3 overs left in the day after this. I think actually that then means Sussex
so might face one.
Or is it one ball of the?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, forward is Abbott. That's the end of that over. So we have one more ball, and that will be the end, wouldn't it?
It would
if
be.
There's a wicket.
Yes, it would be the end. You're
Sussex
quite right.
back tonight.
Yeah. Well, I think probably Hughes and Haynes are probably quite relieved about that. But Sussex have, tomorrow they'll be calling on the experience of Hughes, Haynes, Leaning. Well, all of them really. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow at Hove, as we've outlined before, for both counties, and there is going to be a result in this game. You don't get too many certainties in cricket, but that is pretty much a certainty. Poor old Tom Price is being brought on he's having to do all the bowling, and it's interesting really because, but I think Tom Haynes trusts Tom Price to bowl a nice tight spell. I'm not sure he's bowled down the hill in this game, actually.
I think you're right.
I think all his bowling has been from the sea end. I thought he looked a bit tired at the end of his previous spell, but he's having to earn his keep, is the Sussex all-rounder, and he's coming down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Eddie Jack. So Sean Hunt straight out of the attack. In comes Price, who plays this. I think that came off the pad, actually, ends up with Leaning at second slip. There is no run. One thing about Tom Haynes' captaincy is that he's not hung around. If someone has gone around the park, he's got them out the attack. And a low-scoring game, I think, that's what you have to do. I mean, Don Goodman has only bowled 3 overs in this innings. 3 overs for 20. I know he's picked up a wicket. And that last over from Sean Hunt going for 11. I guess you just have to make, that's why you're the skipper, to make these decisions. In comes Price bowls, beats Jack outside the off stump through to Simpson. There is no run. 201 for 9. As Price wanders back to the far end of the ground. They finished for the day in Worcester. Worcestershire 210 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 289 all out. Here comes Price again. Round the wicket bowls. And had he got him LBW? No, that was a bit of a half-hearted appeal actually from Sussex. Jack Leeming seems to be the sort of chief appealer for Sussex. But second slip. Umpire Burns at the far end says, no, that's not out.
Good angle from there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there was one earlier on, wasn't there, where he was appealing, and we thought, not sure what's the best view from second slip.
No, he's outside off stump there.
A few people watching from the balconies of flats away to our right-hand side as in comes Price and bowls, and Jack is beaten outside the off stump through to Simpson. Again, there is no run.
This goes to show, the medium pacers still getting in the right areas, are still creating chances, even now with the sunshine out and the ball 77, nearly 77 overs old. Hasn't done a lot, but it's just that length, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Somerset have lost a wicket at Taunton, 12 for 1, still trailing Warwickshire by 110 going into their second innings. In comes Price bowls and edged down to third man by Jack, who goes to 15. 15 very useful runs, 202 for 9. It means the lead is 234. And it brings Kyle Abbott on strike. And Yorkshire have lost a wicket at Grace Road, still trailing Leicestershire by 257. They're 11 for 1. Luxton, the man, out for 3. So Leicestershire could be on course for their first win of the season. As Price down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Abbott. That keeps a little low, and Abbott plays it into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 202 for 9. I think it's going to take all Sussex's grit and determination tomorrow to score these runs. I think the odd one is keeping a little low. The odd one is bouncing as well. And I think Jadev Anukat is coming back into the attack. I presumed that Jadev was done for the day, but he's not. He's going to bowl the final over of the day from, the penultimate over of the day, I should say, from the sea end of the ground.
It probably shows Sussex's determination to finish this off tonight. Listen, I'm always going to err on the side of, I'd love to have these amount of runs and what have you. 250 would be, as I say, and I keep saying it, a minimum to sort of feel as though you really, really are in the game. But 234 is still pretty decent. But 234 is one of those scores that if two people score moderately, 40 or 50 between them, that's 100. That's half the runs between them. And then you're relying on sort of picking off the rest quite quickly. So it is a good lead. But if I was Sussex, I would, I wouldn't think I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
Charlie Tier has come onto the ground as 12th man duties for someone I'm not sure who.
Undercut bowls and off the inside half of the bat there from Eddie Jack. It goes out square on the leg side where there's a gap. And any gap and any run now is, as we have been saying, is a real bonus. These two now have put on 27, 29. 234 the lead, so 235 Sussex would need from here, and that will be from tomorrow morning.
But Sussex has got two substitute fielders on. Charlie Tier and Ollie Carter are both on, so Sussex with a couple of players off the field. David Sharp's been in touch. We were talking about internet on aeroplanes. He says, "Hi Adrian, I believe British Airways are installing equipment to connect to Starlink internet on their larger aircraft. This will allow passengers to connect to the internet and probably to the YouTube channel to watch the cricket. I'm not sure if it's free or at a cost," says David. I bet it's free if you pay enough for your seat.
Depends where you're sitting, isn't it?
I bet in economy it's not free.
No, I think the further behind, further at the back that you're sitting, you ain't Getting it for free, are you?
No.
Certainly not where I sit in planes. You get it for free.
Same with me.
Round the wicket and the cut, and that's flicked away down to fine leg by Abbott, who moves on to 15. Run a ball 15 for Kyle Abbott. And Hampshire are up to 204 for 9, and that lead is up to 236. There's not a lot for free, actually, where I sit in planes.
No, same with me. Not free food, nothing.
Yeah.
Pay for everything.
You get free backache.
Yeah. And free cramp as well.
So it's not all bad. Yeah, as I keep telling people, I wouldn't go anywhere if I had to pay premium economy or business class or first class. Wouldn't have gone anywhere. Here's some cut over the wicket to Eddie Jack, who prods forward. There's a big shadow across the pitch now, isn't there? Right in the middle, from one of the floodlights.
By the time we ever get on a plane, if it's a long haul, you're sort of last to get on, and you walk past all the people who are sitting rather smugly. They're sitting in those sort of, almost like a bed, isn't it? And they're already drinking their glass of champagne, or they're all ready to go. I always walk past them and think, well, you're not going anywhere, mate, until I've got on and got myself sat down. You're not going to get there any quicker than me.
That's right. And we've paid considerably less to go to the same destination.
It's more comfy.
Which, at the end of the day, as Jack pushes forward, it goes out towards extra cover. At the end of the day, what is it? Depending on where you're going, it's only 8 hours in your life, 8.5 hours. It soon goes.
Yeah, and it's always when, and it's the same when you arrive anywhere, isn't it? And people jump up and get their bags out the overhead, and they're standing in the aisle. And I think you're not going anywhere.
We love it, really.
Yeah.
8 balls left in the day.
Oh, someone's cheering, isn't it?
Oh, here we go. Causing some amusement.
Yeah.
And a cat up the hill, over the wicket to Jack, bowls, and Jack defends. Well, it would be mightily handy if Hampshire do keep this last wicket intact. Whether they can add too many more in the morning, I don't know, but I think it's just psychological that you come back in the morning and you're still batting.
Yeah. And also, if you're Hughes and Haynes, I mean, they're experienced enough, but if you're going to bed tonight thinking, right, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock I'm batting, but, they're going to have this sort of awkward, well, who knows how long it could be tomorrow morning.
Got all the time in the world, the batters.
Yeah.
Here's on a cat. 2 runs off this over so far. Last ball of his 20th. Great figures, which I'll come to in a moment. It's left alone outside the off stump. 3 for 37. And it's his fourth spell with Sussex now, isn't it?
Yes.
Sort of relatively short spells, but obviously he's been with a club, but he's always picked up wickets, and you can see why. Pitches it up, gets the ball to swing away to the left-hander, into the right-hander, gets the ball to seam, and it's not a particularly great pace, but it's a good enough pace. 204 for 9, 1 over left.
I mean, he's what you want from your overseas. Someone who runs in hard, gives absolutely everything. Mm-hmm. And he's done that. Now, can Sussex pick up this final wicket of the day in the last over of the day? Lovely evening now, lots of blue sky around Hove. The crowd have largely stayed with us as in comes Price and bowls, and Abbott drives to mid-wicket. There's a misfield by the skipper, Tom Haynes, but he redeems himself and there is no run. 204 for 9, lead of 236, as Kevin was saying. Kyle Abbott just retakes his guard from umpire Michael Burns at the far end of the ground. And Price in again. Over the wicket, bowls, and Abbott just works this comfortably enough down to a deep backward point where it's filled by Dom Goodman. 1 more to the total. Abbott goes to 16. In fact, both he and Eddie Jack are on 16. And this, as he was saying, is a useful last wicket partnership. It was 173 for 9. So 27 plus, what's this, 32 this is worth now?
237, yeah.
Price wants a change in the field for Jack, who is looking, I think, in the direction of Sean Hunt. He wants him back at third man. rather than halfway. He's now going back onto the boundary is Sean Hunt as Price is in. Over the wicket, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Beats Jack outside the off stump. The ball goes through into the gloves of Simpson, and there is no run. Seagulls starting to circle as they often do at this time of day. The football club awards almost seem to have finished. Not the parents are sitting outside just enjoying the last couple of balls of the day in the Hove sunshine. Tom Price, who's together with J. Devon Newcap been the pick of the Sussex bowling throughout the match, in truth, is in and bowls to Jack, who's right in behind this and defends down the pitch. Price stoops down, picks up the ball. There is no run. There will be a new ball available after 1 over tomorrow, is that right? Which you think Sussex probably would take. Every run, as Kevin is saying, is going to be vital here. Jack waits, tall man, left-hander. Price is running in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, and the ball that keeps a little low. Jack plays it defensively to mid-off. And there is no run. These two teams will meet again in the final game of the County Championship this season. And at the Utilita Bowl in late September in the final round of matches. It's all about tomorrow. Price rubs the ball on his trousers and comes in for the final ball of the day. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to Eddie Jack. He's in and bowls, and he slightly slips, does Tom Price, and Eddie Jack picks up a single as he turns that down to fine leg. That is the final ball of the day, and it's been a terrific day's cricket. 200 and get the score absolutely right. 206 for 9 at the end of the day's play. A lead of 238 for Hampshire as the players wander off. Lots of handshakes. That's always nice to see between the players as they wander off. Thanks everybody for all your contributions today. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable day with Kevin here in the commentary box. What are your sort of final thoughts as we finish on day 2, Kevin?
Well, it's a lead of 237, so right now Sussex need 238 to win. I mean, what a crazy day, wasn't it? I mean, the first half of the day where we lost 12 wickets for 64 runs over the course of Sussex's first innings and the top half of Hampshire's first innings, and then it just sort of started to all calm down and we got sort of a bit of a normal play, really, didn't it? Corresponded with a bit more blue sky appearing and more blue sky as the day wore on. A great 7th wicket partnership worth 91 between Felix Organ and Delano Potgieter really did start to give Hampshire an upper hand in this game, but then 3 quick wickets in the space of 16 runs, including Potgieter and Felix Organ, who made 48. It sort of brought Sussex back in the game, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think I can really call it either way. A lot will depend on conditions tomorrow morning, but I think we've got a hell of a day on our hands tomorrow, that's for sure.
I think I completely agree with you. As regards Sussex, well, they're going to have to bat well tomorrow. I still worry from a Sussex point of view about Abbott, who bowled so well in that first innings, and some of the Sussex middle order certainly in need of some runs. But I agree with Kevin, it's going to be a cracking day. Make sure you join us. If you want to come to the game tomorrow, make sure you go online to the Sussex Cricket Club website and get your free ticket on Father's Day. But thank you everybody for getting in touch. It's been hugely enjoyable as ever, and Kevin and I will be back with you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. But thank you, have a pleasant evening and good night.